Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 2, Redefining Warfare, Responding to Hybrid Challenges in the Cyber Age. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Nancy Youssef of the Wall Street Journal and our distinguished panelists.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Let me begin briefly by introducing our panelists. Secretary Kendall, Secretary of the Air Force, Senator Angus King of the great state of Maine, General Paul Nakasone, who has two hats, head of Cyber Command, and Director of the National Security Agency, and Mr. Horacio Rozanski, the President and CEO of Booz Allen Hamilton Incorporated. I'm delighted to be leading such an esteemed panel, and I wanted to start our conversation today picking up at some of the topics that Abby Phillip covered so well in her panel this morning. And I wonder if we could pull up a graph from the Reagan Forum survey that was released this week looking at national security topics and how Americans view them. So if you look at that survey, this is a survey about the threats that Americans are concerned about in the next 5 years. It goes from 2018 to 2022, and you'll see that cyber attacks lead those concerns consistently and really far ahead of any other major national security threats. And so, given that we're going to be on a panel talking about national security, I thought it would be a good place to start to look at these results and ask each of you to talk about how we talk about these issues. You know, so often I hear from readers and those who are interested in this topic that one reason that number is so high is that people don't really understand how the nation is tackling them because of the sort of classification, the secrecy around these topics. And so my question to each of you is, what metric should the American public be using to assess the success of their nation's cybersecurity, given that they can see so little about it? And how are you trying to create a space where some more of this information is releasable so that they can have a better understanding of the work that you're doing? Would you like to start us off, Secretary Kendall?
Sure. You threw me a little bit of a curveball with what the American public should be thinking about part of the question, because I was thinking about it more from my perspective and the metrics I would use. When I look at the chart, it's fascinating because the thing that I think may drive it more than anything else is the recency of events that are in the foremind of the public. And if you look at the terrorist attack, gradual decline over time, all it would take to dramatically change that curve is an attack tomorrow. Cyber attacks are high because they're happening all the time, and there's a certain level of awareness of that. In my position as Secretary of the Air Force, I'm mostly concerned about the two at the bottom of the chart, but I guess if you added them together, you'd be right up there with cyber, and that's thermonuclear war and conventional military conflict. So from my perspective, and I don't have a good answer for you for the American people, I think American people in general, I hate to say this, they don't look at metrics very much. They listen to stories about what's happening and they create impressions because of that, or they form impressions. The metrics I'm concerned about are the ones that give me a sense of how cyber secure my forces are, the forces in the Air Force and Space Force, how able we are if called upon to go do our job, and how convincing our deterrent capabilities are. But there's a large spectrum of things that influence that. I was thinking earlier about how my career entirely spans the creation of the digital age and the level of concerns about cyber and what we call cyberspace becoming pervasive and ubiquitous. And it is. And you can't do anything in the security area without thinking about cyber considerations. Most of what I worry about is traditional forces, effectively, right? We just rolled out the B-21 yesterday. But all of those forces have to be secured. So that's my first priority. And metrics that help me understand that is my first priority. Then there are metrics associated with what kind of offensive capability I might have and how I might be able to use that. And much of that, of course, is obviously classified. So those are the sorts of things that I'm focused on.
I would judge the metric from Sherlock Holmes, the dog that didn't bark in the night. The difficulty here is that success is something that doesn't happen. And it's hard to measure that. Yeah. But I think, for example, here's I think a perfect example. At the beginning of the Ukraine invasion, a lot of people assumed there was going to be a cyber attack. There were going to be major cyber attacks in Ukraine. There might well be a cyber attack on us. That was one of Russia's in their toolkit. I'm convinced that the reason that has not occurred is because of this guy. We have literally deterred Russia from cyber attack because they know that we have the capacity to make them pay a high price. So I think you can say that over the past year, the fact that there certainly has been Russia's cyber activity in Ukraine, some in Europe. There were a few recently in Poland that we're concerned about. But by and large, that has been constrained, I think, because of good policy here that has developed a cyber deterrent. On the other hand, the other piece of this that's so important is we have to rethink conflict. We all think of conflict between countries as army against army and navy against navy. In this situation, 85% of the target space is in the private sector. So we have to have an entirely different kind of thinking about how the interface between government and the private sector works in cybersecurity. Because the government can't do it. We can't sit at every computer at a Raytheon facility in Boston or Whole Foods in Texas. It's got to be on the local level. Cybersecurity starts at the individual desktop. General Nakasone can do everything right, but if somebody in an engineering firm that works for a major defense contractor hits on a phishing email, we can be in real trouble. And so this, we can talk a little bit more about this, but to me, one of the keys to the defense of this country is developing a relationship of trust, which frankly often doesn't come naturally, between the private sector, particularly critical infrastructure, and the United States government, which has extraordinary capability, but we have to have that relationship so that we can see threats, define threats, see where they might go, and combat them. So that would be. I'll go back to the dog that didn't bark in the night. So far, you're keeping that dog quiet, General.
So thank you, Senator. I think your point on deterrence is an important one. Today's the 3rd of December. 1 year ago, a hunt forward team landed in Kyiv. 10 people from the Cyber National Mission Force landed there, and the leader of that team called back, and she said, we're going to be here for a bit. And so for the next 74 days, this team grew from 10 to 39 people working in Kyiv, working with our partners to strengthen their defenses, to understand what's going on, and also provide a bit of reassurance. Presence matters in this space still. You know, this is a domain that everyone says, oh, you're going to do it, from afar. But when you put people forward, this team from the Cyber National Mission Force, this Marine major who is leading her team, this really stands as the example of, okay, there is a lot that has changed, but there's still some things that are foundationally sound here. So presence. And the next piece is persistence. So for what hasn't been talked about Ukraine, which you had asked for us to comment on, is the work that forces like 16th Air Force did and U.S. Army Cyber Command and the Cyber National Mission Force to strengthen our networks. I talk about Kyiv and I talk about what we were doing hunt forward. All that came back, to the senator's point, to inform the tradecraft, the malware, the ransomware things that we're seeing that's shared with the private sector. And suddenly you have an antidote that has not millions, but actually billions of endpoints that are taken care of. And then the last piece is partnerships. This is what has changed dramatically. We get to scale with the private sector. We get to scale with the private sector, but the private sector is also interested in what we do as well. Why is that? Because we operate outside the United States. We understand the adversary. We have technical expertise. These are things that really have, I think, based on the Solarian Commission and so many other things, have kind of grown this partnership. I mean, it's not only the DOD, it's DHS and CISA, it's the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's taught us a lot, and that's just 1 year old. So I see the chart, and I certainly understand it. And I think a lot of that is driven by, perhaps not fully understanding. And I think, to your point, perhaps more of the information that we can share is also a good thing.
So good morning. I'm not a warfighter. I'm not a policy maker. I'm here as an industry person. And the perch that I have of this is because Booz Allen has, at least we've been rated as having the largest cyber workforce in North America. And we have the privilege of working across all of the main verticals. We work in intelligence, we work in defense, we work in the protection of the .gov, we work in the private sector. And I have to tell you, in the last 4 or 5 years of the lifetime of this chart, the level of sophistication that each one of those verticals has experienced is breathtaking. Maybe it was the Target breach where the CEO got fired that got all of us CEOs worried about this at a completely different level. But the level of investment, the level of effort has greatly increased, and that is the good news. The challenge continues to be at the seams, at the intersections of all of those elements, whether it's the cyber protection of weapons platforms, whether it is law enforcement, connectivity to the private sector, you name it. That's where, while progress has happened, clearly, more needs to be made. I'll give you a quick example. Something that didn't used to happen 5 years ago that happens now is every time a Fortune 500 company goes to acquire a mid-sized company, they're going to do a cyber due diligence. And they're going to be looking at their cyber program and trying to understand what level of risk they're onboarding onto their own networks. And every one of these due diligences comes back the same way. Underfunded, unsophisticated, lots of holes. And these mid-sized companies, while they may not be as prominent, end up playing a critical role in the supply chain, in the critical infrastructure, and in the attack surface of the nation. And so closing down these seams, making talent, investment, and information travel faster across them is, I think, the next step.
I think you all hit on some key points, and I'd like to kind of use a real-world example that happened recently to have a discussion about the effectiveness of cybersecurity. I'll open with you, General Nakasone. We just had a midterm election where there were fears of cyber attacks, and I'd like to get a sense from you what your grade is in terms of how the nation did. There were concerns that China might try to meddle. Were there examples of that? Are there lessons that you saw going forward that you can share with us in terms of cybersecurity and elections?
So this is our third election at U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency. It began in 18, 20, and now 22. Bottom line, a safe and secure election. But it's a safe and secure election because of a whole of government effort. It's not just us. It's the fact that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, CISA, state and local levels are all tuned into this. What should we think about it? First of all, from 18 to 22, we've seen the threat expand. So in 18, we called ourselves the Russia Small Group, but it expanded from Russia to other countries. The second thing is that we continue to see information operations done from throughout the world, outside the United States, that we are tracking. The third thing is it is interesting just to see the role of private sector and academia. And let me talk about academia for a second. That is developed a level of expertise that really understands what's going on. And the last thing that I would say on this is the fact that what we have learned is that our recipe for success hasn't changed. We generate really good insights. We share intelligence and information with the FBI and CISA, and then we take action against adversaries that are going to try to do us harm. We've done that since 18. We're going to continue to do that in the future. Very, very proud of the work that has been done. And I think that, if we've learned anything, it's more partners are better. And being able to get to a larger scale in terms of what we're being able to expose, what we're being able to share, what we understand, that's success.
When you say safe and secure election, I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Are you defining it because that cooperation that happened, because you were able to thwart new threats? Can you give us a sense what safe and secure election, as you define it, looks like?
So safe and secure election for us is the absence of interference in our elections. And so again, the responsibility, the lead for that in the United States, obviously is DHS, CISA, and FBI. We play a supporting role. And that's what we do.
Okay. I wanted to go to a topic that came up throughout our opening statements, and I imagine will come up through today in general, which is Ukraine. As you all know, there were expectations at the early days of the war. Senator King made reference to it, that there would be a series of cyber attacks on electricity and other infrastructure in Ukraine, and we didn't see that. And I'm curious.
We saw it, but we thwarted it, right? I mean, they were trying.
They were trying, and so here's another interesting point. You asked, what's some other facts that I should talk about that perhaps haven't been exposed? The past year, the National Security Agency has released 24 different cybersecurity advisories, unclassified. Things like last January, this is what to expect in terms of Russian attacks. That's released publicly, and so you say, hey, that sounds a little different. Yeah, it's tremendously different, because we operate in a space, to the senator's point, where almost 90% of the critical infrastructure is controlled by the private sector. That's how we communicate our message.
Well, I want to come back to that, and then we'll go to Ukraine. But to Secretary Kendall's point, the idea of sort of the story that the American public should know. You mentioned these reports, but my sense is, in talking to readers and listening to readers, is that they don't quite understand the story. So how does that thread those reports that you referenced to the story that you think they should know about cybersecurity, how they should be thinking about it?
Pointing at me?
Yeah.
I think, first of all, they should understand that we can provide reasonable levels of protection against cyber attack if we make the efforts to do so. I think Senator King and his work with the Solarium Commission was really very, very professional, and really laid out a number of the things that we need to do across the spectrum of things that we need to do, not just in the military. And I think, from my point of view, for military systems, if we pay attention to them and if we put the resources into them, we can be reasonably cyber secure. But we have to do that. You have to accept that overhead, if you will, to provide that feature. But the attacks will continue to evolve. They're going to get more sophisticated over time as we build better defenses. And one of the hard things about metrics that came up earlier is there are always unknown unknowns that you have to deal with. So you can have a pretty good sense of what your posture is. One observation is that over the last few decades, our ability to secure against cyber attacks has improved pretty dramatically. Richard Clark wrote a book a couple of years ago, talked about this, and building in resilience. You're never going to be perfect, but you can be highly resilient, and you can be at a point where, even if you get an unexpected attack, you can recover. So the enemy, if you will, and whatever mode it's in, is buying time, but they're not really destroying you or defeating you. So we've moved into a different, I think, era, and I think General Nakasone should talk about that, and maybe the other panelists. So we're getting better at this. I don't know that I would say the advantage was entirely on the defensive side at this point in time, but it's more so than it was at the beginning of the era of cybersecurity and cyberspace activities. So when a country like Russia, and I think this is a good example, tries to mount an attack in Ukraine, given some preparation, given some effort put into it, you may not be able to entirely defeat that attack, but you can blunt a lot of the impact of it.
There's an important point to make, that when we're talking about, we're using the term cyber attack, and there are really two pieces. One is denial of service, bringing down the electric grid, those kinds of things. The other is disinformation.
Yes.
And Brad Smith touched on this. Disinformation is in the long run, may be the more serious problem, particularly for a democracy with the First Amendment. It's a very tricky thing. I don't want the government restricting information. Ultimately, and we thought a lot about this on the Solarium Commission, ultimately it really rests on education. Our citizens have to become better consumers of information, and not believe the email that says, you'll never believe this, Obama put all the aircraft carriers in Norfolk so they could be bombed. I actually saw that email. And we can't, with the First Amendment, we can't restrict it. And what we saw, I also served on the Intelligence Committee during our study of the 2016 election. The Russians didn't invent the divisions in our society, but they'd take cracks and turn them into Grand Canyons. That was what they were, pitting citizens, Americans against Muslims and all those kinds of things. And that's a very difficult thing to cope with from a governmental point of view. We have to be more discerning in terms of information. And I think the reality is we had 1,000 years to figure out the printed word, to figure out, what are the standards, editors, fact checkers, all those kinds of things. The digital age is 20 years old, 25, 30 years old, and we haven't developed we all are applying the same standards. If it's in the printed word, it must be true. They're fact checkers and those kinds of things. And now somebody used, Times New Roman font in their basement, and we think there's some, we apply the same kind of instant credibility, and we have to get much better at that. It has to start in the early grades with kids. I call it digital literacy, so they can discern when they're being misled, when they're being manipulated. But again, I think it's very important to think of cyber as involving really two separate pieces. And the mechanical part, the cyber attack is certainly important. And General Nakasone was being too modest. In 2018, they were very active in dealing with what the Russians were trying to do in our elections in terms of a defend forward. And that got the Russians' attention. And I honestly, as I said before, believe that a big part of the reason we haven't had the level of attacks we might have expected is the old, peace through strength, deterrence, and the fact that the Russians and others realize that we have the capability to impose costs.
You talked about education. I think one area that we learn about technology in particular is often in wartime, and Ukraine has been a test bed for Russian cyber attacks, and so we're watching in real time, I think, some of those attempts. And I wonder if you could help us understand a little bit more about what we've seen, what we haven't seen. I know that there's been a lot of efforts by the Ukrainians themselves to bolster their defenses. How much do you think of what we're seeing is because Russia is choosing not to be more aggressive in a bid to collect data from those open systems? How much coordination are we seeing between their conventional and cyber attacks on infrastructure? I'd like to open it to all of you. And I'd love to hear it also from the private sector perspective in terms of what you're seeing.
So if I might begin, so we've seen the Russians conduct a number of destructive attacks within Ukraine. We've seen also them take down the satellite communications within the country that impacted outside of Ukraine as well. We continue to see information operations. Give a lot of credit to the Ukrainians, a high degree of resilience. Also, I don't think that, that the Russians had planned for a commercial satellite company coming into Ukraine and providing that type of support, which gets to the point of the private sector and the role of the private sector in being able to develop a level of resilience. But again, this is also an adversary that this is not through, and we remain very, very vigilant. And so we take a look every single day to ensure that that we are engaged with our adversaries to understand what they're doing.
Do you see a coordination happening on the Russian side between their conventional attacks and their cyber attacks? And I'm not referring to the information one, but the offensive one, if you will.
So I think if you were to talk to the private sector, they would certainly show the instruments of this type of coordinated of efforts. I mean, this is an adversary that truly understands it, that has done this before in other conflict zones. But again, the capability and capacity is one thing. The output and effects is another.
Generally speaking, military systems are designed with some degree of hardening. They use encryption a lot more, for example. And weapons designers are aware of cyber threats. So it's harder to go after those targets inherently. What the Russians have traditionally done, if you go back to Georgia, operations against Estonia earlier, and certainly in this campaign, is they use disinformation, the thing that Senator King talked about. They try very hard to influence opinions, essentially. And when you think about it, Russia is run by a former KGB officer. And when you contrast that with China, which is a much more economic focused, the threat from Russia tends to be in the disinformation side and trying to influence politically. The threat from China tends to be, and these are great overgeneralizations, intellectual property theft for a variety of reasons, espionage plus economic reasons. So you get different sets of threats there. There's another category, which is one I worry about more, which is associated with weapons. And penetrating a weapon system is inherently a much harder thing to do. And the Russians have not, as far as I know, had much success with that.
Mr. Rozanski?
No, I think I agree with everything that's being said. The big challenge here has been that it's been both conventional and non-kinetic. At the same time, their information operations efforts are extensive, beginning with inside their own country to show up support for a war they're losing, and in the neighboring countries and extending beyond. I think if you
talk about a disinformation campaign, the disinformation campaign within Russia is extraordinary.
Exactly.
Propaganda, basically.
And then as it relates to American companies, I think we have to thank NSA and CISA and the law enforcement agencies for putting forth a lot of information, declassifying things very quickly, making things clear to everybody about what was going to happen, and allow American companies, especially the American companies that took a strong stand by exiting Russia and creating additional economic difficulties there to be protected from what could have come and could have been much more catastrophic than it was.
I want to pick up on something that you've said and has come up in the panel a lot. You've described a Russia that's been aggressive in trying to, and in some cases successfully launching cyber campaigns either in disinformation or in Ukraine. So how concerned are you that we could see a Moscow using cyber warfare, maybe its internal criminal cyber outfits to harm the West during the winter and make support for Ukraine harder, particularly and across Europe? Is that a worry that you have, that we could see those kinds of attacks, that the limitations of what's happening in Ukraine manifest that they instead go after Ukraine's allies in a bid to break support? Is that something you're watching? Are there trends that suggest that?
There's no question that that's part of Putin's strategy, is to undermine the unification, the unity in the West. We're going to see a lot of disinformation or information kind of campaigns, particularly in Europe. And here, we saw some of it here going into this campaign, into this midterm election. Putin wins if support deteriorates. And there's no question that that's going to be this winter as times are tough. And by the way, times are going to be very tough in Europe. I get a daily energy price brief, and as of this morning, the price of natural gas at Henry Hub is about, the US natural gas price is about $7 a million BTU. It's $44 in Europe. It's not marginally higher, it's dramatically higher. And that's going to be a ripe area for exploitation by the Russians, there's no question.
To build on that, so I think, as Senator King said, Russia's #1 strategic goal is to undermine NATO support for Ukraine going into the winter, because things are going to stall, and that's their opportunity. I was just in Germany and the UK visiting with the 600 Booz Allen people that are supporting all of these missions over there. And when you got into conversations with our staff, their #1 concern is, how am I going to pay my heating bill this winter? I don't have $1,000 extra to spend heating my house. And so then this is where Russia probably is already or will run information operations in Germany, in Italy, in all of the places where they may sense weakness. And you hope that NATO, as a complete entity, with the support of NSA and Cyber Command, will actually have the right defenses.
One thing we hear frequently is that China and other countries are watching what's happening in Ukraine, both conventionally and from a cyber perspective, to see what they can learn in their own goals. And Secretary Kendall, I'd love to start with you, because you're looking at this from a warfighter perspective. What do you see lessons that China could be potentially taking away from the war in Ukraine that potentially has applicability to Taiwan? What are the trends that you're seeing?
I get that question quite a bit, actually. And we're all looking at this very carefully, and we're thinking about what we're learning from it, and we're also thinking about what others are likely to learn from it. The things I would like China in particular learned from this war are, first of all, that the economic consequences of doing an aggressive act may be much more severe than you would prefer. That your military may not be quite accurate when they're telling you how good they are. I think President Putin was very, I won't say deceived may be the right word, but he certainly overestimated dramatically the capabilities of his own military.
Including their cyber capabilities?
Including cyber capabilities. And the other thing is that the short war you anticipate may not be the war you get. Now, those may not be the lessons that are being learned. Those are the ones I'd prefer to be learned. The lessons that may be being learned are more about, okay, if we're going to go do an act of aggression, we have to do it in a way which is much more decisive, and learn from the Russians that way. So that is another thing you can get from this. One thing I would hope also in general is that there are a lot of unknowns associated with conflict, whether it's in the cyber world or in the conventional world, or the more conventional world. Cyber is becoming conventional. The efficacy of the things you might want to do may sound pretty good. You might even have experimented with them a little bit, but when you actually put them into practice, you may find that they don't work as well as you anticipated. Yeah. And the Russians are still trying a lot of things, I think, and they're having very limited success with some of the things they're trying. Which is encouraging. So that's where I would hope would be happening.
Mr. Rozanski, I know that Booz Allen has looked at this and studied this issue. I'm curious from a private sector perspective, what are you seeing in terms of how China's thinking going forward in terms of its cyber attack capability?
So, China is the facing challenge for the United States, and it's a technology challenge and it's a talent challenge almost more than anything else. And it's not an in the future, it's something that is happening now, from the theft of intellectual property to their cyber attacks, to their territorial ambitions. Our cyber team did an extensive study, all open source, on how China goes about cyber, and there's a couple of salient things that I think are pretty important to note. One is that while the United States is still ahead technologically and in terms of capability, they're much more unrestrained. They don't seem to care about getting caught. And that gives them the ability to do certain things that the Western world will not do. The second point is that if you want to know what China is going to do on cyberspace, it is almost entirely aligned to their rhetoric. So every time they complain about something in the world stage, it is either preceded by or followed by a cyber attack. And the third thing is that while they're brash, they're also capable and patient. There's a really good example that our team collected in the study about how after Taiwan began a discussion about independence in 2017, I think it was, they went after the energy industry. And the attribution is clear, and the capabilities were pervasive, and it was pretty successful at almost hijacking a critical industry for a period of time, just to make it clear that if you get out of line, cyber is going to be a tool that they're going to use. So I think every one of us needs to be, especially people who are threat officers or CISOs in the private sector, need to be very much aware of what the rhetoric is, how it applies to their agency, and how to defend against it.
I think we have a lot to learn from Ukraine, tactically, strategically, but also historically. To me, the Ukraine situation is an affirmation of Mark Twain's famous observation that history doesn't always repeat itself, but it usually rhymes. And I actually approved a letter this week to constituents. I get constituents letters who say, why are we doing this? We have a lot of problems here. Use the money for home heating oil. Forget about, why are we doing this Ukraine business, billions of dollars? My answer, my first line of my answer literally said, Google Sudetenland in 1938 and Rhineland 1936. And that's what we're seeing, and I think that's one of the learnings of this is despots tend to be expansionist. And you mentioned, Maya Angelou says if somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. Putin has been telling us for 20 years he wants to reestablish the Soviet Union. And Ukraine is where he started. I have no doubt that if they had swept into Kyiv in a week and decapitated the government and essentially taken over Ukraine, that we would now be seeing probes into the Baltics. So that's what's so important, I think, about what we're doing now, because history tells us that if you don't confront this kind of activity, it inevitably will get worse and worse. If Hitler had been stopped in 1936 in the Rhineland, 55 million lives could have been saved. And people come to, the other question I get from my constituents is, why are we spending so much money on defense? The answer is the only thing more expensive than establishing a credible deterrent is a war. And that's really what we're trying to talk about here. But I think Ukraine is being instructive on a lot of levels, on what you're learning on the ground, but also this is an important moment in world history that we've basically said, no, taking over another country on your border by force is not acceptable.
I want to ask one other thing on China to you, General Nakasone. We've seen protests recently in China over COVID restrictions, but there have been some concerns that because of some of the efforts by the Chinese censorship and propagandists, that we haven't been able to actually hear the voice of protesters. At the same time, on Twitter, we've seen that the new CEO has decided to lay off the entire content moderation teams. Is it a national security concern when a private social media companies can suddenly collapse its content moderation teams, and in doing so, create space for authoritarian states like China to control the online discourse in their favor?
So I'll leave that, Nancy, to the policy folks to work that out. Here's what I would say. The whole discussion on influence today is a critical discussion because our role in influence operations outside the United States is to expose it. One of the interesting things that was at the panel this morning is this decision by our government to release a lot of information last year about Russia, Ukraine. And that was,
Which didn't come naturally to you guys.
But was done very well, I think,
Yes, it
right,
was.
Senator? And I think that, what we have learned, why was that information released? Really for three reasons. One, build a coalition. Two, disrupt an adversary. And three, enable a partner. And so if you're Chinese senior leadership, perhaps that's one of the things that you're most concerned about, is what you've seen in terms of that effect that we've been able to have in this type of release of information.
Could you see a scenario, though, where it could play itself out domestically, where you have people sort of hijacking hashtag campaigns in an effort to flood out discourse? Is that something you're looking at as a way of silencing protesters even domestically?
So again, outside the United States, that's where we operate. That's where our authorities are. And certainly if that's occurring, then we're going to, given the direction of the President, the Secretary of Defense, take actions.
I think one of the most serious problems of this moment is the power of a despot to control their population.
Yes.
It's almost impossible to conceive of a popular revolution that would overthrow the Communist Party in China, even if there was hugely widespread discontent. Iran the same way, Russia the same way. The ubiquitous surveillance, torture, secret police, the technology of repression is so powerful today that it's very difficult to imagine a popular human rights kind of thing that would actually be successful. It's almost inconceivable in those countries, and that's a modern reality. We thought in the 80s and 90s that the internet and fax machines were going to sort of, the Arab Spring, information was going to liberate people, but now we're back to George Orwell, where technology is actually being used more in terms of repression around the world. And that's a fundamental strategic reality that I think is very difficult to cope with.
Let me piggyback on that a little bit. I couldn't agree more with Senator King that I am terrified of what a regime can do once it gains control of information with modern tools. That facial recognition, monitoring where everybody goes on their phones, who they talk to, what they say, what associations they have. The tools are just unbelievable for control of a population of society once you get them into your hands. And how to get them out and how to organize any resistance in an environment like that, I have no idea how you do it. But there is another aspect of this, and I think it's that we're still in a free society wrestling with how to deal with this new technology. And analogies you can make are use of propaganda, once upon a time print propaganda. Later, the era, again, Senator King talked about with the Nazis, use of radio very effectively to influence population. And that's something that's continued. And then later television, right? So now we've got this new way to, everybody can self-publish. Everybody has almost infinite capacity to put information out there, whether it's true or false and for any purpose. So we're going to have to figure this out. And while we're a free society, I think we can do that. But we're going to have to figure out what the rules of the road are, and we're going to have to figure out how we're going to enforce them without taking away people's freedom. One of the things I think we're going to have to do is we're going to have to become much more sophisticated consumers. And if you look at earlier attempts to influence human beings through advertisement, commercial in particular, or politically, they were kind of crude. And people became better at understanding what was real and what wasn't. And we're all less, I think, susceptible to advertisements than we might have been once upon a time. A lot of us are still very susceptible to political influence by people we trust. And we're going to have to work on that. I think we're going to have to work on that as a society. Or we could go down a road that once we get down it, we get into a position where it's going to be very, very hard to recover.
So to build on Secretary Kendall's point, just for context, it took about 100 years from the invention of the telephone until telemarketers started ruining dinner. Took 20 years from the first email to the first spam email. Took 5 years from the creation of Facebook to the first pedophile being tried for using social media. These cycles to where new technology has a really good run before malicious things happen to it is really shortening. And so this is an area where private and public sector, we need to learn to collaborate much better in order to try and get in front of all of those issues. Because when we talk about AI, we talk about 5G, we talk about quantum, the promise is extraordinary. And some of the challenges in terms of attack surfaces and so forth are also there and are also real. And we need to get to those issues much faster than we have in the past.
But it's somewhat beyond the scope of this discussion because we're all talking about cyber. I'm very worried about other technology-based attacks, electronic warfare. Mm-hmm. All of these fancy weapons we have depend upon GPS. What happens when GPS is knocked, is gone? A simple example, but electronic warfare, hypersonics, directed energy. The history of conflict is often who sees the advantage of technology first. I just read a wonderful article this morning about Genghis Khan was able to conquer the world because of the stirrup.
That's right.
That was the new technology in 1207 that enabled his archers to ride and shoot at the same time. And that technology, and then you flash forward to the Battle of Agincourt and the longbow, radar in World War II. We've got to be thinking broader. I mean, cyber is clearly an important piece of battle space, but so is electronic warfare. And it relates back to cyber because we're so cyber dependent. The good news is we're the most wired society in the history of the world. The bad news is we're the most vulnerable society in the history of the world because of that. So I don't, in 10 minutes, don't want to get into electronic warfare, but it's something, we got to think of this as a broader sort of technological-based challenge.
I'll piggyback on that also. I've got Chief Brown here from the Air Force, and I think Chief Saltzman I saw earlier from the Space Force. And I saw Commandant Berger earlier this morning. It's not just technology, it's how you use it. It's how you integrate technology into operational concepts and employ them together. And the changes that Senator King talked about are very real. One that's very apparent in Ukraine, and it was apparent earlier in Nagorno-Karabakh, is the use of unmanned systems of autonomy and how much that's changing future battlefields. So we've got to understand these technologies, and then we've got to understand the optimum military application of them and get there first. We're in a race there just as much as we are for cyber.
We have just a couple minutes before we take questions. I want to come closer to home and pick up on something, Mr. Rozanski, that you said earlier about how there's good cooperation happening, but at the seams there's areas of improvement. And I think what you're really talking about is structure. And right now we're having an ongoing discussion about the structure of Cyber Command and NSA. General Nakasone, I understand that General Dunford has provided his report and his recommendations in which he didn't decide definitively whether the two agencies should be split. What is the future of those two organizations? Would you support a split? And if so, when would it happen?
So Nancy, at the end of the day, this is a policy decision that will be made. Anything decision, we're going to support this. But what's my reason? Why is the dual hat so important for, I think, the nation? It gives us three things. First of all, it gives us speed. It gives us agility, and it gives us unity of action in a domain that moves so rapidly. As Horacio was saying here, this is not years and decades. This is days and weeks many times. And so being able to rapidly adjust to election security or ransomware or Russia-Ukraine is enabled by a command that is world-class in signals intelligence and also in cyber. This is the future of what we're seeing today. This is the changing nature of conflict, right? My past 2 decades, I spent time going into and out of different countries where I was able to put my boots on the ground, where I was able to put in ground sensors, where I was able to do all of the things that we need to do and fly all the airborne intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance we wanted to over that country. We're not doing that today. But yet we're having tremendous success against our adversary. That's because we can operate with speed, agility, unity of effort in cyber and in signals intelligence.
I'll summarize what he just said. The last thing we need is 2 new silos. NSA and cyber commerce so complementary, and if it were separated, in my view, and I've sort of modified my view on this over the years, it would be, I think we'd lose a lot. I put an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act to make this position an 8-year position, like the Chief of Naval Reactors. This guy wasn't crazy about it.
He just bowed his head down, just so you know, when he said that.
But what he doesn't know, it didn't make it into the committee bill, but what you don't know is that we're now getting it into the final bill, and it's going to be life without parole.
I'll pass it on to my wife.
Well, I'd be then remiss to not ask you, General Nakasone, you've been in the job for 5 years. It'll be 6 in May. Do you anticipate having the 6th anniversary there? What do you think about your future? It's unusual to see someone in uniform in the same position so long. I'm just curious how you're thinking about your future, if you wanted to make any announcements today related to that.
Nancy, I serve at the pleasure of the Secretary of Defense and the President.
Well, this is a great opportunity. We've gotten some wonderful questions from the audience, and so I'm going to go ahead and put those to you, and I'll leave it to you gentlemen to decide who wants to take these questions, because they have not specified who they go to.
I'll take the easy one.
Okay, great. You tell me if this isn't easy. I think they're all hard, though. What are the combat domains that are most deficient in terms of the integration of cyber capabilities?
Could you say that again?
I'm so sorry. What are the combat domains that are the most deficient in terms of the integration of cyber capabilities?
Cyber's integrated in everything. You can't fight in any domain. You could argue perhaps undersea maybe, but we take it as a given now that cyber considerations have to go into anything we build. And any warfighting concept that we think about, we have to think about cyber operations as part of it. And one thing that I think is true when you talk about both deterrence and you talk about actual warfare is that the integration of cyber with operations really amplifies the strength of both. And you have to do them together. If you try to do either one independently, you're probably not going to be successful. I mentioned cybersecurity earlier and the importance of that. You can't design anything without hardening it against cyber attack. You also have to think about all the things you depend upon. Some of you in the room probably are familiar with the operational imperatives that we've been using in the Department of the Air Force for the last year or so to kind of organize our work and define the capabilities that we need. One of them was essentially about cybersecurity. It was about investigating all the things we depend upon to go to war. That's our personnel system, our medical system, our transportation system, our logistics system. A lot of these things are connected to the commercial internet, and they're part of the national infrastructure. So you have to think about all those things, as well as all the weapon systems you build and everything they're connected to for any function that they happen to have, including, for example, maintenance. So it's a ubiquitous problem. It cuts across everything. And there's no part of warfare that I can imagine where the use of cyber can't potentially enhance the other things or strengthen the other things you're trying to do, and vice versa. So you have to think about them together. It's inherent now in everything that we're doing. And that's a transformation in the last 20 years, so I would say.
So I think we're relearning, after 2 decades of violent extremist organizations and counterterrorism, the importance of encryption. I mean, this is a fundamental thing that we do. At the National Security Agency, no one makes code or breaks code better than our agency in the world. And we're learning that again in terms of our service. Our most sensitive communications, our most lethal weapons platforms have to be enabled by world-class encryption. And that's, I think, really to the point that all the service secretaries have been very, very supportive.
I would make there, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to add one thing. Secretary Austin, I think, will talk about integrated deterrence. And it's kind of the heart of our strategy. So it extends to our partners too. We will fight as a coalition, if you will, or as an alliance in any operation I can think we would do. The United States will not fight alone. So we have to have our partners integrated in this too, and they have to be cyber secure enough to be able to operate with us. So it extends beyond just our own capabilities and our connection to our support functions.
I was going to make the point that in some ways we have to stop thinking about cyber as its own thing.
Yeah.
And that whether that's in the warfighting domain or as a technology set, if you think about it, cyber and AI are on a collision course. They'll become one and the same if they haven't already. We can't fight in space without cyber and AI at the same time because the lag times are just too significant. If you think about quantum, post-quantum encryption is going to revolutionize a lot of things, and General Nakasone knows more about this than anybody. And even when you really start developing new systems, right? I mean, the best time to put an alarm system in your house is when your house is getting built. DevSecOps, the best time to actually build a secure system is to build it when you're coding the first time around. And so we really have to continuously think about cyber as an integrated element of everything we do.
It's such a good point, and in addition to what Secretary Kendall said about working with other countries, because I think what we're seeing in private sector and even across governments is great variance in terms of how they think about that. We just saw, for example, the attack in Australia that some people believe was because they haven't given these kinds of issues the weight of it that you all are talking about doing as well. And so I wonder how you do that cooperation, how you do that integration when the spectrum of sort of engagement on this topic is so varied.
You used the term cooperation, and that we really haven't touched on that. This is an international issue. Right. One of the most important initiatives of the administration was the creation of a cyber bureau in the State Department. The head of it is an amazing guy named Nate Fick, from Maine, by the way, but he has other qualifications. But the point is, this is all the countries have an interest in this. And I've always felt, for example, sanctions are more effective if they're multilateral than if they're unilateral. I want a cyber actor not be able to go to Monte Carlo or Paris as well as Miami or New York. And also setting of standards internationally is something that is terribly important. The Chinese have been very aggressive on these standard setting bodies that are sort of technical and boring, and we have not been participating actively. This new bureau at the Department of State, and I'm hoping that part of the National Defense Act will be something called the Cyber Diplomacy Act, which will establish this office in the State Department on an ongoing basis, not just one administration, because I think this is so important. This is not only our problem, it's everybody's problem.
To extend that even further, the CHIPS Act, which we just passed, is partly about secure microelectronics. Cybersecurity starts with the basic devices that you have to have. And so access to reliable microelectronics, which we're confident of the content, is a part of this equation also.
I want to end with a question about Ukraine, because I think that is obviously the dominant issue of today. And this comes from a member of our audience who asks, how have changes in Russia's cyber attacks and the war in Ukraine updated your views on how to ensure the resilience of U.S. allies' critical infrastructure in a protracted conflict? What have we learned that teaches us about protecting not only infrastructure, but infrastructure under attack in this kind of warfare?
I begin with the public sector. As I mentioned earlier, this is how we get to scale. This is how we are able to shine a light on really bad tradecraft behavior, malware, ransomware, et cetera, is by sharing it with the public sector. This is dramatically different, and I think that—
You mean the private sector?
The private sector, correct, I'm sorry. And this really is the piece that has changed so much in terms of where we can go in the future.
And are you confident that the private sector can protect its own infrastructure enough to hold that information and not have second and third order effects?
So this is the give and get, right? This is the working with government that has insights about what our adversaries are doing and also being able to provide the information that they're seeing as well.
One of our Solarium proposals was something called the Joint Collaborative Environment. Set up a structure where you could have the federal agencies, FBI, NSA, Cybercom, CISA, DHS, and the private sector as a place to come together, a kind of safe forum on these issues. And we're not quite there yet, but I think that's an important next step in terms of our setting up our structure. I ought to mention CISA and Jen Easterly, and also Chris English, the National Cyber Director, Ann Neuberger at the National Security Council. That triumvirate is really an extraordinary group of people, and CISA has done a great job, and I saw it. In 2016, we had secretaries of state. They didn't want anything to do with CISA. They were, we're okay, leave us alone. And Chris Krebs developed, and remember I used the word trust, developed a relationship of trust with the secretaries of state around election security. And now CISA's doing the same thing with the private sector, where they've got a program called, I love it, it's called Shields Up, helping the private sector to deal with these kinds of issues. So that's where I think, as I said at the very beginning, we're looking at new kinds of combinations of relationships that are going to be critical if we're going to be able to navigate this problem.
I want to go back to what General Nakasone said earlier a little bit. One of the things that's been critical in Ukraine is the ability to flow information to the Ukrainians. Their force has been much more successful because of that. I can't go into many details here about this, but the foresight General Nakasone and his team had, and their ability to be agile and adaptive and to take advantage of the private sector, have made all the difference in the world. And there's an enormous amount to learn from that. And we could do much better, I think, even going forward with our partners if we're ready to use some of those tools.
Well, we began this discussion with a survey about people wanting to understand cybersecurity more, their concerns about it, and ways that we could talk about it in a more forthright way. And I hope that this panel has gone towards that. And I just want to ask the audience to join me in thanking everyone for such an engaging conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Panel 2. Panel 4 will begin in 5 minutes in the Air Force One Pavilion. Panel 5 will begin in 5 minutes on this stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 5, I Want You, Restoring Confidence and Recruiting the Military We Need. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Dana Perino of Fox News and our distinguished panelists.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go. Welcome, everybody. I see a couple of old friends. Oh, wow. I have a new colleague and former colleague here, which is great, but a lot of friends in the room as well, and it's wonderful to be at the Reagan Center. It's such an amazing venue for a really important event like this, and I think that this panel in particular is very interesting to not only those of us in the room, but our country, our citizens, and our allies, and possibly even our enemies. Just a moment here for me to introduce you General David Berger. He's the Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps, and the Honorable Gilbert Cisneros. He's the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. You all probably know Senator Tammy Duckworth and Congressman Mike Gallagher. So welcome to all of you. One of the great things that the Reagan Defense Forum does is provide us data and research, and you can't fix or adjust what you don't measure, and so now we have some of these measurements, and on this one in particular, I think it's important to point out a couple of slides that will help describe and set up the conversation. If we could pull up the slide here about reasons for decreased confidence in the military, okay? The slide, it takes a long time to build up trust, and it can be lost pretty quickly. In the last 4 years, trust in the military has gone from in the 70% to now in the high 40s. That's a precipitous drop. I think that's very concerning, and we're going to talk about why and what we do about it to try to make it better. But one of the things here that you'll see is that if you just look at the great deal or sum of concern about why the respondents believe that they have a decreased confidence in the military. First of all, so-called woke practices undermining military effectiveness. You have also concern about far right-wing extremists serving in the military. That was a little bit less, to a lesser extent, than the wokeism. Military leadership being overly politicized. You have also, I thought this one was an important one to keep in mind, is the performance and competence of presidents as a commander-in-chief. So all of those things are apparently leading to people having a decreased confidence in the military. And then this next slide is something that is also something very important and something that the Commandant and the Honorable Gil Cisneros will talk about, and that is who's willing to join. And I thought this was very interesting, right? The extremely willing to join is at 6%, very willing 7%, and then right there in the middle, but not willing at all at 26%. And maybe, and I'll ask you to start, General, is that, in your perspective, the scope and scale of the problem, how do you describe it? You wrote a really great piece. I didn't bring it with me, but it was a longer piece describing what the problem is, your concern about it, and you advocated for some bold changes, but maybe let's just start with how do you see the scope and scale of the problem?
For propensity, I would say context matters. I was on recruiting duty in the mid-'80s, and I came into the Marine Corps in the late 70s, so probably like a lot of people in the room, you see a change over time. A snapshot 1 year, helpful to understand if you put it in context. I think propensity has always been a challenge, regardless of the economy, regardless of what's going on in the world, but there is clearly a cycle of when the nation is involved in a conflict and everybody's focused, attention on their awareness is up. That's a high point, and then in between conflicts it drops off, either because they're not aware of the military, don't know anyone in the military, or because things they see they don't like. So I think it's absolutely something we should pay attention to. It's not something we should hit the panic button on, but we should absolutely pay attention. This is what the recruiting force does.
Okay, and I will encourage them. They can talk amongst themselves as well. I don't have to be the go-to every single time, but we will kick it off this way and then mix up a little bit. Mr. Secretary, what do you think?
You know, I think the Commandant was right on when he said there's a civilian-military divide. Less and less people know somebody who served in the military. You know, my dad served, my uncle served, my grandfather served. To me, it was something that they all did, but that's becoming less and less. You know, I think the thing that we need to get out there is to really get out there and share our story, and really where we can work with Congress is to put out this message of service and the benefits of service. And that's one of the things, you know, hopefully going into next year, we'll be able to start working with the Congress on the HASC and the SASC about really getting after how do we get this message out of service to the country, and whether it be, you know, and some other thing that they can do publicly or really serving in the military. But we have to be able to get out there and tell our story and the benefits of service and how it's really changed lives. It changed mine, and I know it can do the same thing for others.
Senator?
I think we have shrunk our pool of people that we go to recruit from over time, and I think that we need to re-expand that pool. Yes, there is a growing trend in our society where you have the military families and the non-military families. So this military families keep serving over and over again. That's where we go to. But there are folks that in the past, like say DACA recipients, you used to be able to gain citizenship from serving in the military, and we stopped that. I think there are people who are eager and do want to serve but don't have the opportunity to serve. I've talked to recruiters and they'll say, you know, I say, well, how many have you turned down? You know, people who want to serve, could pass the ASVAB test, could do all of that, but they're DACA. And they turn away a lot of folks. So I think that we've shrunk our recruiting pool so much that we keep going back to the same well, and we need to look at expanding that pool. But there is this trend within our society. It's not just with the military, it's also, we're seeing this also with people who go into professions other than ones that require a college degree, right? For so long, every child graduating high school, the mark of success out of high school is, did you get accepted into a college? Right now, we need more people who can work as machinists, we need more people in manufacturing, all of that, and we're actually trying to grow that workforce in manufacturing in the same way. So that trend is across society, it's not just with military.
That's a really interesting point, and just last week, I can't remember if it was the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal had a big feature story on the front page about how major companies in America like IBM are rethinking their requirements because they are looking for the talent pool as well to want to join. So it's a really interesting point. Yeah. Congressman?
Well, there's no baseline to compare the propensity numbers against. So you kind of got to go to the so-called Jammers survey. That's the youth survey DoD does. And if you look at that, what we're seeing is that we're at the lowest level for propensity since 2007. And if you dig into the crosstabs to see why people don't have as much of a propensity to serve, they cite fear of physical injury and fear of psychological and emotional harm, which really makes no sense relative to 2007, right? In other words, in 2007, that can make some sense. I mean, things are pretty bad in Iraq at that point. If you join the Marine Corps at that time, you're pretty well guaranteed to go fight in Iraq. That's not the case today. So there's something bigger going on that's upstream of military policy. I will say, however, I completely agree with what the senator said about college and really the cultural issue we confront. I'll hear people in my district all the time say, not every kid needs to go to college, right? We got great jobs. You can make 75 grand a year welding here or there. And I'll say, well, what about your kids? And they'll say, well, my kids are going to college, right? Because there's still that stigma associated with. So that's part of it. I would submit that if 33% of 16 to 28-year-olds are not going to get the vaccine, that the vaccine mandate has to play a role there. We're going to be considering that policy this week and certainly in the next Congress. I think it's great. The Commandant's article was fantastic. It was the boldest thing I've seen written on this subject. I might disagree a little bit about the role of retention in terms of a solution, because retention, if you lean on that too heavily, you got an older force, and war is a young man and women's game. But I do think the fact we have senior leaders, I saw Secretary Kendall in the green room. We had SecNav, Secretary Kendall, Secretary of the Army out there with a joint op-ed. That's great. We need senior leaders in the Pentagon, including the SecDef and the DepSecDef, going to Middle America, talking about this issue, talking about the value of service, talking about the challenge associated with service. And in some ways, and I'll shut up after this, I think the message actually, it'd be more effective if it's less about an inclusive environment, right? Because the military, in some level, is an exclusive challenge. We have an all-volunteer force. We want the best and the brightest in our military. And I think that's certainly what was appealing to me when I considered joining the Marine Corps. And probably the best example of that in terms of Marine Corps recruiting was the infamous Lava Monster recruiting commercial in 1998, right? It was this crazy thing that seems almost comical in retrospect, but it inspired a lot of people around the idea that, okay, this is a massive challenge, and I want that challenge. So I think there are ways we can fix it, but right now, the all-volunteer force is in jeopardy because of the recruiting numbers we're seeing.
I do want to touch on retention a little bit, though.
Sure.
I think that we don't do a good job of asking people who leave after their first enlistment why they're leaving. And because we need to try to retain those guys, right? Those are the folks who oftentimes they haven't made E5, right? They're leaving after that first term. And I would like to know why they're leaving, because retaining those folks are important.
For
sure. The folks are going to become the young NCOs, and I would love to dig into those numbers more.
I was also reading about, in terms of retention, especially if you have a married couple serving in the military, if one gets promoted, well, maybe they'll have to leave, but does one have to retire? How do they move together? And some of the changes there I thought were interesting, especially for spouses who are working maybe outside of the military. Can we help them as well? I know there's some push on that. I do want to ask, General, when you see something in the survey results that says that people are concerned about wokeism in the military, how does that read to you? Like, what do you think they are saying? It could have lots of different definitions, but what does it mean to you?
Probably the best way to answer that, I would say, when you go to visit units, and the secretary was telling me last week he was at Camp Pendleton during Thanksgiving, like many people do, helping out, feeding in the chow hall. The way to answer the question, how do you feel about it, is how do the Marines feel about it? How do the soldiers, sailors, airmen, how do they feel about it? I don't see it. I don't hear it. They're not talking about it. It's not a factor for them at all. It's important, I think, in a survey, to pay attention to, but I don't know about you all, but I don't see a conversation or an impact of wokeism in the rank and file at all.
You've written about it a lot, Congressman. What do you think?
I disagree somewhat. Oh, first of all, let's just have a little bit of humility with these numbers, right? The survey is very valuable, but 14% of respondents say North Korea is an ally, 7% say Australia is an enemy. I mean, this survey shows a great deal of trust in Congress going up. I mean, granted, from 5 to 9%, but hey, we're headed in the right direction.
The media is right behind you.
Yeah.
They used to trust cockroaches more than Congress a few years back.
So McCain's things as staffers and blood relatives.
Yeah.
So, okay, unpack the top 3 issues cited in terms of great deal. Politicization of military leadership, presidential performance, and wokeness. So the first 2 are evenly distributed among Democrats and Republicans, roughly. So you can't just say it's, Republican Fox News watchers skewing the data, right? And that makes sense, because we've had both parties in recent years have recently retired generals speak at political conventions, calling the other party's nominee a national security threat. Both parties have changed the law in recent years to allow recently retired generals to serve as Secretary of Defense after not having done so for 67 years. We've had conspicuous incidents like the Lafayette Square debacle. And then on presidential performance, Afghanistan has to be playing part of that story, right? I mean, the way in which the so-called logistical success of our surrender to terrorists in Afghanistan played out. What I'm saying is I can construct a narrative for both of those top 2 variables. The third one, wokeness, right? So that it does skew Republican. But if you add up some degree and great degree, that's 50% of respondents saying woke policies are an issue. So you can debate the value of DEI programs. You can debate whether they contribute to lethality. But I don't think it's debatable that it is a problem. It is happening. There are hundreds of examples of this happening in the military, and I am hearing it. I'm hearing it from constituents that are on active duty or have families in the military. So again, reasonable people can debate the value of the growing DEI bureaucracy, but there's no question as to whether it is growing in the military and that Americans are concerned about it, albeit a greater number of Republicans and Democrats.
The survey this year asked more detailed questions from what I recall years before, which I thought, like you pointed out, really helpful. So on propensity, in the pages when you flip it back and they break it down by gender, by age, then you, especially in the age category, I may be off by a percentage or 2, but the population like 30 years and below is 11% higher than last year. Well, that's a good thing, right? That means 11% of the recruitable population is more propense than they were the year before. Some of that could be kids back in high school seeing recruiters that they didn't see when they were at home. It could be a lot of things, but there are trends that are moving, I think, in the right direction. The breakdown in a greater degree of specificity really helpful, I think.
Mr. Secretary, what about your perspective?
Again, I was just at Naval Station San Diego, and I went down to Miramar to visit the Marines and the sailors down there in the San Diego area, and I've talked to soldiers and airmen and guardians all over, and they're always coming to me about they're worried about their families, right? How can we take care of the families? How can we do that? And they want to know how we can improve the EF&P programs. How can we take care of our health care? These are the issues that they're talking to me. And, and around DEIA, to me, that's providing opportunity. How do we provide opportunities to individuals for them to go out and to succeed? And it's individuals, no matter where they might come from, right? We want to have diversity of geography, diversity of thought. Women are becoming a bigger part of our force, and we need to make sure that they are given the opportunity to succeed. And really, that is what we're doing with diversity is out there. It's about creating opportunity. It's not about creating some type of culture there that's going to ensure that we're keeping people down, but really about creating opportunity. And these are the things that people want. They want the opportunity to succeed. They want to know that we're going to take care of their families, and that's continually what I'm hearing.
But any of you want to comment on the other sides of that coin, that in the survey, so-called far-right or extremist individuals serving in the military, if you take a great deal in some, that's at 46%, saying that they think that's one of the reasons there's a decrease in the military. I'll open it up to anybody. Go ahead, Mike.
It is so it skews Democrat in the way that the wokeism numbers skew Republican, right? So the question then is it true, right? Is it true that the military has a problem with far-right extremists, right? What do the numbers actually say? Well, the Senate, in a bipartisan fashion, actually concluded after looking into this issue that for the military to keep burning resources on examining exceedingly rare cases of extremism was a waste of taxpayer dollars and should be discontinued immediately. The Secretary's Counter-Extremism Working Group, which relies on something called the PIRESIDE data set, the numbers are basically that there are 0.007% in terms of cases of far-right extremism. If you average it over time, it's actually 0.0001%. And then you go a layer deeper, you see bad social science lurking in the background here, like in most things. The data set omits 17,000 cases in the summer of 2020. If only a fraction of those were included, it would show a declining relative amount of extremism relative to the general population. The implication being, we should look to the military for advice on how we control rising extremism in an overall more radicalized society, right? And finally, to connect it to the overall topic of this panel, which is declining trust in the military and propensity and all of these things. Think about the effect that has. If you were thinking about joining the military and you opened up a newspaper, if you opened up the New York Times in the beginning of February 2021, you would have seen a headline that said, Secretary Austin ramps up fight against far-right extremists in the military. So if you open that and you saw the headline, you would conclude, oh my gosh, the military is filled with a bunch of far-right extremists. Except empirically, that's not true. Now, our goal should be zero, for sure, and there are ways in which the culture war comes from the right just as bad as it comes from the left, but that headline and that narrative, I think, is very damaging, particularly when we're in the midst of the biggest recruiting crisis since the creation of the all-volunteer force.
And, you know, I would have to say that perception is, that's the problem we have right now. We need to be talking about what is keeping parents from encouraging their children to serve, and what is keeping the population of young people 18 to 24 from looking to the military as an avenue for them to pursue you know, the next steps in life after high school. And I do think that just as my colleague talked about this, you know, he talked about the headline with Secretary Austin, the flip side of that is seeing General Milley walking behind President Trump, who just cleared Lafayette Square of peaceful protesters, and then holding up, you know, and standing in front of a church with a Bible that he borrowed from someone. So we need to stop that on both sides, right? We need to stop that. We need to make sure the military remains apolitical, make that clear, but then we got to go back. We got to go back to what is it that parents are seeing? What messages are parents receiving? What messages are young people receiving? Why are they not, when they're looking at, when they're doing their search pattern of what do I do after high school, why is the military not one of those things? And there's a number of reasons. One of the things that used to be, that the military used to offer was, this was a great place for you to go spend some time and get good training that was going to be useful to you in your career field post-military. And I don't hear that as much unless you become unless you become a pilot. Then, you know, that's sort of a pathway to the airlines, right? But if you're not becoming a pilot, you don't hear people saying the way my father's generation did, that, hey, enlisting is a great stepping stone towards a career afterwards, and you're going to get great skills in the military. So there's all sorts of factors that go into why people are not looking at the military as one of the viable avenues post-high school graduation. And it's talking to the parents, it's making sure that we keep the military apolitical, but it's also really not selling, but showing to the American public what a stint in the military does for a young person. It allows them to mature, grow, they gain lots of great experiences. They're going to be ahead of their peers when they come out in terms of a job, you know, a career field, all of that that I don't think we're doing a good job of messaging to the American people.
I agree. This is key. We talk about service and what it does for the country, but service, what it does for the individual, the way you all are talking about, is what we have to talk about more. And in some cases, it's a skill that will translate into later in life. But I would say, for my background, for most, it's intangible values. It's self-discipline. It's the parts that will make them successful later on, no matter what they do, that they're going to pick up when they serve. And when they get out, whether that's 4 years or later, that's going to translate. And everybody wants to hire those people. They're better citizens. They're better employees. And the second part I would say is, although most people in America would probably understand it as an all-volunteer force, it's an all-recruited force. In other words, the role of the recruiter and the translation to coaches and teachers and people in the community is huge. And we lost 2 years of that due to the pandemic. That will cycle back, where all those people in the communities and the schools will be very familiar with military people again. And the influencers that affect the high school kids, thinking, are back in play again. I think it will settle itself out.
Yeah, I met a young airman, and I asked him, what is your MOS? What are you doing in the Air Force? He says, I'm doing HVAC. And I thought, wow, we're giving you a career. This is a skill that you're going to have, whether you stay in 4 years or you stay in 20 years. Doing this, you're going to have a job and a career that you're going to be able to go and take advantage of for the rest of your life. And it's a good career. And these are the stories that I say we need to get out and tell more, right? And we need to counter these narratives. The extreme vast majority of people in our military are doing it right. Every once in a while there's a bad apple. And we need to make sure that we're taking care of those situations, right? And we're doing the training to let people know what needs to be done right and what's the proper way to act. And that's what we're doing. But, we understand and we know the vast majority of people are doing it right. And we need to tell those stories, and we need to get back to telling the benefit of service and how it can affect that individual.
On America's Newsroom, Bill and I recently reported on a survey of young people and what they said that they wanted to do when they grow up. Like, what do they want to be? And I would imagine that they don't think that military service is going to help them become a TikTok influencer, which is what a lot of them said that they really wanted to be. We should have a TikTok panel too at some point, maybe. I am curious, General, if you could talk about the concerns of, is there a concern about our readiness because of these things that we're talking about now?
In one word, no. Readiness of the forces as we have them that need to deploy, need to be prepared for deploy. But they are, as Secretary Austin said, they are the best I have ever served alongside. I have no doubts in their performance at all. They're not distracted. They know what their focus is, no question. We should pay attention to recruiting and propensity because that's what comes in the door, absolutely. But in terms of readiness of the force, I am absolutely 100% confident that this force we have right now, best I have ever served in.
Yeah, it's personnel and readiness, right? So readiness is a big part of what we do, making sure that we are ready today while we're modernizing for the future. And the commandant said it, we are ready to meet any significant challenge that's out there. Our forces are ready, and we have the best and the brightest in our military today.
Well, I am concerned about readiness. I agree that our force is ready to move to and engage with the enemies of our nation as we ask them to. But I worry that we're not sustaining that readiness the way we should, which is why I continue to vote for higher budgets for the DoD than gets asked under both Democratic and Republican administrations. But I also think that we need to make better investments in the troops once they're in as well. We still have a percentage of young enlisted who are food insecure. Imagine being food insecure and you're in uniform. And we're not talking about the young, E2 who went out and bought a Camaro with, right? Or got himself in hot for tattoos, You know what I'm talking about. But we're talking about, the fact is, those people that are enlisted in our military have changed. They're not young, single people. There are families trying to live on something less than an E5 salary. And we have a military hunger issue that we need to address with. We have an issue with a leave policy for female service members. So there are things that we should be doing that we are addressing. And I will tell you in a bipartisan way, at least in the Senate, that will make things better. So that readiness, the training I don't worry about, the equipping, all of that is something that we do very, very well. But I do worry that we're not sustaining the readiness in terms of their personal lives and the lives of their family members, because that's what's going to cause them to quit when they're a young E4. Because my kid's hungry and I'm having to go to the food pantry. You know, the fact is, outside of bases now, not only do you have the pawn shops and the tattoo places, you now have a food pantry outside a lot of military bases, and that's simply wrong.
When it comes to our paramount national security challenge, I do not have confidence that we are capable of deterring, let alone winning, a war with China over Taiwan. Sorry, I feel like I'm always the bad guy on these panels, like the downer. And I think there's plenty of evidence to support that claim. I mean, you always read about the war games that we get our butts kicked and handed to us. You can quibble with how those are constructed and the assumptions they're built upon, but I think directionally, that's right. We've had a series of high-profile accidents, peacetime accidents that call into question our warfighting prowess. We've had ships colliding with merchant vessels. We've had ships being lit on fire. We've had, plane crashes, things like that. All of this, to me, suggests that when it comes to our foremost challenge, which is deterring a war with a great power competitor, the system is blinking red. And I don't think sugarcoating that helps us in any way. And just to compare it to, or perhaps try to connect it to some of the stuff we're talking about, it's amazing that the military provides economic opportunities for people, provides a skill set that they can get a great civilian job afterwards. That's something I didn't appreciate when I joined. But at the end of the day, it's about warfighting. That's the business we're in, right? The military exists to fight wars and prepare to fight future wars. To quote MCDP 1, warfighting that the Commandant and I live by, I mean, if a military activity does not contribute to fighting a war, it can only be justified if it contributes to preparing for a possible future war. Anything else should be viewed with great skepticism. And that, I think, is where it's fair to criticize some of the DEI initiatives, right? They layer on another bureaucracy on top of a force that is already heavily bureaucratized and necessarily sap resources from the military's core warfighting functions. And the final thing I say, if you look at the poll, I think there's actually a positive story to tell, because the American people have high confidence in our ability to still get after some of those core warfighting functions. They're just more concerned about the political stuff. So Secretary Duckworth, maybe Secretary Duckworth at some point, was right to suggest that we need to get out of the politics and focus on that core warfighting imperative, because that's what the military does at the end of the day.
You know, our military is focused on the warfighting. You know, we have the national defense strategy that's out there. China is the pacing threat. We are working towards that. We are training towards that. And that is where the focus is. Again, DEIA, for us, it's about creating opportunity, and how do we do that for individuals? And I think it's about creating an atmosphere and a culture there where we bring in different minds of thought. You know, we're geographical diversity, right? That we just don't have one train of thought, you know, this is the only way to do it, right? We want to bring in different ideas. You know, I'm sure the Commandant, you know, is appreciative when he can get good ideas from the corporals and the lance corporals that are down there, sure, you know, giving him thoughts about, hey, how can we do things better? And that is what we're looking for, and that's what we're doing.
Maybe, I don't know if this is a quick question or not, but it comes to mind, I feel like, because we have just gone through a pandemic. And do you think that the COVID mandate will change at all? And would that make a difference for you, Mr. Secretary?
You know, again, the mandate has shown that we know that vaccines have been effective. It's kept people alive. It's kept people out of the hospital. 98% of our active duty force is vaccinated. and it's played a role in ensuring that, our force is ready. Readiness comes in many forms, right? We have to look at readiness as, the health of the individual service member is a big part of our readiness, that they're going to be able to go and go into combat and do their mission when they need it. And all the vaccines that we have, that we ensure that our service members get, play a role in that and ensuring that they're able to go out and do their mission.
Anybody else want to comment on that? No, okay.
We have 9 vaccines that we require of everybody that comes in the military, all for the same reason. They're tied to readiness, the way the congressman said. That's what you need to maintain a healthy unit that can deploy on ship, ashore, it doesn't matter. Where it is having an impact for sure is on recruiting. Where parts of the country, there's still myths and misbeliefs about the backstory behind it, and it's still having an impact in certain areas of the country on recruiting. But inside the force, we probably peaked last winter in terms of getting all of the force vaccinated. We had some service members die during that first probably 15, 18 months. We haven't had anybody die since April, 0.
Right.
Units go out 100% vaccinated, ready. It's critical to make sure we can do our job.
Right. We've had 96 service members pass away because of COVID. 93 of them were not fully vaccinated.
Congressman, did you want to say anything?
Well, I think one, I say this as someone who's vaccinated, actually, I think it's a lawful order. I don't think that's a close call. Now, I think it's imprudent based on what we know about this strain of the virus and the fact that it's endemic and unnecessary. But we don't need to argue about that. I think one legitimate criticism is that the current status for vaccination policy is really disjointed, right? And some of that is because there are now legal issues involved. DoD contractors have one set of rules. DoD civilians have another set of rules, which differs from the Army rules, which differs from the Navy rules, right? The Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Space Force, I think right now are under a legal prohibition from dismissing those who've requested a religious exemption, but the Army's under no such prohibition right now. So all of that, I think, creates confusion. And then the raw numbers, I think, we've dismissed 7,834-ish last time I checked. That's like 2 Army brigades, I think. I mean, that's a lot of people, all right? And when we need people. So I'm not saying I think the order was lawful. I'm not quite there on the readiness argument, but there is a lot of confusion out there right now.
I was also really struck by the percentages, I believe this was in your op-ed, about how many people that we have that might come to a recruiting office that couldn't pass the physical fitness test and would be immediately, encouraged if they want to join the military that you're going to have to go and try to get fit. I mean, how big a problem is that? And are any of our other allies dealing with this as well, or is that mainly an American problem?
I don't know about our allies. That's a great question. I think the statistics, the evidence is there that our society is getting more obese, getting more out of shape. Of course, we're drawn from society, so it's going to affect us. How do you address that? Back to the recruiting force. They become that person's physical trainer, mentor, everything that's the beginning of their military career. So not all of us were in great shape when we first talked to a recruiter either.
Right.
But the recruiter made sure, hey, before you go off, I'm going to make sure that you are prepared. But it is not a good signal for all of society to become fatter. I mean, that can't be healthy for the nation at all.
I was also curious about, there's so much more widespread marijuana use now across the country. Like if you come to New York, God bless you, it's horrendous. You smell it everywhere you go. And it's at all times of the day. In the morning, the afternoon, the evening, it's everywhere. And I know that President Biden and even President Trump are being pressured to try to lift any sort of prohibitions from getting a top secret clearance if you have marijuana use in your system. But I'm curious if you think that is a problem, if it's one that needs to be solved, or is it just what it is? Maybe Senator? Or?
Well, I mean, right now it's still not a fully legal drug. I just feel like when you join the military, you can't be drunk all the time either, right? So I think there are legitimate parameters that you can impose. I don't really see cannabis as the issue that's affecting recruiting. I'm more worried about all of the 18 to 24-year-olds who can't pass the ASVAB test, who can't pass the basic entrance examination that's written at the 8th grade level and can't do basic 8th grade math and English. That's what I'm worried about. And that's a national trend also. And we need to talk about the investments we should be making as a nation into our educational system so that either high school graduates or GED holders can actually pass the ASVAB test.
That's a great point. I think, if I don't remember the numbers, but I think the biggest source of disqualification, the Commandant probably does, is the obesity issue. And that's a huge problem for all the reasons you laid out, General.
And then ASVAB is second.
Is it? Yeah. And then up there is psychological and emotional issues, right? And that's got to be correlated with substance abuse, right? It's hard for me to disentangle all those. I mean, you mentioned TikTok. We should ban TikTok, by the way, but we don't need to talk about that. I mean, just think about the corrosive effect of so many kids just spending their whole life. That's got to also impact physical fitness, right? If you spend all day online and
not if you're dancing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe there's a solution there. Just got to get the algorithm right.
Make our own TikTok.
Somebody call ByteDance and ask you.
Yeah.
We've had some great questions come in from the audience, and this is an interesting one. Did the military bracket itself into a propensity problem with fewer communities with a military-based presence? Does that affect recruitment? I hadn't thought about it, but maybe so.
I'll let him chime in. I don't think you can connect BRAC to demographics in terms of recruiting, but there is clearly shifts in demographics in the U.S. that is affecting recruiting. But I haven't seen anything. I don't know the evidence. I don't know a correlation between BRAC and closing bases. But clearly, if there's not a military presence in your community, you're not going to know anything about it. And if the only thing you know about it is what you see on the news, it may not be good. So our presence in every zip code really important.
I think definitely. I think we need to have a presence there, and I think as the Commandant had mentioned earlier about getting out into the schools, right, with the recruiters. I talked to a young sailor and I asked her, "What made you join?" And she said it was that recruiter, that one-on-one contact that she had with her recruiter, and that's what we need to do. And I think the pandemic has kind of stopped and prevented that from happening a lot. But being able to make that one-on-one contact is still our biggest advantage that we have of bringing people into the military. If I could just go back to the last question real quick, I think the Army has a great program that they are piloting right now about those individuals that want to join, right, but they're not quite up to physical fitness standards, or they're not quite hitting the score there on the ASVAB. They're now taking them and they're doing kind of like a pre-boot camp with them, where they're getting them into shape and they're working on their academic skills.
Wow.
And they're having great results with this right now, is to help get more people in.
That's very encouraging.
Yeah, I would think that I would like to know if there's a correlation over time between the reduction in JROTC programs in high schools and ROTC programs in colleges and recruiting, because I think that exposure is a valuable one.
It certainly stands to reason, sure.
Yeah.
There was another question here I liked, which was, we haven't talked about something kind of new and exciting, and I wonder if this helps with recruitment. And the question was, what effects has the creation of the Cyber Command and Space Force had on recruitment efforts?
I think those are definitely special fields that we're going to need people in to come in and to serve. And I think it's just another area there where we're giving opportunity and teaching people a skill that they're going to be able to have for life. And we need to ensure that we bring them in and that we take advantage of them, or not advantage of them, but leverage the opportunity that they have to come in there and to teach them and to take and to leverage the skills that they develop. But I think the Space Force and the cyber world and what we're doing out there is definitely something that we hope will attract more people in to come in to do those type of jobs.
Congressman, you have anything on that?
Just one part of that. We actually in recent years gave the Pentagon a lot of authority to, let's say, take someone who's really talented in the cyber world and kind of have a special way to get them into the military and make them a major or a lieutenant colonel. Our understanding, and this could be wrong, is that the Pentagon hasn't used that authority really at all. And it could just be because there's, I don't know, it doesn't work, and we were wrong in kind of our theory of the case. But that's something I'd like to understand. Has that not worked? Why hasn't it worked? There's got to be a bunch of people that want to serve in the military, but don't necessarily want to, get a high and tight and run around and do pull-ups and all the weird stuff we do in the Marine Corps. And there's got to be a way we can leverage that talent.
Just picking up where he left off, I think we have to do we're going to have to change how we operate to where it's easier to move between active duty and reserve in the civilian sector, come back in. We have to make it a much more permeable, all-volunteer force than we have in the past. People should be able to step out for 2 or 3 or 4 years, come back in. We need to look pretty creatively, and I think that will affect propensity as well, because more people in the community then will be aware of it, of the military. They'll have a closer tie to it. Right now, those are not literal walls, but it's not so easy.
And what do you need in order to get that done? Is there a legislative angle, or
No.
it's all internal?
They gave us the latitude to do it.
Okay.
Now it's just we need to adapt. We need to adjust how we operate.
The Space Force is developing that model
Yeah.
to where, you know, the individuals spend time on active duty, then go into the reserves, and then come back. And so I think that'll kind of be the testing ground that we see, like how it works, and it'll be something that the other services can observe and see how they can take advantage of it as well. And I will say, hey, we do appreciate the help and support from Congress on the direct hire authority that they've given us. And, you know, when you talk about the cyber force and those that are doing space operations, you know, a big part of that force, right, and we say as a total force, are civilian personnel that are working for the services as well as the DOD, and allowing us and having that opportunity to bring those people in and to serve is something that we appreciate from Congress. And
it's probably not as, and then we can press ahead, but it's probably not as understood or aware by most people that when some folks leave the military, the grass isn't always as green as they thought it would be.
Sure.
So a lot do come back in too. We have to make that easy as well. If they got out and a year later it didn't work out, and they've got skill sets that we need in an area we need, we should make it easy for them to come back in.
One of the other questions that was coming in was about immigration. And is there a way that, immigration is a big, huge topic, and maybe not one I should bring up with 8 minutes to go, but I was turning to the senator and congressman, if there's always this feeling that there should be some sort of a way to do a comprehensive immigration reform, and maybe it would include something that has to do with immigration, but perhaps that isn't on the table right now, but should that be part of this discussion overall?
Yeah, I mean, well, let me tell you about the bill that I have I have very good bipartisan support, but it's being stopped by one person. It's called the Enlist Act, and it allows anybody that's entered the United States on a valid visa, who has overstayed that visa for whatever reason. Maybe they're the child of an H-1B visa holder and they've aged out of the system. Also, DACA people would qualify. And it would be a way for people who currently are in an undocumented status. You enlist, you meet all the requirements. You have to pass the ASVAB, you have to pass the medical, the background check, the 5-year background check that everybody has. You've already been touched by the State Department once because you had that valid visa at a previous point in time. You enlist. At that point, you get what is essentially a provisional green card. At the end of your first term of enlistment, we gave, in the bill, I give the Secretary of Homeland Security the ability to revoke that green card at any time during that first term of enlistment, should they not keep their noses clean. If you serve honorably through one tour, that green card becomes permanent. Then you go to the end of the line and you wait just like everyone else and wait your turn to be able to apply for citizenship after you've waited the amount of time. We used to allow people to earn citizenship. You want to become an American? You say you love this country? Put on your colors. Put on your uniform. Be willing to put your life on the line to defend this great nation. Show me you truly love and care for America. That is a valid way forward, and that's a way many of our ancestors gained citizenship, by the way, in this country. But we stopped that in the early 90s. And so my bill, I have lots of support on both sides. There's a companion in the House, but I've got the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee who says he's not letting anything on immigration move. And he considers immigration, I consider it a recruiting bill, because all we're doing is just expanding that, right. But it's being seen as a recruiting bill. On the Democratic side, it used to be dogma that we will only do comprehensive immigration reform. We're not going to move pieces of it.
Right.
I will tell you, as a Democrat in the Senate, we've moved away from that. We are willing to move pieces of immigration reform. And this, I think, would be one that both sides could agree on.
That's a very powerful idea, I think.
You screw up. You do anything wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And listen,
you
my
yank the
basic
green card,
framework
yeah.
is legal immigration, good. Let's make that easy, transparent. Illegal immigration, bad. Our system is totally broken.
Yeah,
I feel like it's only a matter of time before we figure it out.
Don't reward the cheaters.
Yeah.
Pay your fee, fines, penalties, whatever it is. Go to the end of the line. It's got to be doable. It's got to be fair. And it's got to be humane.
One thing I had trouble making sense of, if you look at the propensity to serve numbers, this is in the youth survey, not in the Reagan survey, though. The drop really comes from males and from Hispanic Americans. And that's something I couldn't quite create an explanation for. I have certain, I think, ideological priors. I do think that there might be a way in which the more controversial woke policies are affecting those populations. We can have that argument. I will say, just on one point, it doesn't surprise me that the Secretary or the Commandant wouldn't be hearing about this from the fleet, because if you're sitting there in front of the Commandant of the Marine Corps, I mean, you're probably not going to get the most unvarnished answer. I could be wrong about that.
Wait, I know Marines. Yeah. Yes, he would.
Not me as a second lieutenant. But let me say one other thing, and then Commandant can tell me why I'm wrong. The idea that DEIA is being sold is a matter of opportunity. That's actually not how it's being sold to us from Pentagon leadership. It's being explicitly sold to us as a way of improving lethality. I mean, when Anderson Air Force Base in Guam was sending around emails saying don't use gendered pronouns, they said do that because it will improve lethality, right? We had cadets at the Air Force Academy that were being given similar guidance. There's now a minor in diversity and inclusion at the Air Force Academy. Quantico's spending $144,000 a year on a DEI official. That's more than we pay the base commander. It's being sold as a way to improve lethality. And I think if I could explain the Republican skepticism, such as it exists, we have yet to see any evidence that DEI programs like unconscious bias training, like leveraging AI to reduce board bias, as the Navy recommended, is actually somehow going to improve lethality. If you can prove that, then you have a good case. And now we have an ocean of evidence accumulating that suggests these programs either have no impact, or they're actively counterproductive. They increase discord, friction, and disunity. And that's the concern from my side. Not that I speak for everyone.
I can tell you what success looks like. Earlier this week, on your topic, there's a battleship in Wilmington, North Carolina from World War II that's tied up there. They had a naturalization citizenship ceremony.
Oh, cool.
You saw? I don't know.
I used to be a part
I saw it yesterday. I wasn't aware of it, but anyway, they have a citizenship ceremony on the deck of the USS North Carolina from one unit, one battalion, and they're swearing in, 20, 25 people as U.S. citizens from one unit, from like 11 or 12 different countries. That's what right looks like. That's good.
One of my favorite memories during the Bush administration was going to Walter Reed, and there was a similar ceremony, and the sacrifices were very real and obvious to see, even with the eye. And I think that your bill is really very interesting, Senator, and I would love to stay in touch with you on that. And we'll have the other guy who's holding it up on the show too, maybe. Is he there?
If I could just say one thing. We want to ensure everybody in our military is able to serve with dignity and respect, that they're going to be treated right, and everybody's going to take care of each other. And I know this is, Secretary Austin has made it his priorities, right, that we're going to defend the nation, take care of our people, and succeed through teamwork. We want those units to be strong, right, and ensuring that we're treating with dignity and respect is going to make a stronger unit, a better unit. It is going to make them more lethal. Yeah. We know that some of these problems, whether it be extremism or whether it be sexual assault or harassment, can cause corrosion, in a unit and bring it down. And so we are working to kind of ensure that that doesn't happen. And we know that they're, on all cylinders already, and none of these things are taking place. They are going to be stronger, they're going to be better, and they are going to be more lethal.
And I got to say that the greater diversity is helpful and useful to the force and the lethality of the force, especially as you're looking to you know, what the recent NDS and our near peer competitor, you know, with China and the Indo-Pacific region. I remember as a second lieutenant going through as the only Asian only woman in my flight school class, right? And we got this talk like, this is what you should look like. And they put up a poster and it was like a 6-foot tall guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, with the high and tie, it's like, I can never look like this. I would never look like this. And you're telling me from day one that I'm gonna fail because this is your ideal and I'm never gonna look like that. Now we've come a long way in 30 years, but if we're gonna be recruiting from Gen Zs, right? Then we've got to be able to also appeal to Gen Z. And we've got to be able to appeal to the moms of women, young women who want to serve in the military, and moms and dads of young women who know that their daughters are going to become warriors, but their daughters are also not going to become victims of military sexual trauma. So there is a place for this, and the diversity, especially in communities that we don't normally go to. We go to the same well over and over again, going back to what I started talking about. We need to be recruiting from the Asian American and Pacific Islander population, especially the Asian American part, because Pacific Islanders have always served in uniform, but the Asian American part, right? We're not going to attract those folks and those families.
With that, right.
Right? Unless they see a greater diversity. And then we're going to be more effective when you go into Indonesia and Thailand and in places like that. When there are a variety of faces, when my face shows up, it makes a difference in uniform. When you go to do Operation Cobra Gold, and those language skills and all of that stuff is important. So there is, it does contribute, and the diversity is helpful, and it is good for the readiness of the force. Just remember where we were, before we start saying, let's get rid of all of it.
So I always try to leave on a high note. I wrote a book called And the Good News Is, partly because I was taught, well, yeah, when I worked on Capitol Hill, they said, if you go into the congressman and you have a question, and it's usually bad news, like, Congressman, the New York Times is going to write this really bad piece. But the good news is, like, I did something else. So I'll just give you just maybe a quick little chance to give a little bit of good news about this situation. We'll start with you, General.
Great point. Monday or Tuesday afternoon, I'm going to get a phone call from outer space. Back to your point. From Colonel Mann. The mission commander on the space station right now is a female Marine Corps fighter pilot astronaut.
That's great.
You want good news?
Yeah.
That's progress. To your point, that's progress.
Mr. Secretary, your turn.
No, we need to get back to kind of countering some of the narrative that's out in the media, right? And really telling our story and the benefit of service and what it can do and how it can change lives. It set my life on a path that I never would have imagined and gave me extreme amounts of opportunity to succeed out there. And I know we can do the same thing for other individuals.
Senator.
The military is still the most highly trusted and respected institution in American society, and we just have to work hard to keep it there.
As the good news, by the military's own admission, it's already more diverse than the rest of the population. So if that's an imperative, it sort of begs the question, what problem are we trying to solve? Second, the military has a proud history in terms of being one of the earliest institutions to force racial integration. Just look at the memoirs coming out of the Korean War. Look at Colder Than Hell by Lieutenant Joseph Owen. I mean, he talked about how the politicians had decimated the force, and though there was some reluctance, the overwhelming feeling was we needed every man we could get, and that a Marine was a Marine. I believe that ethos still pervades the military, and I think that is the right ethos to guide our actions going forward.
What a great panel. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Panel 5. Please make your way to the first floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Our luncheon discussion with Secretary Lloyd Austin is about to begin.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Lectern microphone. 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The fireside chat is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Ben Sutton.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In his first inaugural address, President Reagan declared, above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. More than 40 years later, the men and women of Ukraine have proven how right he is. Their courage and resolve have been extraordinary and indeed the most formidable weapon in their arsenal. But if there's a second most important item in that arsenal, it's the intelligence capabilities and emerging technologies that have allowed them to stand up to what the world long considered a great military power. That intel and technology, so much of it provided by the United States, has allowed them to flip the script, and it's made us rethink the wars will be fought in the future. That is why it's so meaningful that for the very first time, we're joined here at the Reagan National Defense Forum by a sitting director of national intelligence. Director Avril Haines has earned a stellar reputation of bipartisan collaboration and deep expertise. Many of you worked with her when she served as deputy director at the CIA and the principal deputy national security advisor during the Obama administration. And the agencies she now oversees have been the consequential players as the free world counters Russian aggression. In the days leading up to Putin's vicious assault on democracy, the United States intelligence community over and over accurately and precisely predicted his every move and revealed his intentions. That public use of intelligence exposed false flag operations. It built trust in America's warnings. It united our allies, and it gave the Ukrainians greater time to prepare. This is the first war in which we've seen intelligence leveraged in this way, thanks to the technology that was not even available 10 to 20 years ago. The public use of intelligence has undermined the adversary's plots, destroyed and continues to destroy the Russians' narratives, and helped the Ukrainians fight for their freedom. So let us all thank the intelligence community for their stellar work, not just in Ukraine, not just for what we know and see, but also for the many unseen ways that they keep us safe every day. Leading today's fireside chat with Director Haynes is a veteran correspondent respected by so many in the national security community, Andrea Mitchell, the Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for NBC News. Her career dates back to the Reagan administration when she covered the White House, including traveling with President Reagan to his arms control summits with the late Mikhail Gorbachev. Please join me now in welcoming Andrea Mitchell and the 7th Director of National Intelligence, and also the very first woman to lead the United States intelligence community, Avril Haines.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you. It is such a privilege to be back here at the Reagan Library and Foundation, and to see so many of my friends from past administrations and past Congresses and Senate, and to most particularly be here with Avril Haines, the 7th Director of National Intelligence and the first woman. So thank you so much for your service, and thanks for being with us here today.
Thank you for doing this, and let me just say thank you so much for inviting me, honestly, and for the lovely introduction, but I will relay the thanks to the intelligence community. And I'm deeply grateful, frankly, for what all of you do in the defense industry and across the community to actually support us in many respects, so thank you.
And I did want to begin with Ukraine, about the capacity that Ukraine now has, having retaken Kherson. Do they have the capacity for a counteroffensive to even approach Crimea and try to break that land bridge?
Yeah, I think, so as we're looking at the trajectory of the conflict, kind of going through the next several months, honestly, we're seeing a kind of a reduced tempo already of the conflict. Most of the fighting right now is around Bakhmut and the Donetsk area, and sort of has slowed down with the withdrawal of Russia from the sort of western Kherson area to the east of the river. And we expect that's likely to be what we see in the coming months. And then once you get past the winter, the sort of question is, what will the counteroffensive look like potentially in the spring, in effect in March and in that area? And we expect that, frankly, both militaries are going to be in a situation where they're going to be looking to try to refit, resupply, in a sense, reconstitute so that they're kind of prepared for that counteroffensive, but we actually have a fair amount of skepticism as to whether or not the Russians will be, in fact, prepared to do that. And I think, yeah, I think more optimistically for the Ukrainians in that time frame.
To that point, to what extent is Putin getting real information about the war and about the reverses they've suffered?
Yeah, I mean, this has obviously been an issue that's been discussed pretty widely, and I think what I can say is that I think Putin was surprised by his military's sort of lack of performance and the fact that they did not accomplish more. That's, I'm sure, no surprise to anybody here. I do think he is becoming more informed of the challenges that the military faces in Russia, but it's still not clear to us that he has a full picture at this stage of just how challenged they are. And I mean, we see shortages of ammunition, poor morale, supply issues, logistics, a whole series of concerns that they're facing.
You said in June that he had not changed his objective to retake Ukraine. Do you think that's changed at all?
Yeah, what we say is that he has not changed his political objectives, and at least we don't see evidence of that. And in effect, I think, as we look at it, when you say his objective to retake Ukraine, I think there are a lot of interpretations of what that means. And so, his political objective is effectively to control it. He doesn't see Ukraine, and of course he says this publicly on a pretty regular basis, as a separate country. He sees it as part of, in effect, his, sovereign national ambit. And I think the challenge is, what does that mean for his near-term military objectives? Are they going to be as expansive as they were at the beginning, or does he at some point recognize that he's incapable of doing what it is he intended to originally and sort of downscale what it is that he's willing to accept for now? I think our analysts would say, he may be willing to do that on a temporary basis with the idea that he might then come back at this issue at a later time.
How debilitating is the destruction of the power grid in terms of Ukraine's ability to not just get through the winter, because it's a humanitarian disaster already, but to sustain its military?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think this is obviously, we in the intelligence community spend a lot of time looking at the analysis of these issues. It is sometimes hard in the morning as you're reading the intelligence to sort of separate it out from the tragedy of what's happening every day. And I think, as we watch these, the population fight for their country and then see the just outrageous illegal attack on civilian infrastructure such as the grid, and it's not just the grid, right? It's gas, it's heating, it's a variety of other things that they're going after. I think in part, they're doing this in order to undermine the Ukrainian will, in effect. And I think we're not seeing any evidence of that being undermined right now at this point. They are also looking potentially to affect Ukraine's capacity to, prosecute the conflict. And it can, over time, obviously, have an impact. How much of an impact will be dependent on how much they go after, what they're capable of doing, the resilience of that critical infrastructure, our capacity to help them defend it in many respects. And then I think also there's the economic aspect of this. I mean, Ukraine's economy is suffering very badly. It's been devastating. And I think, obviously taking down the grid will have an impact on that as well.
How quickly is Russia burning through its military stockpiles of munition?
I think I can give you precise numbers in this fora, but quite quickly. I mean, it's really pretty extraordinary. And our own sense is that they are not capable of indigenously producing what they are expending at this stage. So that is going to be a challenge, and that's why you see them going to other countries effectively to try to get ammunition. And of course, we've indicated that their precision munitions are running out much faster in many respects. They have a lot of stockpiles. How viable those stockpiles are, how much they have, what they can use in different conflicts are obviously all questions that we look at quite carefully with our allies and partners.
How much are they relying on North Korea for relying their artillery?
I mean, we've indicated we've seen some movement, but it's not been a lot at this stage, and it is one of the ones that we're watching quite carefully because it would be significant, potentially.
And the Iranian drones, which have been so effective in taking out the substations, so they don't have to use their advanced weaponry to take out power plants as long as they can interrupt the grid.
Yeah.
Do we also see evidence? There have been reports that Iranians are on the ground. Are they on the ground helping them to actually manufacture these drones?
What I can say is that we've obviously seen them give UAVs, and they tried, the Iranian regime first denied it, then they said, well, these were given before the war. They had a variety of different excuses for it. I think We've also seen the Russians looking for other types of precision munitions from Iran, and that will be very concerning in terms of their capacity more generally, but it's probably as much as I can do.
Director Burns told me in July that Russia had suffered about 15,000 casualties. Are there losses continuing at that pace? Can you give us some estimate?
I won't do estimates, but I'll say that, right now what we're seeing, as I mentioned, is kind of a reduced tempo. So we're not seeing just as many casualties as we have in the prior weeks and months.
Is there any evidence that China is supplying any material support other than buying their oil?
China continues to play sort of both sides of this game, right? I mean, they are continuing to work with Russia on a variety of things. They continue to do things like have meetings, find ways to support them in international fora to help them manage, efforts to expose what the Russians are doing or provide condemnation. And they are providing different forms of assistance. We have not indicated publicly we don't see anything that is determinative of military assistance, but there are things on the margins of that concern us, and we'll obviously keep watching this.
It does appear that Putin has tamped down the nuclear threats recently. Is there any evidence that China was instrumental in that?
No, but I think it is fair to say, from our perspective, that Xi's voice on this is going to be, obviously, among the most compelling to Putin on this issue. And so the fact that he came out and indicated, as he did, in the G7, that was important, and I think that's likely to have been something that's important to Putin.
There's been reference just here now to the extraordinary steps that the intelligence community took to declassify in the days before the war with our allies, and notably in the early stages of the war. How much of a tactical advantage do you think that gave us? And is this a lesson to continue to declassify intelligence to sort of gain leverage over an adversary?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you how it developed a little bit, because I think it's important to just understanding how we were thinking about it, and also tell you that it really was an extraordinary team effort. I mean, leaders like General Nakasone, who's here today as well, and others, Bill, and just across the community were a part of making it happen the way we did, and this has been one of the joys of, frankly, sitting in my seat, which is that I get to see how the community can work together to actually produce what we've been able to produce in the context of this conflict, and have a rare opportunity, honestly, for the world to see a little bit of what we do, because often when we're doing this, we don't have a chance to, expose it, as Director Panetta knows and others who have been leading our intelligence community in the past. But what happened was, essentially, we were obviously starting to provide intelligence to our policy community, to the president and so on, that indicated we were increasingly concerned about the fact that Putin appeared to be developing an option, a military option, to do a large-scale invasion in Ukraine. And as we saw that, I think as anybody under the circumstances would be, there was a fair amount of skepticism even in our own policy community. Are you sure? Like, does this really make sense? Why would he do this? What are the options? How is this going to develop? And, and we increasingly were putting intelligence on the table to say, no, we really think this is something that is real. And then, the president sort of said, okay, well, we need to start talking to our partners and allies about this. What will we do? How can we, is there any opportunity for deterrence? How do we, work together to prevent this and, ultimately to respond to it? And so, as you might imagine, Blinken, our secretary, our national security advisor, others, Secretary Austin, go out and start talking to allies and partners about it, and a lot of them were very skeptical, right? Just sort of a sense of, really? Like, this doesn't seem likely, are you so sure? And as it came back, the president sort of said, well, we need the intelligence community to go out there. We need to start sharing intelligence to make sure that they see what we see, so that they know that there's at least a basis for actually doing planning and responding to this. And so we began to sort of set those mechanisms up and really invest in them in a way that, was sort of more than what I've at least seen before for this kind of effort. It was pretty extraordinary. And, it was on a bilateral basis, different leaders in the intelligence community going out and talking to their interlocutors. It was teams of our analysts and folks talking to experts in other intelligence community services and so on. And we did it, you know, to the international fora, to NATO, for example. I went there a number of times before even the invasion and afterwards, and, you know, and just sort of briefing them on what we're seeing and helping them to understand it. And even if they were skeptical, there was sort of a sense of this is serious. You know, we're actually providing some information and kind of changing their mind enough to say, we should plan with you on how to do this. And I think that did have a big impact. And I think to your final point, yeah, it is something that because we sort of saw the structure and how to do this effectively, and also the value that we got from talking to our liaison partners about these issues and educating our own system, which of course we do naturally, but, you know, doing it in this kind of concerted campaign was, you know, intensified it. We're looking at, are there other ways we can do that? But we also are I'll put two things down as markers for, I think, some of the caution that we feel about moving forward on this. One is, you know, we did it in a very deliberate way to try to protect sources and methods. That's obviously, you know, one of our greatest concerns. If we lose the access that allows us to have this insight, then we're really undermining our entire capacity to promote the national security. So we want to make sure, and as we look to, many people ask about the China piece, like China, you know, any access that we have there, we need to protect. It's a long-term critical challenge for us, and so we need to be very careful about what we do in this space. The second is that we don't want to be perceived as a tool of policy, and I think, you know, in my own efforts to try to think about this, I wanted to make sure that there was still a separation between, you know, I didn't go to the North Atlantic Council, for example, with Tony to do a brief. I went separately and provided the intelligence community perspective. I had our senior analysts with us. You know, we let them say what they want. We're not clearing talking points with anybody, and we're providing our best assessment. And, you know, that I think is critical, that we continue to have credibility essentially in this space if we're not perceived as basically holding policy's water on this.
Now, finally, on Russia, I want to ask you about Putin. We've seen the protests, which are remarkable, especially since the call-up of the troops, but do you see any real dissent among the military, among the elites, the oligarchs in the power structure?
I mean, we've seen increasing, essentially, dissent among the elites, and, you know, you've seen mayors speak out. You've seen some of the sort of more significant figures in Russia, you know, provide more critical views of the war and what's happening in Putin than you have in the past, but nothing that amounts to likely regime change, but it could shape some of his decision-making, and I think that's the space that we frequently are kind of trying to understand better.
How do you think the protests have shaped decision-making?
The protests in Russia?
In Russia.
I mean, I think the elite voices have probably had more to do to shape potential Putin's decision-making than the protests themselves.
To harden his decision-making?
Unclear.
Speaking of protests, Iran, extraordinary protests that we really have never seen to this extent, not in 2009,
yeah.
Even. To what extent do you think it will actually lead to change? Because the Iranian women whom I speak to, they believe there's no turning back. But the regime doesn't really seem to be movable.
Yeah, it is remarkable to see. And I mean, among the first protest movements that we've seen really be launched by a cultural issue that was just extraordinary. And so look, I think, you know, we're not seeing the regime perceive this as an imminent threat to their stability, in effect, right? They're cracking down on what's happening. On the other hand, you know, when we look at how this is developing, when we look at it combined with the economy, for example, which really is having extraordinary challenges right now. I think they hit at the early November an all-time low for the real, which was like 370,000 to $1. You know, late November, I think we saw 50% inflation, 70% food inflation. They are really having challenges, and even nationwide seeing sporadic close downs of businesses and things like that. And I think, you know, from our perspective, that's one of those things that will lead to a greater risk of unrest and instability over time, and depending on how it develops. And when you combine it with the generational divide that we're seeing that are represented in the protests and those pieces, I think we have yet to see how this ultimately evolves, but it is not something that we see right now as being a sort of, again, an imminent threat to the regime, and we see the regime continuing to crack down on this quite violently, and that they are poised to do more, even as we see some kind of controversies even within them about exactly how to respond within the government.
To what extent are they using Chinese technology, surveillance technology, to track the protesters and to carry out punitive?
Yeah, we see them doing a lot in the space in the information space to try to manage it, as we've seen, obviously, Iran's efforts to influence our own politics and policymaking.
Iran is now enriching to just below weapons grade and are taking other steps at Fordo, which is obviously a lot harder to track now that the inspectors are not functioning the way they had been and the cameras are shut off. What is our red line here?
Well, this is where I get lucky because I'm not in the policy community and I do not have that. Okay, yeah.
Can you say how close they are to weaponizing and to miniaturizing?
We don't have information to suggest that they've made a decision to move towards a nuclear weapon, but we continue to see them take moves, obviously.
The U.S. is spending millions of dollars a month to protect former officials from Iranian threats.
Yeah.
To what degree has the Revolutionary Guard penetrated the U.S.? I know that protection and action is a domestic issue, but what do we know about their ability to penetrate?
I can't go into details about the operational piece, but I will say that we continue to see the IRGC, the Quds Force, basically, and frankly, other Iranian intelligence services just continue to pursue increasingly aggressive actions, and in part as in response to the Soleimani death, and as a reprisal for that, but really across the board they are being extraordinarily aggressive, going after both domestically and abroad dissidents and others.
I want to ask you about North Korea. We saw the most advanced ICBM launch, and the frequency of testing is extraordinary. We also saw Kim Jong-un bringing his 9-year-old daughter out, and, the first time to see a launch.
Quite a celebration, huh? Yeah.
There's a lot of reporting that we're now expecting a nuclear test. What sense does the community have about how close we are to the first nuclear test in 5 years?
I mean, it's certainly something that we're continuing to look at and monitor, and I think, is not, we've indicated that we expect to see additional tests, that a nuclear test is a possibility. Those are things that are going to move forward. But as you point out, I think we're just seeing an extraordinary number in this year. I think it's been over 50 launches in this year alone. It's pretty extraordinary. And there are a number of factors that go into that, right? I mean, I think in part, North Korea recognizes that China is in a position where they're less likely to essentially hold them accountable during this period, distracted by a variety of other things, that we're, in effect, focused on the Russia-Ukraine. They are potentially having more leverage with Russia to avoid being sanctioned by them, and it makes it much harder for Linda in the United Nations and in the UN Security Council to really get additional sanctions moving forward on them.
And China, as you point out, China is now more concerned about its own issues, as well as perhaps seeing North Korea as less of a threat, a nuclear North Korea, than doing anything that would help America at a time like this.
Yeah, they are certainly, as you say, distracted by domestic issues, and they have a lot on their plate right now.
The Chinese protests, unprecedented. Especially surprising to many observers after President Xi Jinping had just consolidated power.
Yeah.
How significant do you think these protests are?
I mean, I think in a way it's a different version of the Iran and the really more of the probably Putin piece, which is to say that it's, again, not something we see as being a threat to stability at this moment, or, you know, regime change or anything like that, obviously. But it is nevertheless something that we're watching quite carefully and, you know, again, can have an impact on decision-making, and how it develops will be important to Xi's standing. I mean, for one thing, it is highlighting the challenges that Xi finds himself in the context of his COVID policy, right? I mean, it has had a pretty negative impact on the economy in China. And yet it is also something that, you know, seeing protests and the response to it is countering, you know, the narrative that he likes to put forward, which is that he, you know, China is so much more effective at government, they're better at management, there's sort of no chaos here, we don't have these kinds of problems, right? And it also, I think, is highlighting the fact that despite the impact it's having on the economy, despite the human impact of the zero COVID policy on communities who, you know, are experiencing this in China, he's unwilling to take a better vaccine from the West and is instead relying on a vaccine in China that's just not nearly as effective against Omicron and the challenges that they're facing. And that's, I think, a challenge for him to manage.
I know you can't talk about the investigation into Mar-a-Lago, but if somebody in the intelligence community took home documents, classified documents, and then resisted turning them back, what would be the impact?
Andrea. Yeah. Please don't do that. Just leave it at that.
I mean, 2 former directors of CIA had to pay a price for that, or for something similar, for the way they handled intelligence. All right. Speaking of transparency,
nice.
The survey of this foundation had an historic low in terms of the public's confidence in the intelligence community. What do you attribute to that? Is that Iraq? Or is it the vilification of the so-called deep state by, you know, domestic criticism, political criticism, unwarranted or otherwise? What do you think has caused this lack of confidence?
Yeah, I think you're saying the survey that's sort of indicating that there's a lack of, or the trust in the military, not the intelligence community, but I do think that we also have a challenge with public trust in the intelligence community. And honestly, we've seen for years public trust deteriorating in public institutions more broadly. You know, this is something that is happening in the United States and also in Europe, and I take it very seriously for the intelligence community. I mean, I think coming in, it was one of, from my perspective, one of the key priorities is, can we increase public trust in the intelligence community? And I see it, you know, as fundamental, frankly, to our mission, which is to say that when we have an opportunity to warn the public about, you know, threats and challenges that we're facing as a country, I'm hoping that they will actually believe what we're saying, right? I mean, we're not going to be as effective if they don't have trust in us, and we're also not going to get the best people coming to the intelligence community if they don't trust us. And, you know, so there's a variety of reasons for why I think it's critical for us to be building on that. And I'll just tell you, you know, some of the things that we're trying to do in order to enhance that. I mean, I think it's a series of things. One is transparency on some level. And, you know, for this, that's pretty hard, I would say. But it's nevertheless critically important for us to push on. And it's something that, I mean, look, I am part of a long tradition of leaders, frankly, trying to do this. And the areas that I'm focused on are trying to get out more on what we see as the threat in general ways if we can add to the conversation. I think that's important because I think in a democracy we want to have as educated a public conversation and debate as possible, and I believe national security and foreign policy is critically important and increasingly so. And so I want to contribute essentially what our analysts do, and we have an initiative where National Intelligence Council papers and others, analytic products, we're trying to pull out. But I also think it's critically important for us to be transparent about our programs and activities in very general ways that allow people to understand, here are the lines around what we do and we don't do. And that's something that the more we can expose that, I think the better we are on just trying to help people understand this is something that I can't expect the intelligence community to do, or this is something I can. And so therefore, when something comes out, we're able to say, this is what fit within this framework, and here's why, and hopefully, people will understand that, or here's where it didn't fit in the framework, and so therefore you need to hold us accountable for that. The other piece of it is that we continue to have mechanisms that try to oversee essentially our activities. And we report to Congress on a whole series of different programs where, what is our compliance with those things? Where do we see issues, that sort of thing? And we try to increasingly publicize where we see non-compliance, because I think that's part of helping to build trust. We are not doing everything perfectly. We understand that. We see problems too. We're going to try to correct it. We do sometimes need space for people to say, okay, you're doing something, that is totally unacceptable, but okay, you've admitted to it, now let's actually fix it and get better and work on that. And then we are also doing things where we're trying to, frankly, help reflect the country in our intelligence community and a diversity of views, and that
include recruitment?
Yeah.
Women and minorities?
Exactly. So that means, a variety of things. That means trying to actually reflect from an ethnic and racial and, gender perspective what America looks like in the intelligence community, but it also means getting out to diverse geographies. It means getting diverse viewpoints in the community. It means, we can't, for example, this sometimes comes up, we may produce something like on origins of COVID or something like that, and we go out and we talk to a variety of experts on these issues, and many times scientists don't want to be seen as consulting with the intelligence community for a variety of reasons, and so we can't always list, here are all of the outside experts we go to, but we want to be able to show people that we have actually gone to a diverse set of views and that we actually have, kind of educated folks who are consulting with us. And so we try to give as much transparency as we can on all those things. Sorry, that was probably too long.
No, but before I let you go, I wanted to ask you about any concerns you have about personal data and privacy with the explosion of TikTok, for instance, and Chinese ownership.
Yeah.
Should parents be concerned about their kids being so, willing to use TikTok?
I'm probably not the best person to ask that question, but since I don't have kids, but I will tell you, I think you should be. I am it's just, it's extraordinary, the degree to which China in particular, but they're not the only ones obviously, are, developing just frameworks for collecting foreign data and pulling it in, and their capacity to then turn that around and use it to target audiences for information campaigns or for other things, but also to have it for the future so that they can use it for a variety of means that they're interested in. And it is extraordinary how open we are as a society and the amount of information that we put into public venues that then can be accessed, but also through commercial means as well.
And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the terror threat. Is it being reconstituted in Afghanistan? And is there real danger of ISIS now? We understand that military operations have stopped in northern Syria against ISIS because of the Turkish attacks against the Kurds.
So, when I list sort of the key terrorist threats to the homeland and to US persons, the terrorist threat from Yemen, from AQAP is sort of right there at the top of the list. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, in Mali, AQIM and JNM, and those are sort of in the top three. And then you get to ISIS-Core in Iraq and Syria, and you get to ISIS-K in Afghanistan. And those are really the ones that we're focused on, kind of in the top tier of threats that we have to manage and monitor. And in terms of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, we're not seeing the capability being derived now in Afghanistan to be able to attack the United States. That doesn't mean that over time there may not be a threat, and that's something that we obviously have to continue to monitor, but that's not our top concern. ISIS-K is a concern, and that is one that we are working to ensure that it doesn't become more of a concern. And It's largely focused, frankly, on the Taliban right now, and we're seeing the Taliban attempt, but they really don't have the capability to go after it the way, obviously, we do. That is something that we'll continue to try to manage. And then, as you say, in Syria, I mean, this continues to be obviously a concern. And yes, prison break, other things create more challenges for us in this space. But again, like this is something that we've seen, you know, 2 ISIS leaders go in the last year. It's a pretty dynamic environment, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to protect Americans on these issues and our allies and partners as well.
Well, unfortunately, my time is up. We've concluded, but thank you very much. Thanks for everything that you're doing, and thanks for sharing with us.
Thanks for inviting me.
This concludes our fireside chat. Please remain in your seats for Panel 6 or proceed to the Air Force One Pavilion for Panel 7. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 6, Defending Freedom, Great Power, Conflict, and Deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Please welcome Mr. Idris Ali of Reuters and our distinguished panelists.
Well, thank you for joining us. The title of this panel is Great Power, Conflict, and Deterrence in the Indo-Pacific, and we're joined by a distinguished panel. On my far right is Ms. Kathy Warden, CEO, Chair, and President of Northrop Grumman. Next to her is Senator Mike Rounds from South Dakota. They've both been busy over the past 24 hours with the B-21. We have Congressman Seth Moulton from Massachusetts, and next to me is Admiral John Aquilino, the head of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. And I want to just start off by really diving deep into sort of the key theme, which is deterrence. Earlier this month, the Pentagon's congressionally mandated China military report came out. And the biggest takeaway for me personally was just how quickly China is making advances, not just in one field, but across the board, whether we talk about hypersonic, nuclear weapons, AI, technology, and just its military in general. And so, Admiral, I just want to start off by asking you, how can the United States say it's being effective in deterrence when we're seeing, by the Pentagon's own metrics, China making rapid progress and essentially doing what it wants in the region?
Well, thanks for that. First, I'm honored to be here with such a distinguished panel. Measuring deterrence, that's a pretty complex task, right? So you could go to the easiest side of that measurement that says we're not at war, so we're winning. But it's much more complex than that. I would articulate that we are delivering deterrence. It's aligned with what the Secretary talked about at lunch, right? So integrated deterrence, the integration of all forms of national power with the military component, the joint force, our allies and partners operating in concert every day to prevent conflict. We do that through campaigning, we do that through exercises, we do that through the delivery of capabilities. And I thank Kathy yesterday for an amazing rollout of the B-21. That should be concerning to all of our adversaries. What I would say is our actions every day are taken in the Indo-Pacific Command to prevent this conflict. And I would articulate that we're certainly having the right effect at this point.
Congressman Moulton, I just wanted to get your thoughts. Do you think there is effective deterrence right now? And you were in the region not too long ago. Do you think our allies see deterrence as there, or do they want more to be done?
Well, I think we can all agree that we want more to be done. And Admiral Aquilino and the men and women who serve under him are doing an extraordinary job. I saw that. That's one of the things we witnessed, the partnership between our troops and our allies. I watched an amphibious landing of U.S. Marines, ROK Marines from South Korea, and Filipino Marines. The mill-to-mill cooperation was excellent. And at that level, our allies are right there with us. I do think that we have some work to do on the politics, and this gets back to the Admiral's point about integrated deterrence. This is not just about having a military that's ready or a military that's ready to cooperate with our allies. It's about having a whole-of-government approach to deterrence and security. I think that the strategy that we are being briefed in Washington is understood by the commanders in the field and the troops on the ground, but I don't think it's being implemented quickly enough to really meet the timelines that we're facing. I think there's more that we can do to move faster. But of course, that's nothing new. That's an age-old problem in our national security. And then I also think that there's probably more we need to do in the department of translating all of these preparations into actual deterrence for China. There was no question in Moscow about the consequences of launching a nuclear attack on the United States during Soviet times. They knew exactly what we would do in response. There's a certain degree to which we obviously want to keep our capabilities from China hidden, and our most advanced capabilities today are things that China doesn't understand. But I think there's also more that we can do to telegraph the type of whole of nation allied together response that we would have if China were to become more aggressive, because that ultimately is what forms the foundation of deterrence.
Senator Rounds, what does that effective deterrence look like, not just in the physical deterrence, but the economic, cyber? What does that look like?
When we talk about deterrence, we're talking about whatever it would take to convince someone that they don't want to do something stupid. And the bottom line is that if you're talking about Russia, they clearly understand what happens if they misbehave and they bring us into a war. China, on the other hand, has pushed the limits. It's in a gray area. They're wondering how much they can get away with before we would actually engage. We're a country that's not necessarily known for wanting a war. And so for them, it's a matter of how far do they push, and at what point do they get to the point where there is actual response from us, and what should that response be? You know, diplomatically, we talk about, well, we can push sanctions. Perhaps we can tell them how much we disagree with them. But the bottom line is they respect force, and they want to understand consistently that if they get so far along that there's going to be a response that is expected. Well, if we're talking about economics, it means that we can offer the sanctions. It means that we can show them that we can grow without them, and that we may very well not let them grow at the same pace as they have in the past, because we may not participate in their economy. But it all comes back down to whether or not we have a defense system in this country which is second to none, and there is no misunderstanding as to our capabilities and our resolve to use it. Now that's the political side, and what they look at, we can talk all day long. But the question is do we have every single year an appropriations process for defense that's working and supported? Do we have a National Defense Authorization Act, which is primary and which is absolutely supported in both houses consistently? Those are the things that they look at. And then finally, they look at whether or not do we have the strategic weapons that can put them at a real disadvantage. And what we had last night, where the B-21 was rolled out, and I'm not going to take your thunder away, but I will say this. If there was ever a badass weapon of war and peace, it's the B-21 bomber. And this one will be here for a long, long time, as long as the policymakers have the resolve to be consistent in a message that cannot be misunderstood.
Ms. Warden, just on that point, from your standpoint in private industry, what does deterrence look like? Not just with the B-21 bomber, which you can talk about the role that could play in the Indo-Pacific, but generally in arming the region, in getting them prepared as a deterrent for China. How does that work, and how do you look at it from your perch?
Mm-hmm. Well, I certainly think of us in a competition, not just the U.S. with China, but the U.S. industrial base with the Chinese industrial base. And that means that this isn't just about how much capacity and capability we're amassing, it's how quickly we can adapt to new technological change and bring that to the force structure. But I would say I am optimistic that the American industrial base is incredibly strong in that regard. We're innovative, we are able to work with partners, we're collaborative, and that has been the strength of the industrial base up until this point that has led to the strong deterrent we have. And yes, we're in the 21st century, so we need to adapt, both in terms of our philosophy around deterrence and also the capabilities that underpin it. But we are doing that. We are modernizing. And to the point the Senator made last night was a show of that. And we need to be able to have those types of capabilities available to people like Admiral Aquilino to back up the deterrent. But it's there.
If I could just follow up on that very quickly with you, Ms. Warden. The way it's been described is the aim is to make Taiwan a porcupine, where it makes it so difficult for China to invade and hold that they don't do it, right? In July, you said Western governments needed to provide a, quote, clear demand signal if industry was going to provide weapons for a prolonged conflict with Ukraine. When we look at Taiwan and China, are you getting the demand signals from government right now, or do you think they need to do more for you to be prepared?
I personally think the demand signal is quite clear. The National Defense Strategy is clear and concise about what is needed. And the most important underpinning is that appropriations are made in alignment with that national defense strategy and that happens in a timely fashion so that we are able to move forward with momentum and consistency. And so that demand signal at any given time around any given system may need some clarity, but I feel we have really good strategic clarity at this point in time. And as an industrial base, we are pulling together around that clarity and are up to the task of delivering what our nation needs.
Admiral Aquino, I sort of wanted to talk about one specific recent event, and that's the protest in China over the COVID restrictions. We've seen in countries when protests start, they do lash out militarily in the foreign policy arena. The protests have died down now, but have you seen, or are you expecting China to sort of ramp up militarily in the South China Sea as a way to deter from some of the internal protests?
It's certainly an issue that we watch out for, right? The internal issues going on inside of mainland China are not specifically associated with internal. There's an opportunity or a potential for those to influence the external operations. So if you just listen to Ms. Haynes, we watch those very closely. The potential is there. We'll see where it goes. Our operations are designed to deter whether there's internal issues or not in the PRC. There's economic issues as well. So again, understanding the state of play and always looking at most likely and then most dangerous outcomes allows us to position, plan, and prepare.
Have you seen anything yet, though?
Not at this point, but it's early. If you look at where China is with regard to COVID, I think you could take a flashback to where we might have been 2 years ago. And what does that look like if they do open up, and how does that impact their population? We'll continue to watch it closely.
And the second question I had is something that has confused me for a while, and that's the Davidson window, which is the concept that China will militarily look to invade Taiwan by 2027. That was put on the sort of map last year, and since then we've had different timelines. Admiral Gilday has said it could happen earlier. Secretary Blinken the other day said he believes China is speeding up plans to seize Taiwan. Could you just clarify, as the head of Indo-Pacific Command, how you're looking at this? Is it 2027? Is it earlier? Is it later?
I get this question often. I give the same answer. If I knew the answer, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I'd be in Vegas. But that said, again, there's a variety of different opinions on what might occur. What I can tell you is, Secretary Austin's given us a task. Number one, to prevent conflict with the PRC by executing our deterrence options. And if deterrence were to fail, then be able to fight and win our nation's wars. So for me, the timeline is it almost doesn't matter, because we do have to be prepared today, and we're taking all those actions.
Congressman Moulton, I wanted to come to the concept, or the policy, the administration. And the United States generally has a strategic ambiguity on China and Taiwan. Do you believe the administration should be clear about what the United States would do if China tried to militarily invade Taiwan?
Well, first of all, I think that this administration has been a bit clearer about our commitment. But it's in the context, I think, of 2 points that are really relevant to your last question to the Admiral. The first is that there's a big debate among China watchers, both economic watchers and defense watchers, as to whether China is 10 feet tall and they're on this rapid rise that will continue into the foreseeable future, or whether they're cresting, whether their economic problems, their demographic problems, and other issues are really going to come to limit their growth significantly. And the implication of that question is we don't need to be as worried about China if they're not 10 feet tall. I'm in the camp of looking at, I'm not an economist, but looking at these analyses and believing that China probably is not 10 feet tall, that they're not going to continue the growth rates that we've seen. But I actually think that makes it more likely Xi Jinping tries some foreign adventure. There are a lot of differences between Russia and China. They're very different countries. But Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have a lot in common in terms of their self-aggrandizing ambitions when it comes to foreign conquest. And the fact that China might have more domestic trouble at home, whether it's with their economy or their protests or anything else, I think has to keep us more apprised of the risk that he invades. The second point, real quickly, is I fondly remember traveling on one of my first Codels to Eastern Europe with then Chairman Mac Thornberry in 2015. And we were shocked to see the degree to which Russia was playing this gray zone game, where they were influencing democracies with little green men and cyber operations and other things, really trying to influence the governance of Eastern European nations. That was 2015. We came back, we worked together on bolstering our support for Eastern Europe to counter this hybrid warfare threat. I never imagined that Russia might try to use that against us the very next year, thousands of miles away. Right now in the Pacific, China is doing a lot of gray zone activity. You know, just since the speaker's visit, they've pushed that imaginary line in the Taiwan Strait closer to Taiwan. The more they can get away with this, the same degree to which Putin got away with this for years in Eastern Europe with really no NATO response, may embolden Xi to think that they're not going to do anything. So I think we've got to be cognizant not just of our plans to counter China if they actually invade Taiwan, but what we're doing in the immediate term to deter the kind of aggressive behavior that we're seeing day to day.
I think it's a good time to bring up the Reagan polling that was done on some questions related to China. I'll read it out, and basically the question that was asked is, do you think the US has a clear strategy for China? And 54% of respondents said no. Senator Rounds, that's a pretty large number of respondents who do not believe the US has a clear strategy on China. Why do you think that is? Is it a communication problem by the United States not to sort of make clear what it is, or what should a clear strategy on China actually look like?
Anybody in this room know what our clear policy is for China? See, look, we have a two-China policy, supposedly, and yet at the same time we've said that we are going to assist Taiwan because we don't want to have them being invaded. That by itself is rather challenging. And it's true that, you know, what you want to be is solid, and you want to have no misunderstandings about what your position is. But I think the results over the last year or so have made it even more challenging. First of all, what happened in Afghanistan and the way that we left Afghanistan really put questions in front of China. And they looked at this and said, is the United States withdrawing? Are they walking away from their international interests? Do we have a time period here in which we have opportunities that we might not otherwise have had? Second of all, when we talk about where our efforts are at, and we're in assisting Ukraine, they're watching really closely as to how we're handling this Russian invasion of Ukraine. They're learning. They're not disinterested. And as they watch, they are trying to discern what our policy really is. Are we prepared to actually engage? My personal opinion on this is that while we don't have a very specific policy which is easy to define, there are a couple of things that we could do to make it clearer. Number one, we continue as quickly as we can in all domains in strengthening our capabilities. They respect that. They will follow that. And they understand that between now and the year 2027, we're going to continue to upgrade. What they're also concerned about is if we decide to turn Taiwan, with all due respect to Taiwan, into a porcupine, it makes it much more difficult for them and much less desirable for them to have bloodshed that they have to go back home and explain. They can't hide that. And so number one, if it was up to me, I would say be very, very clear that we have made agreements, that we do not want to see a war, but that we're going to provide everything we can as quickly as we can to make life very miserable for the PRC if they're going to try to make an invasion. And second of all, watch and see what we're doing to strengthen our own military and our long-range strike capabilities. And the quicker that I think we can send that message, the better off that we're going to be. I think the government of China is smart. I think they listen. I think they observe. And I think they respect strength. And if we show ourselves in that capacity and we assist Taiwan in that same capacity, then they have to reconsider what their options are. And by the way, I'll say one last thing and then I'll shut up. China has got demographic problems, as Seth has suggested. Look, their total fertility, their TFR is 1.2. They are in an unsustainable decline in their population. They are not going to have a growing economy over the next 30 years. And they understand that as well. And so if they can't replace the population that they've got real problems. They understand that. So time is on our side, thus the reason for the explanation of a 2027 timeframe. It's not perfect, but clearly it is one that we need to build as quickly as we can, not just in strategic weapons, but in munitions as well.
Ms. Warden, there was another part of the survey that asked how many percentage points of Americans were in favor of exporting more arms to Taiwan, and 56% of respondents responded they would be in favor of providing more arms to Taiwan. We talk a lot about the United States' ability to fight wars on two fronts, and I'm curious if that same concept is applied to industry. Is industry prepared to arm two allies at the same time? So my question is, let's say next year the conflict in Ukraine is ongoing and China decides to militarily invade, or something lesser than that, Taiwan, which requires a huge flow of weapons. Is Northrop and is industry ready and prepared and able to provide weapons to two allies at the same time?
Industry is absolutely prepared to provide capability to multiple allies, more than two at one time. It goes back to having clarity, however, as to what we will provide to which allies. And there should be, and there is, different standards around exportability for different levels of sophistication in weapon systems and the countries to which they go. I would say that is an area that we collectively could do better. While we have a clear national defense strategy, and it clearly aligns to providing our allies capabilities so that they can work in combination and collaboration with the US, a little less strategic clarity on what capabilities we will give to each ally. And I think in particular with Taiwan, there is some gray space there.
Congressman Moulton, there was another interesting question that was asked in the survey. And it found that 46% of respondents said they are in favor of establishing a no-fly zone over areas that could involve shooting down a Chinese warplane in the event of a conflict. And 43% are in support of committing ground troops to help defend Taiwan. You were very vocally against the war in Iraq, and I'm not trying to compare the two situations, but do you think there's a situation where we are almost sleepwalking into a conflict with China, given that such a large percentage of the population is willing to essentially go to war with China?
No, I don't think we're sleepwalking into it. And just to be clear, when I went to Iraq as a young lieutenant, I was focused on the fight. I was not opposing the war. I was critical of the war. I wrote an op-ed in 2006 in between active duty tours about how the war was being fought. But look, I think that actually the problem with China-Taiwan is that a lot of Americans don't understand the implications of this fight. I mean, you could wake up and have an aircraft carrier at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, and we're not thinking about that. A lot of constituents ask me, what does it really matter? What does it matter to me? Why is Taiwan important to me? You saw where China-Taiwan ranked in the midterms in terms of important issues, and it wasn't even on the map. And yet when asked the question, what do I think is one of the biggest stories that no one's talking about, which is a frequent question I get in my job, this is my number one answer. So no, I don't think we're sleepwalking into a conflict. I think the challenge is that we have to explain to our constituents why it's so important that we devote the money and resources to make sure that we can win a conflict and therefore prevent it?
And Malcolm, let me put that question to you. Why should Americans care about Taiwan, and why should American troops potentially die for Taiwan?
So from the military perspective, the first thing we always look at is certainly what's in the United States' national interests. What's important. As it applies in the theater, the region or the island is geographically and strategically important. There's economic capabilities there that are important to the United States economy. It is a thriving democracy. The U.S. standing in the region as it applies to our ability to support allies, partners, and friends. There's a number of reasons on why we believe it's important. That said, as we started, this will be a policy issue should it come down to conflict. But bottom line is, at this point in time, it's an important place for all that's going on and for those national interests and things that are important to the United States.
If I could sort of pivot to a question about lessons being learned in Russia and Ukraine and sort of how everyone on the panel is sort of taking that in. And Ms. Warden, if I could start with you, you've been very active over the past 9 months. What lessons have you taken in the way you've worked with the Pentagon, the administration in arming Ukraine, and how is that informing or allowing you to make changes if and when you have to sort of move towards, for Ms. Warden, and then I'll come to Senator Rounds.
A key lesson for us in the defense industrial base is that the demand signal sometimes can't be clear well in advance. When conflict occurs, we need to have a sense of urgency in being able to respond. And so that means depth in the supply base. That means thinking about how production lines can remain more consistently funded and supported. And that, of course, isn't something the industrial base can do alone, but it's work that we now are doing with the department that's important. I would say the other lesson is the importance of logistics. So certainly the Russian army is learning that. We understand that. As we think about applying that lesson to Taiwan, the tyranny of distance makes that even more challenging. So as we think about all of the capabilities we build, are we building them to be sustainable, easily upgradable, and supportable? And then, the final lesson that I'm really taking away from the lessons that we see there is for the defense industrial base, this is about technology to support modernization of a strategic deterrent, but it is also about balancing capabilities that our allies can get access to. And this brings me back to the point about exportability. We aren't going to hand over crown jewels like the B-21 to our allies, so we need a broad portfolio of capability, some of which is going to be exportable, some of which isn't, to create a broad strategic deterrent that both the US and our allies can participate in.
Senator Rounds, how about you? I mean, I think it's important to remember Taiwan is not Ukraine, right? There are differences, but there are key takeaways that could be taken.
We learned a lot about how our adversaries go to war, and China learned how to go to war. What we recognize now is it's not just air, land, and sea, it's also space and cyberspace. We saw cyber activity before we had kinetic activity. We know that our space assets were extremely valuable and continue to be to this date. We also recognize that China clearly understands that in the way that we fight, they're going to go after our cyber capabilities, and they're very good at it. And they're going to go after our space-based assets. They recognize that if they can take out our space-based assets, that blinds us. It makes us less likely to be as efficient as we otherwise would be in terms of our ability to strike back to them. So number one, we have to harden those assets, or we have to protect them. And then we have to recognize also that they're not going to strike when we're expecting them to strike. They're going to wait, and they're going to do it when it's opportune for them. But most certainly, we're going to see indications of it. We will see that they're going to try to take out cyber assets and space assets before they decide to come in with some of their weapon systems. That would make sense to us anyway, and we would expect that's one thing that we should be able to learn, that Xi Jinping clearly has learned from Ukraine in terms of our ability to assist Ukraine was based upon the ongoing capabilities that we still had in effect. So once again, this is a case of where they're going to learn, they're learning rapidly, and we have to recognize that they can see the same things that we can see.
Congressman Moulton, what about for you? And have you noticed or sensed a shift by the allies in them being more trusting of the United States in the way the U.S. has dealt with Ukraine, or how are you seeing it when you travel?
Yes, I think there has been a noticeable shift. And look, as a Democrat sitting next to my Republican friend here, I agree with exactly what you said about Afghanistan. I think that there was a concern after our botched withdrawal that America was withdrawing from the world and that we weren't going to be ready to fight. And I think that that sentiment has been entirely reversed by our performance in Ukraine. So I have seen that, that shift. There are a lot of lessons, of course, that we've learned from Ukraine that apply to Taiwan. The lesson of intelligence sharing, the value of information operations, where in many ways the Ukrainians have set the pace for us. They're the ones who've come up with the most innovative I/O campaigns. The importance of stockpiling weapons. We can't wait till after the fact to help the Taiwans the way we've been able to do so with Ukraine. Obviously, the importance of international alliances. And an international alliance is much easier to establish in a part of the world where you have a 70-year-old alliance pre-existing than it is in a part of the world where you have a lot of allies, but they're not very cohesive. So we have a lot of work to do in that department too. But I'll end by talking about one of the most obvious lessons from Ukraine, and that's about the importance of asymmetric capabilities. You know, when you have Ukrainians using drones, oftentimes their own makeshift drones, pretty cheap to kill tanks, that's a huge innovation in warfare. And in part, they've been able to do that thanks to our capabilities, our intelligence sharing, our targeting. And obviously, we've provided them some specific NATO weapons that are better than their Russian counterparts. But if you looked on paper at our armies, right? We clearly have better training, we clearly have better leadership, we clearly have better doctrine than the Russians. But on paper, in terms of our materiel, our actual equipment, our military looks a lot more like Russia's. We are the two conventional forces. Ukraine and China are the ones who are investing disproportionately in asymmetric capabilities. So I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem when China is investing 10 times what we are investing in AI. And that's in proportional terms. Even in absolute terms, they're investing more money every single year in AI than we are. We can't let them get ahead on these things. We've got to learn the lesson of asymmetric capabilities ourselves from Ukraine.
Great point, and I'd like to come back to that in a bit.
May I inject one thing in that? And I totally agree with what Seth has said. Look, the issue of the will to fight can't be underestimated either. What we saw in Ukraine, very few people understood how strong they would defend their homeland. That same amount of desire, that same strength, we have to be able to see in Taiwan as well. And I think that's going to be one of the challenges that as a nation that we're going to be looking at is do we see that same desire for freedom that we see in Ukraine today?
Aquilino, what lessons have you taken from Ukraine?
Yeah, I learned a few. We only have 19 minutes left, but let me go short. Number one, first, hey, this could happen in the Pacific region. Okay, people are surprised in Europe. We shouldn't be surprised that it could happen in the Pacific. Point one. Point two, once the fight starts, it's going to be really hard to end, which means we ought to take action now. We need a sense of urgency to deliver the force, the capabilities, the industrial base, the budgets, and what is needed now to move as fast as possible to deliver deterrence and sustain our deterrent efforts. Because once the crisis starts, then it gets complicated. Now, that's what I learned for 2 points. Additionally, we need to meet our responsibilities as it applies to the Taiwan's Relation Act. We talked a little bit about that before, but quickly. And then lastly, there's a couple of things I hope that my PRC counterparts learn.
Okay, number one, taking on a military operation of this size and scope is complex. And when I say complex, right, everybody's surprised at the response the Russian army delivered. The PRC should not underestimate how difficult it would be to execute the event and achieve their objectives. Second, it's going to cost blood and treasure. And the leadership's going to have to explain that to their people. And when we talked before about internal problems to the PRC, those are internal problems that will complicate and certainly decision criteria on whether or not they go. But it will cost blood and it will cost treasure. What the United States has pulled together as applies to economic sanctions and what it's done to the Russian economy. If you look at the globalized economy and how plugged in China is, we could have 500 times more devastating effects.
A counter-argument to that would be because the United States and China are so coupled together economically, the US will feel pain just as much, maybe not just as much, but a lot of pain as well. And so the US should, you know, from a Chinese perspective, be just as careful. Is that something you think through in terms of a potential conflict, the consequences for the US, right? If the US were to help defend Taiwan, presumably it would take a huge amount of American lives as well.
So we certainly have thought through that as well. What I would articulate is our relationships and link with our allies and partners. On the economic side, if you were to take Japan, United States, and Korea's economies alone, they dwarf the Chinese economy. Not even close. So when you think about like-minded nations coming together to deliver economic concerns, that's a pretty strong and tough problem for them to deal with. The last thing I'll bring up is reputationally, which reputation is very important for the president of China. What does it do for him as it applies to his legacy? And what does it mean for the people of China if they were to take on an additional illegitimate war in this day and age? So those are important things that I think President Putin is learning, and I hope they translate.
So I have a few more minutes before I turn over to questions. I just want to hit on one theme, which is alliances. And this word, Taiwan is important. It's there. Could you talk a bit about sort of your efforts and industry's efforts, not just to look at arming Taiwan, but allies throughout the region, whether it's Japan, South Korea, Philippines. Is the process for that as easy as it should be? Is bureaucracy still coming in the way? If you could sort of talk about the broader theme of alliances from industry's perspective.
Mm-hmm. Well, we certainly agree that our allies are an important element of our national defense as we are to theirs. And so we have a common goal. And what's most important is that the US be clear-eyed about how we want to engage our allies, what kit we want to provide to them, how we want to bring them into inner operations within our military structure. And what I have seen be laid out very clearly in the National Defense Strategy now with very little ambiguity is that that is our intent. We have a lot of work to do to take that intent into practice. And the defense industrial base goes around the world helping our allies to understand the capabilities we have and what we can sell to them. What we need to pair that with is a clear demand signal from the US that we will export those capabilities and very rapidly get them into the hands of our allies. And then that helps provide the clear demand signal we were mentioning earlier that industry can go facilitize and be able to support when that demand arises.
Senator Rounds, just on that topic of alliances, when I talk to sources in the region, they say, look, the U.S. is talking, in the right way, even doing stuff the right way, but there is this sort of lingering hangover effect of the Trump administration and that administration's views towards alliances. What would you tell allies in the region 2 years from now when there might be a change in administration? Why should any ally trust the United States?
I think the plan should have clarified perhaps that there was a belief that the deals being made should have been made directly one-on-one, rather than a large group of countries coming together with a single deal. But they never got so far as to actually do the individual deals. I think the TPP would have been an excellent a product to have incorporated in. But some of the folks then thought, well, look, if we make a deal with Japan, that's a huge amount of what you would have found in the TPP. So I think it was as much simply a matter of not being able to execute their long-term goals of being able to put together individual trading pacts with each of the countries in that area. I think my message out there right now would be we should get back into the middle of it, and we should do as many trading deals as we possibly can. If the TPP was available for us to re-enter, we should re-enter it. And I think that would be important to do. But anything that we can do to strengthen our economic ties with our allies in the Pacific Rim region, we should be doing. And I think for Americans, we should once again remind them that 50% of all the trade in the world goes through this part of the world. It goes right through these straits. So this is not just simply a matter of saying we have allies and friends in Taiwan. This is a matter of whether or not we want free trade to be able to move through this entire part of the world at a time in which an authoritarian country, China, truly believes that they have an entitlement to be able to control that part of the world. And this is serious, and this will impact the economy of the United States as well if we don't recognize that. So for me, we strengthen our ties. We actually do deals, including the TPP, if we could get back into it. But if not, individually, but get it in gear and get it done. And I think that's the part that was perhaps never followed through with, is those individual trading deals. They're not as easy as what you think they are to do, but I think that was the ultimate goal, was to have those one-on-one with other countries in the region.
Let me add a quick comment about something that was happening throughout the Trump administration that I was fortunate to have a front row seat for. And that was bipartisan delegations of members of Congress going to our allies and saying, and it's usually the Republicans, to their credit, who spoke up on this, despite what you hear going on in the White House, we are here united as a bipartisan delegation, and we are with you, and we are still with you. That, for obvious reasons, wasn't public, but I admire my Republican colleagues on both the Senate and House Armed Services Committee who were consistently delivering that message throughout the Trump administration, at least when we were able to travel. Of course, travel was curtailed for a while because of the pandemic.
Well, let me follow up, and I say this with respect. It is great that the congressional delegations were saying we're with you, but why would an ally sort of believe that when the White House and the executive branch is showing otherwise? You know, there was talk at one point about Trump pulling troops out of South Korea.
Yeah, look here, let me go back to one that I think, I went to Halifax after there was a discussion about whether or not all of the other NATO partners were anteing up appropriately. And they wanted to know, why are you guys talking about moving out of NATO? And our message to them is, we're not moving out of NATO. We really aren't. But we do think we have to draw attention to the fact that if you want a strong NATO, everybody's got to pull their fair share. And what's wrong with saying, look, guys, ante up? And I think sometimes that part of the message that the previous administration was trying to share gets lost in this. But I don't think there's anybody out there today that thinks that it's a mistake to ask NATO to ante up within their own defense budgets and pick up their fair share as well. We're picking it up, and we want them to as well. And I think they understand now the reason why we were so concerned with them also participating and bringing their defensive capabilities up as well. And I really think that was the goal to begin with, was to bring everybody in, make people accountable, and let them know that this is serious, and that when we make an Article 5 agreement that we're going to defend them, they need to also step in and honor their part of the deal, which is to put money into the defense of their own country, which then strengthens NATO. I think that was reasonable.
That's a great answer, but let me offer a blunter answer to your question. How would you get allies to believe this? Essentially, what we were saying to them was, don't believe everything that Donald Trump says. I don't think that was a hard sell.
Well, we might find out in 2 years if that's the case or not soon. That actually does tee up my next question and potentially the last question for Admiral Aquilino, which is allies, and are they doing enough in the region? I'll give you an example. Japan, right? They said they would double their defense spending as a percentage of GDP to 2% over 5 years. Is something like that enough and happening quick enough, or do they need to be faster in their investment, in their modernization, given that they are physically closer to China?
Before I get to that, let me start with on the mill-to-mill side of our relationships. whatever administration aside, those relationships have remained strong, right? We exercise with those partners for decades, 150 exercises in the Indo-Pacific every year with our allies and partners. And they're increasing in size, scope, and scale as we work towards implementing multilateral efforts and events across the theater. So when we look at it mill-to-mill wise, I'm really encouraged. 2 days ago, I hosted a virtual Chiefs of Defense conference with all of my counterparts in the region. We do that 3 times a year virtually, 2 to 3 times, and then we do it once in person in a place of the Chad's choice. Right, so that builds trust. When crisis comes, you don't surge trust. You need to have that all the time. And I can pick up the phone, I have all of their texts, and we text quite a bit with regard to what's going on in their countries. The most recent storms going through the Philippines, I texted my buddy General Bacordo and said, hey, do you need anything, right? And I've gotten those texts back from those partners. That's the trust that we need to deliver, and it's directly in alignment with the strategy and our approach. Now, whether or not they're contributing enough, those are policy issues. Our intent is to build interoperability, to increase our information sharing. In other words, I want a pickup game. When crisis occurs, no matter where we are, the forces in the region in place can come together and deliver the effects we want, whether it be humanitarian assistance or whether it be search and rescue, you name it. And we've really been making strides on that. So from the United States mill-to-mill perspective, we're in a really good place. And again, I call many of those guys my friends, not just partners or colleagues. And I look forward to continuing that.
One last question before we go to audience questions, and that is to do with North Korea and China. In May, the White House declassified intel saying North Korea was on the verge of carrying out a nuclear test. We're several months into it, they haven't. Is any reason for that not happening because Xi Jinping has told Kim Jong-un not to carry out a nuclear test right now?
I can't answer the question specifically. What I would say is this. There's no motivation for the PRC to pull back any nation on the world that's generating a problem for the United States. Matter of fact, I'd argue quite differently that it's in their strategy to drive those problems. This is another problem. So I can't tell you if he said don't do it or do it. I can tell you there's been the most missiles launched in the previous decades. So their testing of weapons delivery platforms has not slowed, it's increased. And if that was a concern to the PRC, they have a pretty big hammer to execute over the DPRK as their only partner on the planet. So I would hope that those destabilizing activities, that the PRC, if they're going to act as a great power, they would take those actions because it's destabilizing to the entire region. And again, while I don't have any information, I would hope that would occur, but I'm not optimistic.
Not optimistic about?
About PRC doing anything helpful to stabilize the region.
We just have a few more minutes, and I'd like to come to an audience question. And Senator Rounds and Congressman Moulton, I think you'd be best suited to answer this. And the question is, what are the asymmetric advantages the United States needs to exploit in the Indo-Pacific? And you talked a bit about this, but if you could sort of go a bit deeper on that.
Yeah, sure. No. Look. With regard to the strategies that we need, number one, our ability in AI has got to be increased dramatically. Even some of the smaller countries in the world right now are recognizing. Seth and I actually traveled to UAE where they have gone full in on AI activities. AI critical. Our cyber capabilities are second to none, but we can't stop there. We're going to have to incorporate AI into all of our cyber capabilities. Our space capabilities are spectacular. China knows it, but they're working very hard to be able to negate those areas. And finally, and that's an area that we have to continue to push to the outlength. Anybody that thinks that we're not going to be having altercations in space is wrong. We are. It is at risk. And in any kind of an altercation with China, we will have battles in space. Finally, with regard to the B-21, You talk about an opportunity to share with the entire world our capabilities that will carry weapon systems that have not yet been developed. We need the B-21 as quickly as we can get it and as many as we can get our hands on, because it's one way to reach out and touch somebody that might not think we have the capabilities because they think they can stop our naval systems. They can't stop the B-21. And it's a great way to say deterrence is real and you don't want to mess with us.
Before I come to you, Seth, Ms. Warden, when will the B-21 be operational?
So the exact dates are classified for clear reasons, but we are working to get it in the hands of the U.S. Air Force as quickly as possible, and I'm really proud of how the team has continued to remain on schedule.
Congressman Moulton, I know I asked the question about the asymmetric advantage. If you could answer that, but I had another question as well, which is there any off-ramp to the competition and potential conflict with China? How do we not go straight into our conflict? How do we sort of veer away from it? What is the off-ramp?
Well, let me go back to the question you directed to Senator Rounds first. I completely agree with your answer. I'll just say this, that one way to look at this is we used to have a, say, 20-year head start or 20-year lead on China, right? And they have closed that gap. We're still ahead of them. We will still win a war against China. But if we want to widen that gap again, we cannot keep doing what we're doing because it hasn't worked. It's allowed them to catch up. You can't count on winning a race 2 miles with a finish line 2 miles down the road when your competitor is near to passing you and you still got 2 miles to go. So we have got to dramatically shift resources into the kind of asymmetric capabilities the Senator is talking about. And I'm not talking about, another $1 billion for AI, because that would be a huge change in our budget. I'm talking like 10 times that amount. I'm talking about taking a lot of money out of conventional systems, because you got to have it come from somewhere, and shifting it into these asymmetric capabilities. If we really want to regain that lead, that's what we have to do. Now, look, in terms of an off-ramp, this is why the whole concept of integrated deterrence, or another way to put it is a whole-of-government approach to security, is so important. When I led the CODEL in October to the Pacific, we looked at, of course, are the strategies being implemented? Are our allies ready to fight alongside? They're certainly ready at the mill-to-mill level, but are they ready at the political level? And is all of this actually translating into deterrence? I'm a Marine, so I laid out, that's our mission, those three questions for our CODEL. And what we found is that we're doing a lot of the right things, but we're doing them not quickly enough. And we're not really painting this clear picture to China about what will happen if they invade. And that requires as much work on the State Department's part, on the private sector's part, on explaining to the world how we're going to maintain our capability to produce chips, even if China thinks they're going to take it over from Taiwan. These are all parts of the deterrence picture. It's not just about how many missiles or F-35s do we have compared to theirs.
Perfect. Well, I see the red light has gone off, so you could please join me in thanking our panelists for a great discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Panel 6. Panel 8 will begin in 5 minutes on this stage. Panel 9 will begin in 5 minutes on the second floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel session is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Panel 8, Invigorating the Innovation Ecosystem, Competing in the 21st Century. Please welcome Lauren Williams of Defense One and our distinguished panelists.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to start this panel by addressing you, the audience, first. We're going to do something different and make this interactive. So please, if you have questions, submit them through the app, and I'm going to take them throughout. Also, we have a polling question. If you could answer which part of the national security industrial base needs the most investment. And we'll get the conversation started and address your answer throughout. So we've heard a lot today about China being the pacing threat for the Defense Department. I'm really interested from each of the panelists, does the current makeup of the industrial base actually, is it sufficient to meet this challenge, both with technological capabilities and workforce? Congressman, I'll start with you.
Thank you. Listen, I think the component parts are absolutely there for us to have the capability and capacity necessary to counter the Chinese. But I think the issue is speed. Can we get what is there today in the hands of the warfighter in time for it to have relevance in relation to the threat that we face from China? I think we have to look at ways to do things differently. I think we have to look at how do we encourage those emerging technology companies, those startups, to take what is pretty exciting things that are going on there and get that into a scope that's applicable and usable for the military, do that in a shorter period of time. I think that we can do that. I think we have to, though, think with a sense of urgency. I think we have to do things at the speed of reality. Listen, we understand that Pentagon's a great organization, but there are two speeds, the speed of the Pentagon and the speed of reality. Let's make sure that we're doing things with the speed of reality. And I believe that we can do that. I really am enthused in the things that I hear and the things that I see with what's happening in the realm of technology. I know that our warfighters, our airmen, our sailors, our Marines, our soldiers, and for that matter, even our Coast Guardsmen, have the ability to solve those problems if we give them the tools necessary to really be successful in that realm. And make no mistake about it, no matter the threats that we face from China, we can counter those threats. We can give our members of the military that tactical superiority, that superiority to where they're not in a fair fight, to make sure that we prevail. And remember, it's not just about prevailing in combat, but it's how do we have significant capability and capacity to deter adversaries like China. Because I argue the real strength of the United States military is to make anyone out there think, I don't want to engage them because I know what the outcome will be, and it will not be good for the adversary.
General Brown, what are your thoughts?
I do think we have the capability and aspects of the capacity. But I agree with Representative Whitman that we do have to have a sense of urgency. As I came in as the chief, I wrote Accelerate, Change, or Lose, and I wrote that for a reason, because I thought there's areas that we need to move forward on. One of the key words that I put in Accelerate, Change, or Lose is the word collaboration, because the Department of Defense cannot do this by ourselves. We've got to work very closely with Congress. We've got to work very closely with industry to bring all these pieces together so we can all move with a sense of urgency. We have done this before. Our nation has come together in times of crisis to be able to provide capability. I've watched this during the course of the events in Ukraine, some things we've been able to move very fast on certain areas. What we want to do is not wait till there's a crisis to actually move at a pace with a sense of urgency. We've got to do some things crisis-like ahead of a crisis so we're better postured and prepared to move forward.
And keeping with that theme of lessons learned from Ukraine, what can you tell us that has been learned that will kind of just absolutely change how the Defense Department interacts with industry?
I don't know if it's absolutely changed, because what we'll do is we'll do it, and then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled program. But I have seen areas where we can come very closely together with industry and be creative. And one of the examples I've been sharing here recently is the HARM missile, an anti-radiation missile. I've flown with an F-16s. We've been able to put on a MiG-29. If someone had asked us before the Ukraine events to put a HARM missile on a MiG-29, we would have talked ourselves out of it. Too hard to do, can't do that, too much policy. We were able to, in a crisis, to be able to figure out how to get things done. So there are ways that we can work with industry and those that actually build the systems to figure out how do we get into the details to move forward in certain areas because of a need in driving a sense of urgency. So that's one opportunity. We've done other things like low-cost threat emitters that we were building to put on our own ranges for our own training that we gave to the Ukrainians that they use to confuse the Russians. So there's opportunities like that, and a number of opportunities that we were able to do that we've got to continue to work on with our industry partners.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. First of all, thanks. It's great to be here on this panel. I think we need to start by debunking the myth that these technologies are only experimental, that they're not proven, that they need to be tested. In my mind, these technologies, particularly when you think about AI as a tool for the department, these are global scale, proven technologies that technology companies use each and every day. They're just not necessarily applied at scale for the department. And so when I think about things that the department can do to really encourage the innovation ecosystem and the broader defense industrial base to work on these very interesting yet challenging mission use cases for the department, I think there are at least three things, and there are probably many more, that we could be doing. The first, and importantly, I think the department needs a more modern approach to compliance. The compliance of separation creates cost slowdown and increases the overall timeline with which these technologies can be deployed. So that's one. And I think we can use much greater software focus, software-defined networks to ensure compliance that the department needs. The second thing is that we need to focus more on application rather than experimentation. It is true to say that these technologies have not been necessarily applied, and I think that's where we need to focus our time and energy, applying these technologies to use cases rather than getting stuck in the R&D pipeline around experimentation and believing that they are not necessarily applicable. And then the last thing, and Secretary Hsu and I were talking a little bit about this before we came on stage, I think there's an opportunity to think about modular systems and modular building rather than the large Big Bang theory of a program of record. At the end of the day, software is going to power the department and power the department's response, kinetic or non-kinetic response. And the idea of building modularly and integrating with the use of software, I think, is a very powerful concept.
Yeah, I'd love to jump into this dialogue. So one of the key things that we initiated last year, and this is something the DepSecDev and Vice Chairman strongly pushed for, is the RADAR activity, which is the Rapid Defense Experimentation Reserve, okay? This is where we literally work hand in glove with the joint staff to understand what is the joint warfighting capability that they desire to have. Because in any conflict, we fight in a joint war and we fight with our coalition partners, right? We don't fight within a single service, okay? So literally what we've done is gone through 3 different sprints, okay? Each sprint is focused on specific scenario, which some of the scenarios not going to surprise you where it's located in the Pacific, right? Okay. So each one of these sprints, we look for ideas. Are there items that's out there that's a prototype, TRL level 4 or 5, that's good enough for us to experiment with in a contested environment? So if it works in a lab, that's really great, but sometimes it doesn't quite work in a contested environment. So we're taking it to a contested environment to test things out. And then it's the joint staff in conjunction with the COCOMs and the services to say, hey, this proved utility. I'm working very closely with my partner, Dr. Bill LaPlante, on A&S side. So how can we then rapidly field this capability? It doesn't have to be a 100% solution, which takes a decade, right? But if it's a 70, 80% solution, it's good enough to solve a problem that we have within a joint warfighting concept. Let's push it out in terms of capability. So we're absolutely doing that as soon as we get an appropriation, okay? So that's one thing we're waiting on, okay? Please give that to us,
No, we need to get it done.
Okay, but that's exactly what we're doing on that side. And in terms of looking for innovative ideas, and I want to thank Representative Calver for giving us $100 million of APFIT money. This is the accelerate the fielding and procurement of innovative technology. This is where we're looking to small companies as well as non-traditionals. Do they have a solution to solve a problem that we have, right, that we can help them bridge the valley of death? Namely, they've already proved out this technology, exactly that you said, and the services, I love it, I want it. But usually, once you prove it out, they say, oh, I'm going to put it in the palm. Well, that's a 2 to 3 years later process, right? And then small companies can't just sit there twiddling their thumb for 2 or 3 years until our contract gets in place, right? Until we get a budget. So literally, what we've done, we helped 10 companies to accelerate capability development, compress that by 2 years. So that's fantastic. And now with Secretary of Defense announcing the Office of Strategic Capital, we will again help small companies to figure out if they need to ramp up in production to help them with the capital to ramp up production. So we're all for innovating and demonstrating critical capability that's needed and move at the speed of relevance. Can I add one more thing?
Of course.
One more thing that I'm doing is I have roped in all the FFRDC and UARCs to be the extension of my technical arm, right? I collaborate with them. I have quarterly meetings with all the CEOs of FFRDCs. I have quarterly meetings with CEOs of UARCs, University Affiliated Research Center. I'm sorry for all the acronyms, okay? But literally what they're doing is helping me out and build the technical underpinning of what we're strategically thrusting. We're developing physics-based modeling simulation that's tied into a campaign-level modeling and simulation. So I know the outcome. If technology A versus B versus C versus D, which one makes a difference in the outcome of the mission? Then it tells me where to invest money in. We're standing up a highly classified war room. We'll be inside a skiff, so I can lay out what is the red doing, and then I'm able to lay out what we are doing, and then help me to steer investment strategy towards leap ahead technologies. So that's exactly the path I'm on. Okay.
So yeah, let me just add in a little bit. I think I'll just weave in several of the thought processes because I think they're all relevant and absolutely right. The T-7A trainer that we have at Boeing, we went from computer screen to first flight in 36 months. This platform was delivered and developed with our partner in Sweden, Saab. It's another piece of the example. I'm going to just draw a little picture for you. And it was built with using model-based engineering techniques, full-size determinate assembly, and all kinds of other current generation and next generation capabilities that allow us to field capability in an agile way and support a really dynamic environment that we're in. This is just one example. There are many examples very similar to this that we and our partners in industry have delivered recently. We need to do that like 1,000 times. We need to do that over and over and over again across, from seabed to space on many different platforms. And not only does that take us as the defense industrial based companies working well within our own four walls, it requires partnerships. And we've already talked about at this conference the importance of our partners around the world, leveraging that capability and capacity from partners around the world. We have work in Australia in progress and in other parts that we all have to take advantage of. And then the emergent, what I call the emergent defense tech supply chain, being able to work with them, and we have work going on there as well, to be able to ingest capabilities that they're delivering on the commercial side and make dual use work even faster. And there are examples of that as well. So if you think about this whole idea of seeing the partnership ecosystem, both from a company, traditional, emergent, global perspective, and then working at an agile pace to deliver capability at a pace we've never done before, I think the whole system has got to get working toward that objective. And we have examples where we've done it already. We just need to do it more.
One of the things I wanted to get after with that opening question was whether the relationship that the Defense Department has with not only existing contractors, prime contractors like Boeing, like Google, but also startups. So when we talk about innovation, that's often referencing these small companies that just have ideas. They don't necessarily have the capital to really invest and scale them. So I'm wondering if the current state of that relationship is actually sustainable and how from each of your respective podiums, how do you get after that?
Well, I'll just state, I was in Silicon Valley this past week and met with a number of companies and met with a number of venture capitalists. I do see that there's opportunity to do this. And I do see a coalescing of focus based on current events and the interest in national security. But at the same time, what we've got to do is actually pick some winners and get some of these small companies to a point where we go, they show that we've taken a small company to be able to go execute. And there's been examples of companies that have done things in the commercial, start small and move forward, out over time, like SpaceX and NVIDIA and others that have done this. But we've got to actually look at some of the ones that are doing capabilities today that we're going to need in the future and how we align and bring them forward. And sometimes it's going to take some nurturing. We just can't use a natural system that they have. We actually got to do, kind of it's like hand walking a staff package through the Pentagon to make sure it gets done. We've got to actually do that aspect, to walk it through. And then once we've done that, we build a habit pattern of doing things a little bit differently, and use that as an approach to move forward.
Lauren, I think it's fair to say that the speed with which the small incubation companies get to market with something that is commercially relevant and applicable to DoD has been too slow. But I would also say that since the instantiation of DIU, DIUX in 2015, 2016, if you look at the focus of the innovation ecosystem on the aerospace and defense community has been significant, the aerospace and defense market. In fact, recent numbers that were provided to me by my friend Raj Shah would suggest to you that there's been no greater time than right now when the investment community, the VC community, has been investing in the innovation ecosystem in companies that are specifically focused on aerospace and defense. That's huge, and that is to Secretary Hsu's point, we need to get that capital working for us. It is fair, however, to say that those companies have not been able to get to a scaled program inside the department. And that, I think, General Brown, is what you were referring to. How do we pick a few and then apply them? And this is where I think the idea of a modular concept is so important, rather than trying to go to the big bang, a program of record. We need to pick a few, put them in the hands of soldiers, sailor, airmen, and Marines to test them in contested environments and non-contested environments. The examples of what we learned in the Ukraine around how commercial technologies can really help in a contested environment, those same lessons can be applied today to the innovation ecosystem. And I think it's very much akin to what you're trying to do, Secretary Hsu.
Karen, I spent 6 years as the Chief Information Officer for Boeing before running our services business, now defense business. So I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley. And the small startup, early stage companies are product companies. They work on the basis of processes that are about delivering product on a consistent, ongoing basis. Our industry is really designed around programs. And there is not a natural coming together of those two approaches, and we've got to figure out how to solve that.
Fair enough.
And I think that companies like ours who understand how to execute business development and contracting with the Department of Defense and others have got to take a real strong lead and pull through a lot of these capabilities. And today, it is, you're right, the investment in defense tech from a VC perspective is significantly higher in general than general VC investment. So there is a lot of opportunity out there, and it's essentially a field of daisies right now, that if we don't get our arms around and get focused on the right things, will not serve us well with regard to getting focused and taking advantage of bringing those what I consider to be a real great product capabilities into big industrial capabilities and programs that can get fielded very quickly.
Do you feel like I'm sorry, Lauren, I'm taking over the job here. Sorry, I just feel like there's a follow-up there.
Yeah.
Is there something that needs to be done to incent a Boeing or the large OEMs to really pull through these smaller product companies and these tested, sort of technologies that may not have a platform?
Yeah, I think I think if you think about the agile methodology writ large, it is about bringing everyone to the table. And the way that this works really well is if we have a warfighter, a defense company, and an emerging, tech company all together trying to solve a problem.
And a big tech company.
And a big tech company. We can bring them along too, right?
So actually, one of the companies I visited in Silicon Valley actually had two of the primes. Actually, working with this small company. And so the more we actually spend time together, we can quit talking past each other and start talking to each other and get in the same room to move things forward. And I think that's the real value of building relationships. And for all of us that are here, particularly at this panel, that have an interest in this particular topic, the more time we spend together, the more we'll be able to move this forward and figure out where the friction points are.
I think there are three things that have to happen in order to get startups and emerging technology companies to scale in the realm of the national defense business sphere. First of all is, for years, DIU played the role as the mentor So if you're a small startup company, they were out there kind of looking around saying, hey, what's out there? Who's doing what? And they were the mentors. So they said, hey, are you interested in being able to take your technology and let's help you mold it to where you can get into the process in the Pentagon, whether it was an OTA or mid-tier acquisition, whatever the case may be, to help them along. It used to be that DIU operated right under the Secretary of Defense. So really, almost on a daily basis, the Secretary of Defense knew what was emerging in the small business sector there. What was the Department of Defense needing to be aware of in order to solve these problems? And also, how did we connect that with the warfighter? So I think DIU needs to be back under the Secretary of Defense. Second of all is, today as we speak, Phase 3 companies are limited to no more than 50% VC money. Now, if private capital is flowing to these companies, then the private capital folks are saying, hey, listen, this is where we think we're going to get a return on investment. Why wouldn't we, as a nation, want to say, let's follow that demand signal and make sure that we are following public dollars with the private dollars that are being invested there? That's kind of a signal. You know, we always talk about demand signal coming from DOD to the private sector. This is a private sector signal coming to DOD going, by the way, this is where we think an investment's going to make a return. So what we ought to do is we ought to remove the 50% VC cap for Phase 3s. And then thirdly is we have to be mindful, too, of how these small companies see what's going on and put it in perspective of what happens in China. Now, if these sorts of concepts start in China, you know how they start? This is exactly how they start. China starts with this, blank sheet of paper, and they just go to work. They say, okay, what's the problem? How do we solve it? How do we put together all the opportunities out there? How do we put dollars in the right place? Now, for a small startup in DOD, this is the flow chart. This is the acquisition flow chart. So think about it. If you're a small startup and you look at it and go, now how do I navigate that? You know, no wonder the small startups and emerging technology companies are looking at it and go, man, I'm not interested in getting anywhere near that. And why are the Chinese outpacing us in the development of new technology and getting it in the hands of their war fighters? Because they start with this, and we start with this. Now listen, our start is never going to be this, but our start has got to be something that's a whole lot simpler than this.
So I will say that in terms of starting out looking at Silicon Valley and other innovative small company, DIU certainly was in the forefront, okay, in the 2015 timeframe. As a function of time, what has happened now, every single service has opened up their door to also look for innovative small company solutions to solve their problems. So now we have an innovation ecosystem. Because I can tell you, in addition to what DIU is doing, there's Army Rapid Capability and Critical Technology Office funded a small company to develop a piece of software. The company's here, actually. But the software will be able to detect cyber intrusion into, if somebody's tinkering with your engine, you'll be able to know that. So literally, via Army's minimal investment, they demonstrated capability on Stryker, right? Now they're deploying this software on airborne platforms as well. So what I don't want to happen is restrict to say innovation can only come out of one organization. It has to be an ecosystem and allow every single service to look for innovative solutions, right? So that's the path that we're on, okay? And we are enhancing the availability of any of the services to search for solution, as well as the special ops guys who work very closely with small companies to look for solutions. Yeah, that is the acquisition pain points. So one of the, I will emphasize one of the things. So I have had a sequence of meetings, a roundtable discussion with small companies, CEOs of small companies on a monthly basis. I heard their pain points. And what I ended up doing is creating a spreadsheet, because engineer, you create spreadsheets, right? Of all these pain points. I had pages of stuff, and I categorized it. And then I shared it with DepSecDev. I said, here's the pain points I have heard from small companies in terms of dealing with the DoD. And she said, this is great. Let's go tackle this, right? And then she roped in acquisition sustainment, the CIO, the SAPCO office, the Special Programs Office, CDAO, INS, all the organizations. She said, let's look at how we can collectively tackle this problem, because it isn't one organization that can solve everything. So under DepSecDev's constant pressure on all of us to work these problems, she has monthly meetings with us, by the way, to make sure we're progressing on it. And she literally defined, okay, INS with CIO, your job is to simplify the security aspect of it. Namely, why does it take a year to get a secret clearance, right? Why does it take so long to get a facility clearance? So they're working on that aspect of it, okay? ANS is working on the workforce, innovation workforce. How do we sustain our workforce? And what I'm working on is bridging the valley of death, which ties into what we're doing on strategic capital. We have a bunch of initiatives that we've laid out. We just presented to everybody through a DMAG, and things we need to do is simplify our acquisition, simplify our contracting so we can award small companies much quicker, right? Rather than taking many, many months to go through contracting. So we're absolutely are trying to tackle a lot of these acquisition pain points.
Good.
Okay.
And by the way, you know, that chart, which is very interesting, thank you, Congressman. We're talking a lot about the small companies in Silicon Valley. You know, we have people that are experts and that know how to navigate that chart. And I would much rather them be working on innovating than navigating that chart.
That's right.
So
Exactly.
I think it's not just a problem for them. It's something we all need to work together on, for sure. Yeah.
Secretary Shu, you mentioned the magic word, which is workforce. And according to our poll, our audience thinks that investment in the workforce is one of the areas that needs improvement. Can you talk more specifically about how you're addressing that, particularly in the STEM area, and then the rest of the panelists? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, certainly in my world, I'm trying to attract top talent, right? One of the things that we have done is we created this SMART Scholarship Program. And the SMART Scholarship Programs, I'm going to pay for your undergraduate degree, right? If I pay 4 years of your degree in one of the 21 STEM fields of interest to the DoD, you spend 4 years working in one of our DoD labs afterward, okay? If I pay for your PhD, maybe you have to spend a little bit more time, right? Depending how long you finish your PhD, right? So literally, this is exactly what we're doing. And last year, we funded 482 SMART scholars, all right? And this year, we want to increase that again. So again, the STEM workforce that we built is going to benefit the DoD, okay? The other thing we did is we created STEM camps for junior high school students. Look, you know, I'm a geek, right? So I would have loved this as a junior high school student, to spend a week in a lab as a camp, right? So we did that for 1,200 junior high school students, 10 STEM camps. It was highly successful, and the kids loved it. Half the kids were basically sons and daughters of our active service members, right? This is a great way to innovate them to go into STEM. So we fund a lot of those activities to make sure we have a steady pipeline of STEM talent into the workforce. Having a strong workforce is incredibly important, right? There's absolutely no doubt about it. I would say one other thing that's painful for me, I'll be candid with you guys. You know, I have to attract top S&T talent, but the salary in the government is going to be less than half of what you can pay at Google, right? And yet you're expecting me to attract the highest caliber talent. So these caps, these are all the handcuffs that I have that's on my ankles and my wrist, and you're asking me to hurry up and race and beat China. Just wanted to let you know this, okay?
We do hear that a lot, and I appreciate you saying that. We hear it a lot at Google, and I'm sure all of my colleagues at other technology companies would say the same thing. It's about compensation, compensation. And I would argue that, sure, it matters, but that working on really, really hard problems is also of equal importance. And it's how you put your talent to work on those problems that matters even more. And you know, there was this seminal study in 2008, McKinsey did it, about the responsibility of leaders in creating an environment for innovation and ideation and the incubation of technology. And what it said that leaders can do beyond anything else, paying people, developing people, is creating a culture. Creating a culture that celebrates ideation and innovation and gives them opportunities immediately on day one of working in that kind of environment. You know, Google is privileged to be a cloud native company. It's only 24 years old. And when I look at what the company has achieved in 24 years, it's pretty astounding. But I do think it's a credit to the culture that was created, you know, 24 years ago. It was about taking risk and trying things rather than about failure. It is about, I should say, it still is this way. It is about this idea of curiosity and not organizational boundaries, being curious, enabling people to work across the entity, across the organization. We have these 20% projects, which are amazing, where any Googler can say they want to work for 20% of their time on some interesting project, and they can immediately be applied to that hard problem. So I think that, yes, roles matter, compensation matters. We are not naive to not believe that, but I think equally as important is the role in leadership and creating the right kind of environment for people to really flourish.
And I think too that there's another dimension to this that we ought to be thinking about, and that is the value of practical knowledge in what happens in the military is something that is of great value on the private sector side. And the question is how do you always cross-pollinate that? So how do you encourage folks that have maybe had a military career to at some point go into the private sector? And how do you encourage folks in the private sector to look at it and go, well, maybe I have an opportunity in the military? And I think there are two ways to do that. First of all is to look at within the military and see if there can't be a more formalized exchange program. And there's a little bit of that within professional military education, but I would argue at a higher level to say, why don't we do a time of being able to have a military member do a sabbatical to say, instead of going to school, which sometimes they're allowed to do, is to say, listen, I want to go and spend 2 years working at Google so I can understand what happens in Google, what happens with that mindset, what happens in that culture, and then bring that back to the military to be able to do those things. Another element, too, is for the private sector to say, maybe there are additional things that we ought to do to encourage our employees to become members of the reserve, of the Air Force Reserve, the Army Reserve, and make sure that there's a formalized program there where the company says, hey, listen, we want to make sure each year our goal is to have X number of our employees sign up and become members of the reserve. And think about that. The reserve would be in perfect position to put them into a cybersecurity role, to put them into an intelligence role where they could use even more effectively their experience in the private sector in what they need in the military, and that it's informed on what is happening in the real world. I think if you do more of that, I think there's a great opportunity there that is somewhat unrealized in what can happen in workforce, in looking at how do we do more in a formalized way with an exchange between the military and especially the tech sector.
So let me jump right on that one, since this has been high on my list.
Yes.
We do have education with industry, but I've also talked about education with DoD. And so I've been able to work very closely with Google to identify 3 people that are going to come work with the Department of the Air Force. But I've given them a bit of criteria. Like, we got to make sure we put them in a meaningful place, so they don't crush their spirit. You know, they have to work that chart you showed. But short periods of time where they can come in, learn a bit more about DOD. And the key part, if you bring them in young enough, they build a relationship with some of our young officers and NCOs, and they continue to grow up, and they'll be us one day. And they're able to help break the culture. So that's one aspect that we're trying to get done, and we're looking to broaden that with other companies as well. The other thing I'm also looking at is when we do send our talent to education with industry, how we bring them back into the force.
Yeah.
Because what we'll do is, sometimes it's considered a good deal, and so their functional manager will come back and say, well, now it's time for a bad deal. No, we actually got to take advantage of that good deal they had and put them in the right job when they come back into the Pentagon or whatever part of the Air Force. And those are the areas that I'm focused on. The last thing that I'm also trying to do is actually have some non-traditional career paths within our Air Force. It's for those that actually have these special skills, love what they're doing, and if I can leave them where they are, continue to promote them and allow them to move forward. And to your last point, I had a chance with DIU this week, and they shared a program with me called Gig Eagle. And it's the same kind of thing where you have a reservist that has a skill set, but where we place them within the Air Force because of their civilian background and how they can connect with industry. But your point's another great one to have those that are out in the private sector to come join the reserves.
Yeah.
We're hiring, so we're happy to have them as well. So.
I want to pivot real fast to an audience question. Last year, the Congress created a commission on reforming the Pentagon's budget process. What potential reforms would you put on the table for that commission's consideration in order to accelerate innovation in these tough operational problems?
So maybe I can pipe in a little bit. So this is the PPBE commission you're talking about, which thank you guys for standing that up, commission, okay? We have all kinds of issues that we could need help on.
Yes.
I think in the race against China, we handcuff ourselves in terms of processes and rules and regulations, right? We have colors of money, in which, of course, you segment RDT&E, then we segment procurement, then we segment operations and maintenance money. It's an arbitrary divide of money. That's one thing, okay? The other thing is we have this culture of use it or lose it, right? If you don't spend your money, by end of the year, you're gonna lose the budget. So one of the things we have asked for, especially in terms of funding university research, can we alleviate that? So work very closely with comptroller, with OMB to change that process. So, because the academic cycle is not necessarily fits well in within our with our fiscal cycle, right? So there's a lot of these things that we can help to change the processes to help us to move faster. And please don't give us CRs every year. That could also help.
I guess one thing I would add just to that is there are things we could change, but I also believe there's cases where we do have authorities to actually do things faster that we just don't have the habit pattern of doing.
Yeah.
And so what we got to do is challenge ourselves in some cases to really figure out if we already have the authorities, why aren't we using them before we start asking? I mean, we need to probably look at some more authorities and some different approaches, but there's some things that I think we do have that we have a habit pattern. We've done this a certain way all the time. We've got to break that habit pattern and take full advantage of all the tools we have to move faster in certain areas.
I think that's a great point. What you see today is a structure that puts everything towards the concept of the requirement. So if you have a company that says, hey, I got a great idea, I can do it less expensively, and someone in the Pentagon goes, well, I'd love to do that, but guess what? I don't have a requirement to do that, so we're not going to do that. And there are other avenues, OTAs, other transaction authorities, MTAs, middle tier authorities. All those things are there, but the problem is they are the exception rather than the rule. So I think what we have to do is to reform the processes in the Pentagon to say all of these efforts, whether it's requirement driven, whether it's OTAs or MTAs, all exist on a level playing field. So if somebody comes in a windshield, they look at it and go, there's equal access to all of these. Now, a lot of times they're told that. So if someone says, well, there's not a requirement, but you can pursue an OTA. And if it's a new company, they go, well, well, what's an OTA and how do I go about doing that? So we have to simplify the process so that folks know very easily, this is how I navigate it and this is how I can get in to make sure that I can do business in the Pentagon. I think that those things are incredibly important. And as we looked at the acquisition process there, the simpler that we can make it, the more basic it is to a connection between the capability that a company has and the capacity that they have, and the quicker we can get it. General Brown, as you said, the speed element of that is critical. How do we increase the speed? How do we simplify the process? If we do that, all of a sudden, the innovation and creation that we long for that needs to get there, that needs to get in the hands of the warfighter, gets there faster. And the closing element of that, too, is that as we bring those companies in, and it's been mentioned here before, but I don't think it can be overemphasized, and that is, as we're developing this technology, it needs to be a ground-up development. So it's great to have the Joint Chiefs and others look at this and go, yeah, that would be a great opportunity for that technology to be applied. But it has to start with that Marine Lance Corporal, with that Army private, with that third-class airman, with that third-class seaman, and work from there on up. Because let me tell you, those individuals are incredibly talented, incredibly insightful, and they know what will work. And they see it each and every day, and what we learn from them is invaluable. If we have a system that's from the bottom up and assures that what comes from there is what guides our technology, and we make it simpler for those companies that say, we got a great idea, have them start with folks there at the ground level, and then have a quick and easy pathway for them to get there, we can do things at the speed of relevance, at the speed of reality.
And Congressman, I think we have a great example of a place we could start. Obviously, necessity is born out of crisis, oftentimes, and with the war in Ukraine.
Yes.
Many commercial companies, as well as commercial companies from within the defense industrial base, as well as defense itself, brought great technologies to bear in Ukraine for the Ukrainian people. Google brought its network, to help secure networks across Ukraine. We brought Google Maps to help make sure we could help the humanitarian crisis in the Ukraine. We were able to, using our networks, protect from cyber attacks, as well as to instantiate, no kidding, capabilities to ensure the safety of accredited news sources. So these are, and I know that there are many other companies that are in this audience today that also did great things. Anduril, I know, did some wonderful things around drone technology in Ukraine. And I think this is a great example of where, out of this crisis, we were able to bring commercial technologies and apply them, and the soldier, sailor, airman, Marine on the ground, to your point, used them, and they worked. And so now how do we learn from that? Ellen Lord is on the PBB Commission. We were talking about this last night. How do we learn from those products and capabilities and technologies that worked in Ukraine and get them into, you know, the acquisition system faster? I'm not asking you that question, but I wonder what we can do around that.
Hey, Karen, I think your example is a good one, and at the risk of talking myself into a partnership with Google on the stage.
I'm all in.
If you think about what you just described and the capabilities that you all delivered to support Ukraine, many of the defense industrial-based companies delivered capabilities as well that we won't talk about on the stage. Yes. But you know, if you're the right hand, I'm in the left hand. I'm not sure the right hand knew what all the left hand was doing. Yeah. And how does the future operate much more efficiently and with more agility, in that we actually know what the right and left hand are doing, and we recombined those capabilities to field you know, things that really matter going forward.
Such a great question. Great
just
point.
a good thought process for us all.
Secretary Hsu, your office stood up the Office of Strategic Capital this week, and I'm interested in combining a couple of questions from the audience and my own. How much is appropriated for this office, and how will it be different in terms of being able to solve some of the investment challenges in these emerging technology areas?
Yeah, I would say our intention is not to become a gigantic fund, okay? Our intent in terms of funding folks. It's very unlike Raider. Okay, Raider, we put a chunk of money in there for the experimentation. Okay, the purpose of Office of Strategic Capital is really to work with our investors in terms of the venture capital area. There's no need for us to duplicate a fund. Okay, so we're working with the venture capital folks to say, hey, there's some critical technologies that we want to make sure that we as a nation keep, so there's no adversary capital that's investing there and the product gets stolen, right? So one piece is that. The other aspect of what we're trying to solve is working very closely and collaboratively with a small business association. We can then leverage the capability that already exists in terms of leveraging funds or creating funds. I mean, right now, SBA, small business, has over 300 funds that's available to help small companies, right? So we want to leverage that type of debt and equity that's available, perhaps to also provide a small company who needs to capitalize to get into production, to help them to get some guaranteed loans. So these are some of the concepts we're exploring. But the fund that we're asking for is for manpower to stand up the office. So it's a very small chunk of money to stand up this office. Okay.
Can you say how much?
No, because it's not not in the budget yet, right? So I can't tell you.
General Brown, I'm interested in any initial thoughts you have on how the Air Force might work with this office. I know the Air Force has AFWorks where a lot of those investments take place, but since this is new, what are your kind of off-the-cuff thoughts?
Well, I see it as an opportunity, and it was just announced, so it's not, I've only read some of the press reports, haven't had a brief associated with it, but some very nascent understanding of what the opportunity may be. But the key point there is having capital to support these small companies and grow beyond, the SBIRs that we already do. I also take up on what Rep. Whitman said. If VC's putting money against it, don't put a cap against it. Yeah. And so look at opportunities of how we, make sure that these small companies don't have to wait the typical 2 years to get into something, particularly if you have a capability we are highly interested in. Because it's not only the small company, but it's also to figure out how best to help it scale, particularly as we're going to bring it into the Air Force or within the department. Because that's another piece of this puzzle that we don't often talk about. Great technology, great idea, are we going to be able to scale it? And that's another aspect. And I think this is where thinking through this is one area. The last thing I'd hit on is, because as I was in Silicon Valley, and this was announced, some of the people I were talking to said, don't only focus on the software side of this, we need to focus on some of the hardware, particularly as you think about semiconductors and AI. I learned a lot this past week on semiconductors and artificial intelligence, more so than I had in the past. And we've really got to think about all the things we need to do to bring the capability forward. And there's small companies doing this, but there's also large companies that are doing this as well. But I'd build up on what Ted said. Left and the right hand, left and right foot, we all need to know what everybody's doing. And that's the challenge, whether it's between companies or levels of classification as well. And that's another challenge we have that we've got to work through as well.
And I think the Office of Strategic Capital needs to be complementary to the Defense Innovation Unit. Mm-hmm. So, and APFIT, I think, had a good first start. I think the $100 million that was there was a good first start. The question is how do we make sure as we are allocating dollars there that we indeed get the dollars to the amount that makes sure that these companies can take that leap to scalability. And listen, I understand with the $100 million and split amongst 10 companies, as I've talked to them, some of them have said, hey, listen, we could maybe get there a little bit faster if we had some more. So from our standpoint, what we have to look at is how do we enable APFIT? How do we make sure, too, that we elevate the function of DIU? How do we make sure, too, that the Office of Strategic Capital is working as a complement in that? Because now there are kind of all these moving parts out there. You have APFIT, DIU, and Office of Strategic Capital. So let's make sure that they're not conflicting with each other or not taking away from one effort to another. I look at them as complementary efforts. But we have to be very careful to make sure that they don't take away from other efforts, because if they do, that duplication is really going to make things difficult.
Certainly not the intention to duplicate at all.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
It's really to help the small companies in looking at multiple avenues that we have in terms of helping our small companies to scale up, get into production, right?
And in that same vein, I'm interested in the industry perspective there on how important this venture capital investment is in actually scaling these capabilities.
I mean, from my perspective, seeding the innovation economy is good for everyone, and that is one of the, I think, strategic differentiators that we have as a country and as allies, is that we have diversity to leverage, and if you don't seed the diversity, you don't get the value out of it. Now, the trick is seeding it and then finding the pathway to get to scale, and I do think that figuring out how we get the whole ecosystem working together, how we get these cogs in line with one another is where success will come out. And we are all obviously really keen to be a part of that. We won't be able to do everything ourselves. We're a 100 and some odd euro company. We do a lot of amazing things really, really well, but we also know there's a lot of things out there that we can do better, and we can partner up with other players to do so. So we look forward to working with it all.
I think Ted said it well. The only thing I would add to it is I think it should give us a lot of hope that so many young entrepreneurs want to work in this space, in aerospace and defense. They are mission-driven, purpose-focused, and I think seeding, the innovation economy, as Ted said, I think it will really rally even more young entrepreneurs to this space.
Absolutely.
And we'll do a quick wrap up. So what do you expect to see? We have the pacing threat, that's China. We have the ongoing war in Ukraine. We're talking about innovation. So what can we expect to see in terms of new emerging technologies, capabilities, partnerships, technology exchanges in the coming year? And you can just go down. I'll start with you, General Brown.
Well, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to tell you what technology. I'll tell you what problems I have to solve.
There you go.
And that's really what I'm focused on as an operator and as a service chief, is to provide operational problems so those that are working in technology can help us solve those problems. And this is why the collaboration is so important, for us to spend time together to share the problem and then turn to our partners in industry, no matter how big or how small the company is, and then allow them to help us solve those problems.
Yeah, I think we're focused on some of the really big items we've talked about, things like advanced autonomy, next generation, really important materials, artificial intelligence, great software needed in everything, and fixing the supply chain on the hardware side. I think all those capabilities will create the building blocks for the next generation of capabilities that even this emergent innovation economy in the defense tech world will be able to leverage. And I think that entire ecosystem is really important to all of us.
Well, two things. First of all, it sounds like I'm walking out of here with a strategic partnership agreement with Boeing. So we'll do that. The second thing, and more importantly, obviously, is I think using AI to really power the digital transformation of the department. And that's where we are, wholly focused.
I want to add one more thing that I forgot to mention a little bit earlier. We are partnering with our allies and international partners. I see Australia sitting in the front as one of outstanding partnerships we have with Australia. We created a classified construct in which we can share information. We're collaborating hand in fist to deliver capabilities that's going to be interoperable, born interoperable, right? And they are moving really, really fast. So we can deliver some of the capabilities a lot faster than just developing on our own, okay? So I want to thank my Australian partners right here, okay, to give them a shout out. But we're doing the same thing, looking across other allied partners, see what they have in terms to complement us, not to take away from our work, but to complement us and accelerate capability in the near term. Okay, a lot of stuff we're doing on classified, so I can't really, I don't want China to find out, so I'm not going to tell you about it, but we're doing some really cool, innovative stuff. But, and the other point I want to emphasize, the focus is, you cannot say innovation only comes out of commercial company. There's a lot of innovation coming out of our defense industry as well. A lot of stuff are in the other world that you don't necessarily see the details, but there's a lot of innovation coming out of there as well, because the capabilities, well, you just saw B-21 rolled out, right? There's other stuff that's in development that has significantly even more capabilities, right? And that's being enabled by our defense industry. So I don't want to just say, hey, innovation only comes out of one sector. It is holistic. It is defense industry, commercial industry, our international partners and allies. Okay.
Congressman, close us out.
Yeah, I think the single most important thing that we all need to keep in mind, and you heard this theme in common with everybody here on the stage about what is the path forward, is the way that we are going to prevail strategically is to make sure in the economically challenged environment we're going to face in years to come is how do we get more per our dollar than the Chinese get per their yuan or the Russians get per their ruble. And we've shown that we can do that. And we will win strategically when we are able to make sure we bring all the things we talk about with innovation and creation. And Congress needs to play a critical role there to make sure that we either take away impediments that may be there for the Pentagon or for the industry, or add things that are tools for the industry or for the Pentagon. Those things I think are incredibly important. How do we get the most out of those resources? As Secretary Hsu said, our allies are going to be critical there. Australia, obviously an incredibly important one, but there are many, many other ones out there. They bring a significant amount of resources to the table, as well as the leverage of private capital. Folks, that is the path forward, and we will prevail because we will do more per our unit of currency than anybody else in the world. We've done it before, and we will continue to do it, and that's how we will prevail strategically.
I want to thank each of you for being here today, and thank you for joining us. That is our time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Panel 8. The Peace Through Strength award ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Peace Through Strength Award presentation is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Thank you for the kind invitation and the opportunity to briefly address the distinguished attendees of this year's Reagan National Defense Forum. I'm Captain Darrell Cardone, Commanding Officer of the USS Ronald Reagan.
And I'm Rear Admiral Buzz Donnelly, the commander of Task Force 70, as well as Carrier Strike Group 5. And we're the proud leaders of USS Ronald Reagan and Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group, America's only forward-deployed carrier strike group and aircraft carrier.
The Ronald Reagan recently completed trilateral maritime operations with our Japanese and Australian allies in the Philippine Sea.
And since leaving port in May of this year, USS Ronald Reagan and our Carrier Strike Group have operated with our allies throughout the region, including Japan, Australia, Republic of Korea, Republic of Philippines, Canada, and the United Kingdom, as well as several of our partners that we share throughout this region. This demonstration of combined resolve highlights our credible combat capability and our common commitment to the security and stability of the Indo-Pacific, and our willingness to support the status quo and to prevent anybody who would change that by force.
Our ship's motto, spoken by President Reagan himself, is peace through strength. And the 5,000 plus sailors aboard our nation's flagship embody this time-tested military philosophy every single day.
And we're ready to carry out this mission every day, as well as every night. Our constant forward presence ensures that we are presenting America's forward-deployed, credible combat capability. That combat capability is supported by over 5,000 sailors and Marines who share a common professionalism, commitment, and dedication to duty. With them, along with our support ashore, we maintain the lethality, survivability, and sustainability to meet any challenge in the Indo-Pacific.
And you can rest assured that these brave men and women will fly, sail, and operate in the open seas and skies of the Western Pacific, consistent with international law, and maintain the peace and stability of this dynamic region as the United States Navy has done for decades. On behalf of the crew aboard the USS Ronald Reagan and Carrier Strike Group 5, who daily protect the peace and embody our nation's strength, we sincerely thank you for attending the Reagan National Defense Forum, for your contributions to our national security, and for joining us in carrying forward President Reagan's legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Michael Castine.
Thank you very much. In his remarks at the 1980 Republican National Convention, President Reagan explained his interpretation of peace through strength. And to quote, "We know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. It is then that the tyrants are tempted." That understanding shaped President Reagan's approach to national defense policy. The wisdom of his words and his vision has been proven again and again through the decades. The Reagan Foundation's Peace Through Strength Award honors those whose service has advanced the vision and strengthened our national security. This award has been presented to our nation's most distinguished and influential leaders: a vice president, secretaries of defense, secretaries of state, generals, and members of the Senate and House of Representatives. Today, we'll present the Peace Through Strength Award to two more leaders of the highest caliber. The award they'll receive, as you can see up here, features a bronze eagle perched on a granite base. The eagle was a favorite of President Reagan and all that it stood for, or stands for. It projects American courage and strength. In the eagle's talon is an actual piece of the fallen Berlin Wall. It is a reminder of America's role in bringing freedom to the oppressed and of the peace that is achieved through projecting that strength. I have the honor today of presenting this year's Peace Through Strength Award to Dr. Mark Esper. So at the Reagan Defense Forum, we know Mark Esper quite well. In fact, we've checked the records, and it appears that he has achieved a perfect attendance for every defense forum. Thank you, Mark. Rest assured, though, this is a far more than a perfect attendance award that we're about to give to him. It is a recognition of principled leadership through turbulent times. It is a celebration of a person who has provided leadership for every constituency in the national defense community. His titles tell the story: West Point, Harvard, George Washington University, degrees, PhD in public policy, Screaming Eagle, Rifle Company Commander, National Guardsman and Army Reservist, Heritage Foundation Chief of Staff, House Armed Service Committee Policy Director, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Defense, Aerospace Industries Association Chief Operating Officer, Raytheon Executive, Secretary of the Army, and Secretary of Defense, and overall, a great guy. I hate to sound like I'm reading a resume, but few resumes are so compelling. He has served in uniform, on Capitol Hill, at a think tank, at a trade association, in the defense industry, and at the highest levels of the executive branch. He has seen it all because he's done it all, and America is better for it. Of course, that's not to mention his many military awards and decorations: Legion of Merit, Bronze Star, the Kuwait Liberation Medals, and and the Combat Infantry Badge. And there's maybe a coincidence here, maybe not, but Mark's also an author, and for those of you who've read his book, you might have read that he is also a Reagan. His mother is a Reagan, so I'm sure that had something to do with the selection committee, but you deserved it anyway. And so for this lifetime of service, for a dedication to Reagan-esque principles, for an unshakable commitment to a sacred oath, the Reagan Foundation presents the Peace Through Strength Award to the 27th Secretary of Defense, Please join me in congratulating the Honorable Mark T. Esper.
Michael, thank you for that very kind and generous introduction. I will pay you later, as we agreed. Governor Wilson, Mrs. Wilson, thanks for being here. Peggy, Dove, the whole crew up there, thank you very much. Secretary Panetta. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by thanking the Reagan Foundation for honoring me with this award, and more importantly, for keeping the spirit and legacy of Ronald Reagan alive. For someone who has dedicated his life to our nation's security, it is quite humbling to receive an award in the name of one of our country's greatest presidents, and certainly someone who has special meaning to me. To Buck McKeon, Roger Zakheim, Bob Cochran, and others who founded the Reagan National Defense Forum 10 years ago, thank you as well, and congratulations for what the event is today. Like those awarded this prestigious honor in the past, I was asked to take a few minutes to explain what peace through strength means to me. I began by reviewing the remarks of some of the great leaders and statesmen who stood on this podium before me in years past. George Shultz, Bob Gates, Leon Panetta, John McCain, to name a few. Some of them told stories about their meetings with President Reagan at the White House, where topics such as Soviet missiles in Europe, terrorism in the Middle East, communist proxies in Nicaragua were discussed. They used these pivotal moments in Reagan's tenure to emphasize the enduring importance and virtue of peace through strength. I quickly concluded that this approach would not work for me. I don't have stories like those to share with you today. You see, when Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980, I was a junior in high school. But that's actually where my story begins. Many of you recall that the 1970s were a tough time for America, not unlike today, but spread over 10 years as compared to 4 or 5. By the end of the decade, the United States seemed to be constantly on the back foot. The Soviets had invaded Afghanistan, communism was on the march in parts of Latin America and Africa, the Islamic Revolution occurred in Iran, and the Ayatollah was holding 52 Americans hostage. The U.S. military experienced an embarrassing and deadly failure to rescue them, a black mark against a storied institution struggling to escape the Vietnam era. We had many problems here at home, too. An energy crisis helped drive our economy in the ground and interest rates into the sky, while the White House encouraged us to wear sweaters to stay warm. Our leaders in Washington seemed to disappoint more often than they inspired, and our allies didn't always stand up, let alone stand tall beside us. It was a depressing period for many Americans. Times were tough, and the future looked bleak. And then, Ronald Reagan decided to run for president. It was the Gipper's optimism, can-do spirit, and character, and of course, his promise to restore our national confidence that lifted up many across this great land and gave us hope. For me, President Reagan's commitment to rebuild the military, reclaim our international respect, and pursue peace through strength inspired me to answer my calling, to apply to West Point, join the Long Gray Line, and serve my country in uniform. Now, as I considered what to say today, I lamented to my wife, Leah, that I wouldn't have a comparable White House story to tell, to share with all of you. Now, Leah rarely forgets what I did or failed to do, and thus quickly reminded me that I did, in fact, meet the 40th president once. You see, on July 28th, 1990, that date's important, President Reagan traveled to Abilene, Kansas, to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Dwight Eisenhower's birth. Thousands gathered at Ike's boyhood home to do the same and to hear President Reagan speak. The day prior, as the president headed east from California to Kansas, First Lieutenant Mark Esper and his new bride headed west from Kansas City, where he just spent a sleepless night at a KOA campground in a linky tent that battled the winds and rain of a passing tornado. No kidding. We got up the next morning, threw everything wet as can be in the small coupe that we were driving, and headed off to our next stop. You see, we had already been on the road a few days, having signed out of my unit, the 101st Airborne Division, the week prior. I had a few weeks of leave before reporting to Fort Benning and didn't have a moment to waste. We arrived in Abilene after lunch. It was a warm, sunny day, and we were surprised to see how packed the parking lot was. Now, for the younger folks here in the audience, we didn't have the internet back then, or iPhones to tell us what was happening in the next town over. As we walked up to the grounds, the large crowd was 6 to 8 rows deep. We worked our way to the front, asking people along the way, what's going on? I couldn't believe that President Reagan was going to be there that day. I pressed Leah, that I was going to shake his hand and be ready, have that camera ready to go. Soon enough, the president emerged from the right and began a long walk down a concrete promenade. And when he got within yelling range, I began shouting my request, Mr. President, please shake my hand, Mr. President. It was embarrassing. She's nodding, yeah, that's right. The president looked my way, smiled, and gave me a hand wave as he kept walking. Now, keep in mind that I hadn't showered in a day or so, hadn't shaved in several days, and was wearing shabby clothes. I'm sure that the Secret Service whispered into the cuff mic, crazy homeless guy at 3 o'clock, keep your eyes open. President Reagan passes me. I plead one more time as he rounds the corner, come on, Mr. President, just shake my hand. And then he stops, turns around, and makes a beeline for me. The people around me are shocked, frozen still, not knowing what to do. Security sees what's going on and converges on us. This is true. As the president reaches out his hand and I extend mine, Leah falls to the ground. She claims she was pushed, maybe by me or the police. I think she was slipped, equally stunned by the moment. The president and I lock eyes. We shake hands. He says something nice. I thank him. We didn't have time to discuss Soviet nukes or the Contras. And the moment is over. I walk away triumphantly, having met Ronald Reagan, the president who inspired me to become an Army officer. Now, this may sound far-fetched to some of you, but we have photographic evidence. You get the picture I pulled out of my, there it is. Yeah, that's what I thought too. The president wearing his Ike button. You notice that the picture slightly tilted, that Leah was falling at that point. And that's my thumb underneath the policeman's arm. So as she was falling, she snapped this picture, and you can take it down now. I'm sure somewhere, yeah, it's one of my low points. I'm sure somewhere, maybe even here in this library, there is video evidence, like the Zapruder film, that will give us insight into what happened. How obnoxious was I? What did the Gipper say? And most importantly, who pushed Leah? Now, some of you might conclude that this experience showed that I had the potential to be a politician. I arrived on the scene in Abilene with little experience, made grandiose assertions about what I would do, was off-putting in the pursuit of my goals, and when the time came, was prepared to throw my loved one under the bus to claim the prize. Now, I say all this because it's a fun and true story. And the last part sounds familiar to those of you who know well the famous saying by Harry Truman, that if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog. But it also sets me up to say a couple things both serious and sincere. First of all, Truman wasn't completely right. I was fortunate 20 years ago to meet my fellow awardee, Dr. John Hamre. I was a staffer on Capitol Hill. He was the accomplished former DepSecDef and the president of CSIS. I had participated in many of the commissions that they ran, and I found John to be smart and thoughtful and engaging. More importantly, and uniquely, John took an interest in the younger folks in attendance. You see, John is a genuine person in that regard, and he became a friend and a mentor to me in so many ways. So when I learned that John was the other awardee tonight, I thought, how lucky am I? And how fortunate have I and others in D.C. been, I'm sure, to have John Hamre as a friend and mentor. I can't think of anyone more deserving of this award, and I'm selfishly proud to share this stage with him tonight with such a wonderful person. So please join me in a round of applause for John Hammer. I expect payback, John, when you're up here. Now on to the second thing, though. But first we need to go back to Abilene because the story doesn't end there. Leah and I jumped back in the car, skipped the president's remarks, and headed off to Dodge City. Our trip throughout the great American West would continue. A few days later, Iraq invaded Kuwait on August 2nd. I soon found myself in Idaho looking for a payphone to call my old infantry battalion to learn the latest news and to try to get my orders revoked so I could deploy with the Screaming Eagles. This great military that President Reagan was built during the 1980s, after all, was going to war, and I was not going to miss it. Reagan rebuilt the U.S. Armed Forces first and foremost to defend the nation, but also to strengthen our hand in international affairs and to backstop his foreign policy. But how good were we after 10 years of the Reagan-Bush era? Hundreds of billions in new equipment like Abrams tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, and Apache helicopters, a new doctrine called air-land battle, higher pay and better benefits for our service members, and a novel training regimen that includes something called the National Training Center out here in the desert of California. We would soon find out. Operation Desert Storm began in January 1991 after weeks of an intensive air campaign that saw the use of stealth aircraft and precision-guided munitions. The ground war began a month later. In less than 100 hours, U.S. and Allied forces crushed the fourth largest military in the world and would do so with minimal casualties. A U.S. joint force and its allies built to defeat the Soviets in Germany's Fulda Gap decimated an Iraqi army that had far more recent and relevant combat experience. Not only was the power and professionalism of this post-Vietnam U.S. military proven, but we also rolled out new technologies, new capabilities, and new forms of warfare that others couldn't fathom. In many ways, we surprised ourselves with this great machine that Ronald Reagan built. We certainly shocked the Russians and Chinese, so much so that both countries, especially the PRC, would go to school on us for the next few decades. We returned a few months later from the heat and sand of the Arabian Peninsula with a renewed sense of strength and confidence. And by the end of that year, 1991, the Soviet Union was no more. Peace through strength had won the Cold War. In the years that followed, I would begin viewing this enduring principle of peace through strength more broadly than just military might. We certainly had the best armed forces in the world, but that was built on the foundation of a strong economy, noteworthy for the hard work, entrepreneurship, and innovation of the American people. A vibrant economy and capable military also enabled an effective diplomacy that leveraged trade agreements, international organizations, alliances, foreign assistance, and a diverse set of partnerships to promote U.S. policy abroad. But most important was our values: freedom, democracy, individual rights, the rule of law, and all the other hallmarks of this great country embodied in our founding documents that President Reagan believed in so deeply when he described America as a shining city on the hill. These values were, are, and will continue to be what draw people to our great country from all around the world. And yet, there is one more rung to climb, one more level to reach, one more factor to cite as I think about peace through strength. And it's the power of inspiration. President Reagan had it in abundance. He used it to rally a nation, to bolster a people, and to embolden individuals, regular folks like me and many of you, I'm sure, to join the military, to serve in government, to help our fellow man. The great communicator inspired people around the world as well, in Warsaw, in Berlin, in Prague and Budapest, and in other capitals and countries in the East and West, trapped behind the Iron Curtain, ruled by dictators or bullied by bigger neighbors. If he were alive today, Ronald Reagan would stand with the people of Ukraine and Taiwan, as well as those seeking freedom in Iran and Venezuela and Russia and China. After all, it was President Reagan who once said that, quote, "No weapon in the arsenals of the world is as formidable as the will and courage of free men and women," end quote. It just takes inspirational and selfless leaders of character and integrity like Ronald Reagan to lead them forward. This is what peace through strength means to me today. This is what we'll need as we face off against China, an adversary far more daunting than the Soviet Union. This is what we need now to unify our country, strengthen our republic, and galvanize the American people for the task ahead, just as President Reagan did in 1980. And this, my friends, is also why that handshake in Abilene 32 years ago means so much more to me today than I could ever imagine back then. Thank you all very much.
Good evening. Those of you, and there are many in this room, who have served in government, whether local, state, or federal, quickly learn, if they're paying attention, learn an inescapable fact. You can staff your team with the best and the brightest. You can convene any number of meetings and really drill them. You can look at every problem from every angle. And yet, without fail, some of the best ideas, some of the most thoughtful analyses, some of the most consequential policy decisions, prescriptions, will come from outside your administration, just sure as hell. In the realm of national defense, think tanks of many stripes provide really critical outside perspective. And they offer thoughtful leadership, they provide accountability, and they play the devil's advocate, all very useful. Some offer relatively immune to political pressure while filling an important role in protecting our nation. But of all the many think tanks who have influenced national policy, there is simply no match for the best, and no match for the caliber of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, known to many as CSIS. Now, CSIS has an extraordinary reputation, and it would not have achieved so high a standard without its president and CEO. As you may have guessed, that's John Hamre. John served in this role for nearly 23 years. That's more than 1/3 the life of CIS, making John almost an institution as is CIS itself. His influence in Washington is everywhere. You have just heard from Dr. Mark Esper, the recipient of this same award, who referred to him in his remarks just now as a mentor at a time when He was a young man seeking to learn and to fight for his country. Well, countless others have done as well, both Republicans and Democrats. Undoubtedly, many of you in this room today, but actually, because of the closely held nature of the work of Dr. Hamre's work, he has also shaped the minds of many in the defense industry, even who don't even recognize it. But CSIS is only the most recent act, 23 years. John has served as the 26th U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense in President Clinton's second term. That was after serving as the Undersecretary of Defense, actually the Controller, in the first Clinton term. And before that, he spent 10 years on the professional staff of the Senate Armed Services Professional Staff of the Senate Armed Services Committee, which is where I first met him. And that was after he was working as Deputy Assistant Director for National Security and International Affairs in the Congressional Budget Office. In other words, my friends, John Hamre has been in some way or another shaping American national defense policy since the beginning of the Reagan administration. I almost said Coogan or Coolidge administration to see if you were paying attention. So to understate the obvious, this award is not only well earned, it's been an extraordinary career. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a task that I am enjoying in celebrating the incomparable career of researcher, scholar, teacher, mentor, and counselor, great intellectual warrior, and American patriot, Dr. John Hamre. Yes, that's right.
Senator Wilson, I was overwhelmed when I heard that you were going to introduce me. When I first started on the staff of the Armed Services Committee, he was one of the towering figures on the committee, and now to have this opportunity with you, it's such a privilege. I want to say thank you. And before I begin with my remarks, could I ask all of you to say thank you to these young cadets that were with us every day. They were guiding us throughout this day, watching over us, making sure we got to where we needed to be. Would you all stand up, and can we then thank you with your applause? When there are days when I'm a little discouraged about our trajectory, I see these young people, and I'm happy. When Roger Zackheim called me to say that I was to receive this award, I must confess I was embarrassed. You know, I know the
titans of national security that have been recipients of this award. I mean, Leon Panetta and Mark Esper now, George Shultz. I mean, I'm just not in that league, you know. And I'm not worthy of this award, but I promise you I'll spend the rest of my life trying to earn it. You know, I really came to my life in public policy through a failure. I had thought that I was going to pursue the ordained ministry as a young man. And I went to a seminary, and it took about a year to realize that I was not well equipped to be an ordained pastor. I came to realize that. But in my experience at Harvard Divinity School, I also came to find the calling for the rest of my life. One of my professors there was H. Richard Niebuhr, and his older brother was Reinhold Niebuhr. And of course, Reinhold Niebuhr was the great architect of the ethical underpinning of American foreign policy in the Cold War period. He had watched the tragedies of World War II and saw the emerging battle that we were going to have with international communism. You know, the religious community from during World War II had become deeply traumatized and was largely pacifistic at the end of the war, traumatized by the war. And it was Reinhold Niebuhr that cast the new frame of reference for America in the world. And it came not from his political convictions, it came from his religious understanding. And it's based, he was a Lutheran, I'm a Lutheran, and it grew out of our understanding of the flawed nature of man, humankind. You know, in our, not to be theological here, but the term is original sin. What original sin means is that willfulness of people to want to dominate others. That is a raging impulse inside everybody. And it was Reinhold Niebuhr that saw that the best way to control that, constrain that, was through democracy. And Reinhold Niebuhr had the most, to me, it shaped my life. And I wanted to share with you. He said, man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible. Man's inclination towards injustice makes democracy necessary. This is the core of our lives. We are the blessed inheritance of something very unique. You know, demographers estimate that there have been probably 115 billion human beings in all of human history that have been on this earth. Only the tiniest percentage have had the privilege to live in a democracy. The natural order in politics is authoritarianism. The natural order is for people to live under the domineering impulse of powerful people that want to impose their will on other human beings. And we see that all around us right now. A war, a completely unprovoked war in Ukraine. Why? Because of this willful, evil sentiment inside one man who is bringing so much torment to the world. We see it in China. Over 1 million Uyghurs imprisoned in concentration camps. Families that their doors are being welded shut so they can't go out because of a COVID lockdown. We live in a precious democracy, and it's rare. It's not typical. The smallest percentage of human beings have had the privilege that we have to live in a democracy. So, because we inherited this, it's our obligation to keep it going and to strengthen it. So I would like to, I've gone on too long and I've been too personal. I apologize for that, but I want to share with you. It was the beginning of the invocation for President Clinton's second inauguration. And the Reverend Gardner Williams offered the following, and this is the beginning. He said, "Gracious God, before whose face the generations rise and the generations pass away, grant us this day that we may so conduct our lives and our affairs that it will be counted of thee worthwhile that we lived. What remains of my temporal life I will devote to strengthening this beautiful democracy." And I want to thank the Reagan Institute for making it possible for me to be here today with all of you, because I know you share my wish that we strengthen this sweet land of liberty forever. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, Roger Zackheim.
I don't know how to follow that, so the best way I can think of following it is simply saying, thank you, Dr. Hamry, and thank you, Dr. Esper, and please join me in another round of applause for our special recipients. Well, perhaps the way you follow something like that is you offer words of gratitude. So that's what you're going to indulge me in for the next few minutes. Let me begin with the amazing trustees that are before me right now. I am so grateful for the support and your participation today. To Governor Wilson and his lovely wife, Gail, thank you for being here. I'll get through the end, and then I'm asking you for an extended applause. Michael Castine, Ben Sutton, I think Fred Ryan may have just left, but I'll include him as well, our chairman of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. Andrew Littlefair and his wife, Karen, and Peggy Noonan. Thank you so much for being here today. And as you know, you hear me every year refer to all the people that make this happen, and they're worthy of mention every year. To our partners and sponsors, to the delegations from the Department of Defense, the congressional delegation, our foreign delegation, I see their ambassadors and ministers of defense in the room. We are grateful for your partnership and participation. And then for the amazing team here at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Institute. As many of you know, I reside in D.C. and lead our institute in D.C., but we are one organization here at the foundation. One of the special treats of this forum is that it brings together the East Coast team with the West Coast team. We have lots of business people here, and you know you don't take integration for granted. You don't take for granted collaboration. And the success of this event is a testament to the way this foundation operates on two coasts, working together collaboratively. Really grateful for this amazing team. I'll highlight Melissa Giller and Joanne Drake here out in California that make this so much easier. And then to the executive committee of the Reagan National Defense Forum, our founder of the forum, Bob Cochran, his lovely wife Kelly is here. It's great to have you here, Kelly. our Policy Director, Rachel Hoff, our Chief of Staff in DC, Meredith Steza. Please join me in a long thank you for all those wonderful people. One more here who merits special and individual applause, and that is to John Hybush, our visionary leader of this foundation and just a wonderful human being. We will absolutely miss John's leadership, and he was always welcome here at the Reagan National Defense Forum. Please join me in thanking John. All right, to the business at hand. The time has finally come. We've reached the final panel of the 2022 Reagan National Defense Forum. Now, in recent years, this panel has been a conversation among former secretaries of defense and national security leaders, and has become known as the Panetta panel for our most stalwart panelist, the former defense secretary and CIA director. This year, Secretary Panetta will be joined by Secretary Esper for the second year in a row. And we're excited to add former Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe, the predecessor to Avril Haines, who we heard from earlier today. And our thanks to our returning moderator, Bill Hemmer of Fox News. Now, this year, we're also mindful of a painful absence. As you all know, we lost former Secretary Ash Carter this year. He was a friend and colleague to so many of you. Certainly, he was a great friend to the Reagan Library and the Reagan National Defense Forum. And so let me close with these words from our friend, from his 2016 remarks at the Reagan National Defense Forum in his final weeks serving as a Secretary of Defense. He said, and I quote, "Each of you knows well that America's defense is so vital that we to whom it is entrusted must ensure its continuity and excellence across the years and across the domains of armed conflict, not just in the air, sea, and land, but also in space, cyberspace, from strategic era to strategic era, from presidential administration to presidential administration, across our government and across our parties," end quote. He said it well, as he so often did. Would you all join us in a brief moment of silence and gratitude for our departed friend? Thank you, and thank you, Ash Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the 2022 Reagan National Defense Forum, please welcome former Secretaries of Defense Leon Panetta and Mark Esper, former DNI John Ratcliffe, and my friend, moderator Bill Hemmer.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us back. On behalf of the Fox News family, it's always great to come out here and be a part of these panels, and I speak on behalf of my colleagues in our level of appreciation that we're going to express to the library and all of you who have made the trip out here, or if you're local, welcome home. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Great.
Nice to see you. This time last year, he had a book coming out. He said, "I'm going to get it out, Hemmer," and it happened, right?
It happened.
It happened.
You didn't read it yet?
I'm on that.
Didn't have you on your show.
We'll give you a plug. You good?
Absolutely.
All right, Secretary Panetta. And John, welcome to the panel here. It's good to have you here in Silicon
Grateful
Valley.
for the opportunity. Great to see everyone.
The theme this year is protecting peace, projecting strength, which sounded to me a lot like peace through strength. And did a little digging, and I found out peace through strength is a phrase that's been around for a long time. 100 AD, 1900 years ago, history tells us the Roman Emperor Adrian talked about it. Our first president, the father of America, George Washington, referenced it during our nation's infancy, 1793. Alexander Hamilton argued for it in Federalist number 24. The 8th Air Force adopted it as motto in 1944. Peace through strength has appeared in the Republican platform every year going back to 1980. And in the summer of 1980, in July of that year in Detroit, Michigan, then candidate Ronald Wilson Reagan said, "We know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. It is then that tyrants are tempted." And that is where we begin this evening. Gentlemen, thanks again. Secretary Panetta, since this is your panel, how good, shot number one, how good are we as a nation today in projecting strength?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be able to come here and be able to really participate in what I think is one of the finest defense forums that we have in this country. It brings together Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservatives, private sector, public sector, all coming together to make sure that we maintain a strong national defense. And so I pay tribute to all the people that are involved here at the Reagan Institute for putting this on. And I want to also pay tribute to my colleague for receiving the Reagan Award and John Hamre for receiving the Reagan Award as well. I couldn't think of two people more deserving to receive that award. I think it's very important in a very dangerous world, and I think we continue to live in a dangerous world. We can't forget that. We have more flashpoints in the world we're living in today than probably World War II. We're obviously confronting Russia now in the Ukraine. We have China, we have North Korea, we have Iran, we have terrorism, we have the whole battlefield of cyber that's taking place. This is a dangerous world. And the United States has to be well prepared to deal with those challenges. And the fact is that I do believe that American leadership in the world is back. I mean, there was a period of time when we were essentially talking about isolating ourselves from the rest of the world and not building our alliances and not strengthening those that have to work with us in order to confront those danger points that I just talked about. I think we now have made clear that the United States does have a very important role going back to World War II to be a world leader. And if we're not a world leader, very frankly, no one else will be. So I think that today we have restored that leadership. I think we do project strength in the sense that we've been able to put together a strong alliance with NATO in order to confront Putin in Ukraine. I think we need to do more of that. I think probably the biggest challenge right now is to make sure that we stay united in support of the Ukraine so that we make clear to the world that the United States and our allies are going to be behind Ukraine and their courageous fighters, and that Putin is not going to win, period.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We're going to hit all these hot spots over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. Secretary Esper, how good are we today at projecting strength, and do you mirror the comments about leadership today in America?
Well, I do mirror the comments. I mean, we have great capacity to project strength and power abroad. We always have. We hope we will. We need to sustain that. I think as we look into the Indo-Pacific, I think the challenge is to be able to project that power quickly and with allies, and I think that's something we need to continue to work on. I think we've done great work in terms of enabling and assisting the Ukrainians with material, equipment, arms, munitions. It has exposed a shortcoming, I think, in our ability to regenerate power quickly in the form of ammunition and parts and things like that. So that's something I think we need to look at. I understand that Congress is looking at. But I think at the end of the day, and Ronald Reagan epitomized this, we need United States leadership in the world. It's United States leadership that, in the case of Ukraine, rallied our NATO allies, rallied the Europeans, and really brought in partners from around the world, Korea, Japan, Australia, et cetera, to stand behind the Ukrainians. Because, look, this is more than just a war between Russia and Ukraine. This is the opening battle in this 21st century conflict between democracy and autocracy. And it was very important that the Western democracy stood up to Russia and pushed back, because Beijing was watching and is watching very closely what we do and what we'll do going forward.
Director Ratcliffe, how would you address this?
It's hard to follow those comments any more eloquently. I do want to say, first off, it's an honor for me to be here and to share a stage with these gentlemen, and particularly to be here. Those of you, before I was Director of National Intelligence, I served 3 terms in the House of Representatives. And if you ever came into my congressional office, what you saw was a Penley painting of Ronald Reagan saluting whoever came through the door. So for me to have the opportunity to be here at the Reagan Library at this forum is really an unimaginable honor for me. But really well said. I really enjoyed your remarks, and as you talked about what we have at stake here and protecting this democracy, and we talk about projecting strength and protecting peace. And then we look at, I know we're going to go around the world and talk about the different things that are happening, but you know, one of the strengths there and one of the ways that we project that strength is through our own people. I mean, we are still, when we talk about what's happening, you know, with Russia, with China, in Iran, North Korea, our adversaries, they don't have what we have, which is a country where everyone can go as high and as far as their own hard work, determination, and abilities can carry them. That's what the world wants. That's what those citizens of those countries want, and we project strength by protecting that.
Peggy Noonan earlier today referenced it as an agitated world. I look forward to seeing that phrase in a Wall Street Journal piece sometime very soon. I think she nailed it. But what she said after that was that all of us can reel off the flashpoints, just like you did, Secretary Panetta, a moment ago. So let's get there. Let's go to Iran. You were CIA director in 2009. The Green Revolution starts. It has burned less bright since, and now they're back on the streets today through multiple cities throughout that country. Should we not project strength by being more vocal in our support for the women in Iran today?
Well, you know, I think the United States has made clear our support for what the women are on the streets protesting in Iran. I do think that this is one of those moments in time when, whether it's protests in China or protests in Iran, where the United States has to make clear to the world that this is what represents the difference between autocracy and democracy. That, you know, we are proud of our freedoms, we're proud of our ability to be able to speak out, to criticize the government, to self-govern ourselves. I mean, these are the principles that make democracy great. I think it's important to point out what's happening in Iran. I think it is important for the president to speak in support of those protests that are taking place. I also think it's important to be able to build an alliance with regards to confronting Iran. You know, we've built an alliance with NATO, and we're using it to confront Putin in Ukraine. I really think that the key to this dangerous world I'm talking about is the ability to build other alliances in the Middle East, working with moderate Arab countries, working with Israel, to build a strong alliance that is able to work together to contain Iran and to contain terrorism. I would do more to strengthen that group of countries.
Such as, and the relationships only, or do something more?
I'm talking about not only building a security alliance, but an economic alliance as well, to be able to confront Iran and to be able to confront terrorism in the Middle East.
Yeah, there are some who suggest that if you don't jump on this opportunity, you're going to miss it again. Do you feel, Director Ratcliffe, that we could miss it again?
Yeah, I go back to, I think Secretary Panetta will recall, you know, to his credit, President Obama said it was a mistake to turn turn our back on the Green Revolution. And when you look at what's happening in Iran, I don't think these are protests. I think this is an uprising. The average age of the population in Iran is 31, and they're looking at a situation where 83-year-old men are killing 22-year-old women because they're not wearing a hijab properly. The people there, we don't need to, we don't need to try and invoke some kind of regime change. The people there want that, and I think you're going to see this uprising continue. We do need to support it. I mean, this is what we do, and this is what we're supposed to do. We're the torchbearers for human rights, for women's rights, and we need to be supporting that type of uprising that wants that type of outcome. And I do think that as Secretary Panetta said, I mean, I do think that there is an opportunity here for better alliances in the Middle East. I think that Secretary Esper and I worked hard on that, and I think accomplished that with the Abraham Accords, and brought together Israel and some of our Arab allies as a counter to a hegemonic Iran. And I think that it's a mistake if we're not attempting to enhance that and work with our Arab partners to improve that.
Secretary Esper, would you add to that?
I think we definitely need to be more vocal about it. I agree with Leon that we should be forming partnerships more deeply and well integrated in the region to push back against Iran. Look, there's no greater malevolent threat in the region and beyond the region than Iran. It's causing instability and mayhem all over the place. And now they've added another trick to their coterie by providing Russia with unarmed drones to kill Ukrainian civilians. So it only gets worse and worse. And now we have this uprising. It's being led by girls and young women. And they're right. They're being killed by the IRGC and the Bajiv police, and it's just incredible. And over 300 people have been killed so far, many of them teenagers. And so I give the people credit. We should be hopefully talking to the opposition and asking how can we support them. We don't want to play into the rhetoric of the regime, but we should look at every possible way to support them.
Let's talk about China here. Director Ratcliffe, 2 years ago today, you wrote a piece in the Journal. It's titled, "China is National Security Threat Number One." This was your opening line in the piece. You said, as Director of National Intelligence, I am entrusted with access to more intelligence than any member of the U.S. government other than the President of the United States. It's a heavy statement. Yet for 2 years, it seems that many of the headlines out of China has been whether or not it will go into Taipei. In your last year of the Trump administration, how much of that was a consideration?
We talked about that a lot, Bill. We talked about, the challenges of even just 100 miles away, an amphibious assault on an island, and whether or not that could be done, and whether or not President Xi would have those intentions. I think, unfortunately, I'm not sure that the answer that some of the things that we talked about back then may have changed based on the events and lessons learned, or things that President Xi may have taken away from watching the response in Ukraine. In other words, it may be that one of the takeaways, he's one to quote history a lot, and one of the things that he has said repeatedly is to quote Mao Zedong, and said that Mao once said that if you throw the first punch the right way, 100 punches can be avoided. And so, does President Xi look at the situation in Taiwan and look at the response in Ukraine and say, well, if you're going to do this, go hard and go fast? And I don't know the answer to that. But that op-ed that I wrote, Bill, is interesting. I served, as I mentioned, in the House of Representatives. I thought I understood. Part of that time was on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I thought I really understood the China threat, but when you get the kinds of national security cabinet positions that we've held, you see intelligence, at a scope and a level that few people get to, and And in my time as DNI, when it came to China, it really kind of reminded me of, you see the words in your side view mirror that say, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. And, to underscore the point of the threat from China, there's a classified transcript out there where I was testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee. And I can say this much about it, even though it was classified, was one of the senators asked me and said, Director, you want to increase the IC spending on China by 20%. Why? And my response was, because I know you won't let me increase it by 40%. And, we kid about it, but just take a snapshot. I look at that op-ed, Bill, and I think, if anything, I underestimated, and I underestimated the timing and level of China's aggression. I mean, take a snapshot of the past few months. All of us here 3 months ago were giving interviews about state-run media advocating for the shooting down of a plane carrying the Speaker of the House if she dared land in Taiwan. Last month, after our midterm elections, you had the FBI director say that China interfered in the 2022 midterm elections. Not tried to influence, not tried to interfere, but interfered on behalf of candidates depending on their views with regard to China. And then most recently, just a few days ago, in connection with these protests, I heard President Xi say, I've heard lots of politicians say border security is national security, economic security is national security. But in response to the protests that are happening across China right now, his response publicly was political security is national security. That's just a really nice way of saying, by whatever means necessary, we will protect the Chinese Communist Party and the political state here in China. So, the intelligence is clear about the threat that China poses, and I think our response needs to be clear.
I just want to fast forward through the piece. Toward the end, you say, this is our once-in-a-generation challenge. You're shaking your head in agreement.
Absolutely. Obviously. Yeah, I have a chapter on this in my book, by the way, Bill.
It's one.
Wait till he swears. I haven't heard a swear word yet. China is the greatest strategic threat facing our country in this century. It's been brewing for decades now, and we've been slow to recognize it. I think an achievement of the Trump administration is that we congealed the government around, formed a consensus. I think the Biden administration has continued that. That's good. But I think there's far more work we have to do. We have to accelerate the access of innovation from the private sector into DoD to capitalize on cutting-edge technologies that are out there that some of you out there have. Look, we need to have an economic approach toward the region. I think it was a mistake not to pursue the original TPP, to exclude Taiwan from the IPEF, et cetera, et cetera. There's so much more we need to be focused on because the Chinese are. And Xi Jinping is now consolidated an unprecedented third term. He has ambitions to be recognized as Mao in the annals of Chinese history. And if we don't recognize it for what it is, we're going to find ourselves waking up one morning and Taiwan is either under threat or under attack because of that. And we do not want to be in that position. We do not need to go to war with China. But we need to do everything we can to include building our partnerships and alliances and making sure they are as robust as possible to push this threat off into the future.
How do you see it?
Yeah, no, the fact is, and I think it was true with Putin, and I think it's true with Xi, is that, over the past number of years, they sensed weakness on the part of the United States. And they've tried to take advantage of it. Putin went into Crimea, Putin went into Syria, Putin went into Libya, Putin conducted a cyber attack against our election institutions, a bold cyber attack, and he never paid a price, never paid a price. And I think Xi sensed the same kind of weakness. I do think that it's been very important that we drew the line, obviously, on Putin and the Ukraine, and made clear that he is going to pay a price, and that he's now paying a price. And Xi, who I've had the opportunity to meet with, both in Washington as well as in Beijing, Xi looks at what's happening in the Ukraine, And mark my words, is learning the lessons of that. And he doesn't want to see China go down that same path because of the economic implications, but also the fact that if he should go into Taiwan, the kind of resistance and calamity that that could result in. So the important point here is the United States has to deal with China from strength. And that means that we have to let him know where the lines are with regards to Taiwan, with regards to the South China Sea, with regards to other issues that we're confronting with China. We have to build that alliance with South Korea, with Japan, with Australia, with India, with the ASEAN countries, so that we're all unified in confronting China. And lastly, I think it is also important that we do, as a result of showing this strength, show that we could still have some dialogue with them with regards to areas where we might be able to find some agreement. I don't think we ought to cut that off entirely. But I think in doing that, we have to do that from a position of strength.
Yeah, it takes us to...
Leon mentioned something. I just want to foot stomp it. I said China is the greatest strategic threat facing our country in this century. He mentioned India. I think India is the most important strategic partnership that we have to cultivate in order to deal with the Chinese in the 21st century. And I'm glad to see that there's been a continuity now across 5 administrations in terms of doing that. Very critical. And we obviously see the important role that India is playing now with regard to Russia and what's happening in Ukraine. So,
I just want to double back a little bit here. A lot of the panels today were addressing this, and it's maybe from a 35,000-foot level here. When Dana and I are in America's Newsroom, Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 Eastern Time,
that's one.
That's right. We take all viewers. We have the fortune of following what I call the original Twitter feed. And for those of you who don't know, we use a software system called iNews, and don't hack it. And that's how we communicate with each other. That's also how we build rundowns for our shows. It's how we follow the Associated Press and the Reuters news services from all over the world. And so if something happens in the world, in all likelihood, it's going to be along that wire service. There's a more technical term for it, but it's not, wire's priority, okay? You put a little lightning bolt there. And last Tuesday, when the NATO foreign ministers were meeting in Bucharest, these 3 headlines flashed, and I printed them out, I saved them because I want to read them. Because I think it kind of gets to the nut of the whole issue in Ukraine and Moscow and NATO. Here's the first one. NATO foreign ministers after first day of talks in Bucharest. We remain steadfast in our commitment to Ukraine's independence and will never recognize Russia's illegal annexations. Then came another one. We will continue to strengthen our partnership with Ukraine as it advances its Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Then came another one. All these are in red, they're flashing, they get your attention, they draw your eye to it. Last one. We will continue and further step up support to Ukraine and will maintain our support for as long as necessary. So then I'm thinking Putin doesn't want us there or doesn't want NATO there, and as long as he's in charge or as long as he's alive or in power, he's going to fight this war, which leads me to my question for you 3 here to try and settle this, the 35,000 feet, is how does this war end?
Well, it's a question, obviously, that everybody is trying to confront, and nobody has the answer, very frankly. At this stage, the most important thing is that we have brought economic sanctions against Russia, and we should continue to strengthen those sanctions because it is impacting. Secondly, we need to provide arms and weapons, which we have provided, the United States and NATO. And I think we have to continue to provide arms and weapons, and I think we have to provide advanced arms and weapons so that they're able to defend themselves against what Putin is resorting to. And thirdly, we've reinforced NATO countries so that we've made clear that any of those NATO countries that Russia tries to interfere with, we will implement Article 5 and take action and defend those countries. Those are important steps. The fact is that the courageous and brave fighters of Ukraine are really at the point of the spear. And they're the ones that stopped the Russian invasion. And they're the ones who have now moved aggressively to try to acquire additional lands that are controlled by the Russians. The bottom line is that the tide of war has changed. Russia is losing. Ukraine is winning. Putin is not going to accept that. Intelligence makes very clear that Putin is going to keep doubling down. And that's what he's doing. He's going to continue to double down. He's going to continue to resort to these terror tactics. He's going to continue to try to undermine their infrastructure, to go after civilians, to go after the targets that he's going. The only way you get Putin's attention is by force. That's the bottom line. And so it is very important that the United States and NATO continue to provide arms, make clear that we're unified in support of Ukraine, and make clear that we're not going anywhere until Putin fails in his mission, period.
I want to build on what so just to build on what Leon's saying is it has been a strategic, operational, and tactical failure in so many ways for Vladimir Putin. He is now fighting a war on two fronts, the Ukrainian front, which soon may pivot south toward Crimea, and he's fighting a second front at home. And that gives me some encouragement that he will continue to see pressure. I think he continues to get pushed in the corner by the brave Ukrainians who are really doing a masterful job on the ground. And he becomes more desperate. Now, there's been talk about does he continue to rattle the nuclear saber. I think we, the United States, and preferably with our allies, need to be very clear, almost a declaratory policy about what we would do if we see any type of movement in that space, and be very clear that we will not allow that to happen, any use of nuclear weapons or threatening of our allies and partners. I see where that's going because I think the Ukrainians can and should continue to press this fight through the winter and keep Putin on his heels and then into the spring, and I think we'll be at a different position as well.
It's interesting you say that, and you could very well be right. I don't know what the right answer is here. I don't know if there is a right answer at the moment. It was only 30 years ago where Eastern Europe fought a long and brutal 3.5-year war in the former Yugoslavia. The stakes today, Director Ratcliffe, are much higher. The players involved are much more advanced. How does this war end?
Well, I think both secretaries are right, though. I think we're in a situation here. You know, someone the other day asked me about, we all want peace. We don't want nuclear Armageddon. We don't want this to go where, in the dark recesses of people's minds it goes. But the simple truth is, as Secretary Esper said, Russia is losing and Russia can lose. We do need to be arming Ukraine. Secretary Del Toro and I were talking about this last night. One of the benefits of the Ukrainians is because for the last few years they've been fighting and we've been arming them and training them and working with them. It has really worked to their advantage, and part of the reason over the years why they are now having the kind of success that they're having against Russians. The problem with, someone asked me the other day, well, you signed this letter about about forcing peace negotiations, and I said no, because I don't think that's the right play here. Putin would love to have a ceasefire, to regroup, resupply. We know that he doesn't care how many troops at the end of the day he loses. But on the other side, and many of us have talked to the Ukrainians or been to Ukraine and talked about it, countless Ukrainian women, children, and men have been shot in the back of the head. The war crimes here are very clear, and the Ukrainians aren't going to walk away from that. So some sort of a land peace deal where Putin agrees to something, but he's certainly not going to agree to any kind of a peace deal where he's guilty of war crimes. But that is...
this is hard stuff, isn't it? I mean, I'm listening to your answers,
and so I think what we're all saying is that Ukraine needs to win, and the United States needs to support Ukraine to that end. And, there are questions about Putin's health. There are questions about his support within Russia. We don't know the answers how that's going to play out, but we do know that the Ukrainians are winning every day, and by supporting them fully and completely, and I know that's not popular necessarily with all Americans, but I think that is very clearly the best outcome and the best situation for the United States to pursue.
We got to be careful. Bottom line is we got a bully who's cornered. We got a bully who's cornered. And when a bully is cornered, he's going to try to strike out. And that's what he's doing. He's trying to strike out in any way he can to try to say he's still around, that he still has some leverage here. He's trying to break the will of the Ukrainian people, and he's trying to break the will of the United States and our NATO allies. That's what this is all about. And that's why we have to resist it. And that's why we have to keep him cornered. Because ultimately, it is going to be up to Putin to decide whether or not he is ultimately going to negotiate some kind of settlement, even though it'll be interpreted as a loss. At least he'll try to maybe get something that he can say he was able to retain. Or secondly, he's going to get brought down, because the hardliners in Moscow are not going to continue to take the losses that Putin and the Russians are getting in Ukraine. They've already criticized him. They've already pushed him around. He's reacting to the bullies. He's reacting to the hardliners. I think ultimately the hardliners will move to basically remove Putin.
And I think building on that, we got to be very careful not to self-deter, not to try and get inside his head and think about this and think about that, and maybe we shouldn't do this. I mean, that's what he's counting on. We need to take that Reagan-esque approach and follow through based on our principles. You got to stand up to the bullies. We wrung our hands months ago when there was early talk about Sweden and Finland joining the alliance, and people said, oh, no, we shouldn't. We can't do that. Putin, he may do this, or he may do that. And then it happened, and months later, Putin says, well, it's okay, as long as they don't put nuclear weapons there or something like that. We've been doing that with weapon systems as well. And every now and then, you have another country in Europe put out an idea, well, maybe there should be a negotiation, or maybe they should give Putin Crimea, but keep the Donbass. Look, that's baloney. We should stick to our principles, stand up to Putin, continue to supply and support the Ukrainians, and help them win this fight. They are winning. Putin can be beaten.
I think the most important thing we could do right now is to help provide a comprehensive air defense system for Ukraine.
Amen.
To be able to take down these missiles that they continue to fire. I mean, we worked with Israel to develop the Iron Dome system. That system takes down over 90% of the missiles that are fired by Hamas. We need to get to the same numbers in Ukraine.
Can you explain the hesitation there then?
Pardon me?
Can you explain the hesitation?
It's Israel and Russia. That's the connection.
I think Israel has a hesitation about the Iron Dome and some of its capabilities, but I think the United States...
I wasn't referring specifically to Tel Aviv offering it.
No, I think the United States can provide a comprehensive air defense system.
We've been too slow. Look, we have CRAM gun systems we could deploy now to shoot down drones. We have air defense systems. Our allies have air defense systems. I think, as good as the support has been to Ukrainians and as unified as NATO has been, we have been slow at times. We have been tentative at times. We should have provided the MiGs months ago. The Germans should be providing tanks, and we should be pushing as much air defense as we can into that country, because right now Putin's doing everything he can to make sure that the Ukrainians have a cold, dark winter, and by knocking out their infrastructure. And the only way you're going to defeat that is by putting up a robust air defense from the ground up.
So the longer this grinds on, you would think those decisions are inevitable.
Yes, but we announced the other day, it's good that we're providing, for example, NASAMS, but we learned that they'll arrive in 24 months. I mean, they need them in 24 days.
So now you're into a war that's 3 years old, and it's just like 30 years hence.
You got to stick with it, Bill. You've got to stick with it. The bottom line here is that, yes, it's a dangerous situation, but this is the most pivotal war we've been involved in, probably since World War II. And it's pivotal because what happens there will tell us a hell of a lot about what happens to democracies in the 21st century. We cannot afford to lose in Ukraine, period.
Let's talk about Washington, D.C., if we must. Last year, Secretary Panetta, you said, we basically govern by crisis.
Actually, the quote is.
I can get the full one for you if you want.
No, it's
You said, for God's sakes. Responsible governing is about not allowing crisis to happen. It's about finding ways to solve those crises.
Yeah, well, I think Panetta's right. I tell the students at the Panetta Institute that in a democracy we govern either by leadership or by crisis. If leadership is there and willing to take the risks associated with leadership, and that's the fundamental problem. If you're going to be a leader, you're going to have to take risks and do things that may offend your base, it may offend your party, it may offend others, but it's the right thing to do. If we have that kind of leadership, we can avoid crisis, certainly contain it. But if leadership is not there, then we'll govern by crisis. And for too long, Washington has largely governed by crisis. You have to, rather than getting people angry because you want to cut their benefits or raise their taxes, you basically stand back and let crisis happen. And that happens with the budget all the time. That's why the defense system is having problems, because the Congress has a broken budget process. And so what happens then is that you wait for crisis, and then you say, crisis is the reason I got to do something, and rather than solving the problem, you just use a Band-Aid and kick the can down the road. That's been what's happening for a long time in Washington. And so ultimately, if we're going to be able to confront the challenges that we have to confront, then leadership is going to have to step up. On both sides, both Republicans and Democrats have to stand up. I mean, if there's any message, for God's sakes, that came out of the midterm elections, is that the American people want the Republicans and Democrats to work together, to govern this country. Not just to play politics, not just to play political theater, but to govern and deal with the issues that we have to confront. And to do that, we need leadership.
Mm-hmm. Director Ratcliffe, you're not too removed from that jaunt up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. What do you make of the reality that he's laying out for us here?
Well, I think Secretary Panetta, to agree with Secretary Panetta, is right. But I will say this, that this is the problems with the legislative branch, and members, due respect to some of my colleagues that are out there from the House and some senators that I've been with. This is not a new tale that we're talking about the inefficiencies here and the inability to work together. Having experienced both, I will say where leadership is particularly important, and right now about the crisis that we're talking about is within the executive branch, because in the national security cabinet level positions, you do have to some ability to move more efficiently and make decisions where you don't have to wait on the House and the Senate when it comes to national security decisions and issues. And so having good leadership within a cabinet, I have found from experience is incredibly important. And it's one of the things that, I think as the current administration looks at the crises that are happening around the globe, that that they focus on where they're doing well, and there are some places where they are and other places where they're not. And if changes need to be made there, then they should be made, because, again, I think this is the most direct route to doing well when it comes to national security issues.
See what we didn't have to deal with, Mark? I mean, imagine that. Well, do you agree with his statement about the results of the midterms in early November?
I do. I mean, I think that the American people are tired of, you talked about crisis. but they're tired of chaos, and they're tired of, and we've been in the middle of sort of a heightened level of chaos when it comes to partisanship in Washington, D.C. at a level that, you didn't experience in your time. Mark and I both experienced it. And it continues today in the current administration, and it's not a great place to be. I mean, we've all seen better times and better places and have good examples of that. And so I do think the American people are sending a message that they do want that they, that bipartisanship is not a dirty word, and that the extremes on the ends of both parties are leading the entire group astray at times, and that this, to your point about this is where good leadership is standing up to that, and even though it's taking criticism, you've got to take those arrows and stick by your principles and do the right things that the American people want.
Yeah, look, if Mitch McConnell were sitting here, or President Biden were sitting here, they'd say, we did infrastructure, and we did the CHIPS Act, and...
Sure, but that's right. But there are bigger issues out there.
They would argue they're getting things done. Go ahead. But
I think they are. They are getting some things done.
They are, but we got far bigger issues that require leadership from both the Congress and the executive branch, and we're here in the Reagan Library. So look at what Reagan and Tip O'Neill were able to do. I mean, it's all those are good, right? The CHIPS Act, et cetera, et cetera. What about the debt? It's $31 trillion right now. It's going to increase because of interest rates. We got immigration policies. We need an immigration policy to deal with the challenges facing our country. We talk about defense budget, those types of things. The issues go on and on and on that need to be dealt with, but instead we have leadership that is looking in 2-year cycles. What can we do or block the other side from doing so we can win in the next midterm or in the next even year? And that's what's happening. We need more of a strategic look. Your question about the election, I just want to jump to that real quick. I think what Leon said is right, but I saw something different from the election, and I saw an astute American electorate that was concerned about democracy and about picking good people to come to Congress, come to D.C. And it was reassuring to see that voters, particularly on the Republican side, were willing to kind of make different choices about who they want to send to the country or into the Capitol so that they can solve the problems that we're discussing. And that gave me more confidence in the American electorate about the choices they make and what we have going forward.
I would just add to the midterms. I mean, I think the midterms obviously sent a very important message about the importance of working together. I think the American people rejected extremism on both sides. Mm-hmm. I think the American people rejected election deniers. And they basically said, we want stability. We want stability in our country, for God's sakes. Look, with great respect, the president does have to work with the Congress, and the Congress has to work with the president. I've seen Washington work at its best, and I've seen Washington at its worst. The good news is I saw Washington work. I mean, when Ronald Reagan was president, Tip O'Neill, the speaker, and Bob Michel had a close relationship. They had their differences. Bob Michel was the minority leader. Tip was the Democratic speaker from Boston, Democrat. But when it came to big issues, they worked together. In the Reagan administration, just to give you an example, we passed Social Security reform, the third rail of politics. We passed Social Security reform, bipartisan vote. We passed immigration reform. God, what an outrage. Imagine passing immigration reform. Something this Congress and these last few Congresses have struggled to try to deal with immigration, which everybody knows is broken now. We passed immigration reform, bipartisan. We cut a deal. We passed tax reform. We simplified the tax system. On a bipartisan vote. I mean, we got to get back to that. We got to get back to working together. And frankly, we talk about regular order. The fact is, most members of Congress don't know anymore what the hell regular order is. I mean, I talk to kids at the Panetta Institute. I've got to educate them what the hell regular order is all about. the fact that you introduce a bill, that it goes to a committee, that the subcommittee has hearings and votes on it, that the committee votes on the bill and has hearings, and that it goes to the floor of the House. Imagine members of Congress actually working and voting on legislation rather than having the leadership say what needs to be passed. That's what's made this system great. We got to get back to that. We got to get back to that. And frankly, we've got to start educating young people about the importance of getting back to good democracy. Because right now, very frankly, most kids don't understand how the hell our democracy is supposed to work. And that's creating a real gap in terms of this new generation of leaders that has to come forward in order to take care of this country.
Thank you for sharing that. Very strong, very powerful. Coming out to the Reagan Institute, I think we're reminded of three things: leadership and clarity of mission, and peace through strength. America remains. We'll see if we're up to it. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here tonight.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.